Hey everyone, tonight we're opening up a story you probably didn't see coming, about umbrellas. Yep, those fold-up shields we carry through rainy days and sunny strolls. But long before they became accessories, umbrellas were symbols of power, status, and technological ingenuity. From ancient Egypt to imperial China, they shaded emperors, marked royalty, and eventually found their way into everyday hands, quietly reshaping how we move through the world. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Also, let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. It's always amazing to see how far this little community stretches. Now, lower the lights. Maybe let the sound of rain play in the background if you've got it. And let's slowly unfurl the quiet, surprising history of the umbrella. Picture this. You're walking down a busy street when it starts to drizzle. Without even thinking, you reach into your bag, pull out that trusty umbrella and pop it open. It's just another Tuesday, right? But here's the thing that might blow your mind a little. That simple gesture connects you to one of humanity's most quietly revolutionary inventions. You see, umbrellas didn't just keep people dry. They accidentally rewrote the rules of civilization itself, and nobody really noticed it happening. It's the kind of story that makes you wonder what other everyday objects have been secretly running the world while we weren't paying attention. Let's start with your ancestors' funny and sad weather experiences. Catching the rain was a full contact sport before the invention of umbrellas. People would sprint from building to building, dive under whatever shelter they could locate, or just accept their soggy fate and trudge along looking thoroughly miserable. But the real problem wasn't just getting wet, it was what getting wet meant for society. Rain acted as a significant impediment to civilization. Markets would shut down, construction would stop, people would huddle indoors waiting for the sky to clear before they could get back to the important business of building the world. The ancient Egyptians were the first to crack this code, though they were actually trying to solve a different problem entirely. They invented the first umbrellas around 3,000 years ago, but get this, they were for blocking sun, not rain. Egypt isn't exactly known for its downpours, so they needed shade more than waterproofing. These early umbrellas were basically portable shadows, and they worked beautifully for that purpose. The funny thing is, these Egyptian umbrellas were also status symbols. Only the wealthy and powerful got to walk around with their personal shade makers. Common folks just had to squint and sweat their way through the desert heat, while the pharaohs and nobles glided along in their little circles of cool comfort. But here's where it gets interesting. The umbrella didn't stay in Egypt. Like all good ideas, it started travelling, and every culture that adopted it changed it a little bit. The ancient Chinese took the basic concept and made it waterproof, because unlike Egypt, China actually had rain to deal with. They used wax paper and bamboo to create the first real rain umbrellas, and suddenly, staying dry became a possibility for ordinary people. The Greeks and Romans adopted the umbrella trend, but were unsure how to use it. The Greeks mostly used them for sun protection, particularly for women. Roman women wore them as stylish accessories, while Roman men avoided carrying them. It's amusing to consider that carrying an umbrella was deemed unmanly in Roman culture. These individuals, who had conquered half of the known world, had a strict stance on staying dry. This gender divide around umbrellas would pop up again and again throughout history, and it's one of those cultural quirks that makes you realise how arbitrary our social rules can be. Something as practical as not getting soaked somehow became tangled up with ideas about masculinity and femininity, and it would take centuries for that to sort itself out. What's really fascinating is how the umbrella quietly began changing the rhythm of daily life. In places where people started using them regularly, you'd see something remarkable happen. Rain stopped being a reason to cancel everything. Markets could stay open. People could keep working. The weather became less of a dictator and more of a minor inconvenience. This may sound like a small change, but small changes have a way of snowballing into big ones. When people can move around regardless of weather, commerce improves. When commerce improves, cities grow. When cities grow, civilization becomes more complex and interesting. The umbrella served as a tiny key, enabling a more weather-independent way of living, and this was just the beginning. The umbrella's real impact on human civilization was still centuries away, waiting to unfold in ways that would surprise everyone. Now you might be wondering how a simple device for staying dry could possibly migrate around the world and change everything it touched. But that's exactly what happened, and the story gets more interesting when you realise that umbrellas didn't just travel, They adapted, evolved, and caused little revolutions wherever they landed. After the Chinese perfected the waterproof umbrella, the concept began its slow journey westward along the ancient trade routes. Picture merchants carrying these ingenious devices alongside silk and spices, probably not realising they were transporting one of history's most underrated game changers. The umbrella was like a technological sleeper hit, quietly impressive but not flashy enough to grab headlines. When umbrellas reached medieval Europe, they encountered a culture that was, frankly, pretty resistant to change. Europeans had been dealing with rain the same way for centuries, running, hiding, and generally accepting that weather was something that happened to you, not something you could do anything about. The idea that you could just carry weather protection with you was genuinely revolutionary. But here's where the story gets delightfully weird. The umbrella faced some serious cultural resistance in Europe, and the reasons were absolutely ridiculous. In many places, people thought umbrellas were somehow ungodly. The logic went something like this. God sends rain, so trying to avoid rainfall was like rejecting God's will. It's the kind of reasoning that makes you grateful to live in more practical times. The Catholic Church initially had mixed feelings about umbrellas. Some clergy embraced them as sensible tools, while others worried they represented human arrogance in the face of divine weather. Imagine having to get theological approval for your rain gear. It's almost endearing how seriously people took these things. Meanwhile, the umbrella was having a completely different reception in Asia. In Japan, umbrellas became integrated into daily life so seamlessly that they influenced art, literature, and social customs. Japanese umbrella makers developed techniques that turned umbrella crafting into a true art form. They created umbrellas that were beautiful enough to be accessories, but practical enough to actually keep you dry. The Japanese also figured out something that Europeans were still struggling with. Umbrellas could be both functional and fashionable. In Japan, your umbrella choice said something about your personality and social status, but it wasn't considered strange or ungodly. It was just practical style, which is a concept that Europe would take much longer to embrace. Back in Europe, the umbrella was slowly winning converts, but it was an uphill battle. The turning point came when some brave individuals decided to just start using umbrellas and ignore the cultural weirdness. These umbrella pioneers faced ridicule, religious criticism, and social ostracism, all for the crime of wanting to stay dry. When you think about it, they were basically the civil rights activists of weather protection. The breakthrough moment came in the 1700s when umbrellas finally gained acceptance among European women. This wasn't because attitudes had suddenly changed, but because women's fashion had reached a point where protecting elaborate hairstyles and expensive clothing from rain had become a real necessity. Usually practicality prevailed over prejudice, but European men were still holdouts. The gender divide, which had been prevalent in ancient Rome, persisted in 18th century Europe. Men would rather get soaked than carry something that might make them look feminine. It's one of those historical details that makes you realise how much energy people used to spend on completely arbitrary social rules. The umbrella's journey through different cultures created fascinating variations. In India, umbrellas became symbols of authority and power. Indian rulers would have elaborate ceremonial umbrellas held over them as signs of their status. The umbrella went from being a practical tool to being a piece of royal regalia. In Thailand, the umbrella became so culturally significant that it appeared in religious ceremonies and royal processions. Thai craftsmen developed incredibly ornate umbrella designs that were as much art as they were weather protection. These weren't just umbrellas, they were cultural statements. It's amazing how each culture made the umbrella their own. The Chinese focused on practical efficiency. The Japanese emphasized beauty and craftsmanship. The Indians turned umbrellas into symbols of power. The Thais made them into works of art. Europeans spent centuries arguing about whether they were morally acceptable. This pattern of cultural adaptation would become crucial to understanding how umbrellas eventually changed civilization. They weren't just tools that people used. They were tools that adapted to each culture's needs and values, becoming more useful and socially acceptable with each adaptation. By the time umbrellas were ready to make their real impact on human civilization, they had been tested and refined by dozens of different cultures. No longer were they merely Egyptian sunshades or Chinese rain protection. They had become a truly global technology, ready to solve a problem that nobody quite realized was holding back human progress. If you want to understand how umbrellas really changed human civilization, you need to understand London in the 1700s. Picture the rainiest city in Europe, filled with people who had convinced themselves that carrying an umbrella was somehow embarrassing or unmanly. It was like watching an entire population choose to suffer for completely arbitrary reasons. London's weather was legendary for its ability to ruin plans. Drizzle, downpours, and a persistent mist constantly enveloped the city, soaking you without your awareness. Londoners had developed an entire culture around being perpetually damp, and they wore their weather-beaten stoicism like a badge of honour. But London's weather wasn't just inconvenient, it was economically devastating. Every time the rain became excessively heavy, businesses would come to a complete halt, street markets would close, construction projects would stop. People would huddle in taverns and shops, waiting for the weather to clear enough to get back to their lives. Precipitation essentially held the city's economy hostage. Enter Jonas Hanway, a man who would unintentionally become one of history's most unlikely revolutionaries. Hanway, a philanthropist and social reformer, had travelled extensively to observe how other cultures dealt with rain. Specifically, he had witnessed the practicality and effectiveness of umbrellas. So in 1750 he decided to do something radical. He started carrying an umbrella through the streets of London. The reaction was immediate and brutal. Londoners were horrified. Here was this gentleman walking around with what they saw as a feminine accessory, completely unbothered by the social rules that everyone else was following. Hanway was mocked, ridiculed, and subjected to a level of public shaming that seems absolutely absurd now. People threw things at him. Children followed him around, laughing and pointing. Adults whispered about him in shops and taverns. But here's the thing about Hanway. He just kept walking. Day after day, rain or shine, he carried his umbrella through London streets. He was dry, comfortable, and completely unbothered by the social hysteria swirling around him. He had discovered a valuable insight. Prioritizing practicality over arbitrary social norms was crucial. The campaign against Hanway's umbrella was led by an unexpected group, London's hackney carriage drivers. These were the taxi drivers of their day, and they correctly realised that if people could stay dry while walking, they might not need as many carriage rides. Hanway's umbrella represented a genuine economic threat to their livelihood, so they organised a campaign of harassment that would make modern internet trolls proud. Carriage drivers would try to run Hanway down. They'd splash him with muddy water. They'd shout insults and make obscene gestures. The umbrella had become a symbol of economic disruption, and the old economy was fighting back with everything it had. But Hanway had allies he didn't even know about. There were other Londoners who had been watching this drama unfold, and they were starting to think that maybe the crazy umbrella man had a point. Why should people have to get soaked just to follow social conventions? Why should the weather control everyone's daily lives? Slowly, quietly, other people started carrying umbrellas. At first, it was just a few brave souls who were willing to endure the social consequences of staying dry. But as more people joined the umbrella movement, the social pressure began to shift. It became harder to mock people for doing something that was sensible. The turning point came when prominent members of London society began carrying umbrellas. Once respected businessmen, government officials and social leaders started using them. The cultural tide turned. It became acceptable, fashionable, then absolutely normal to carry an umbrella in London. What happened next was remarkable. London's economy began to change in ways that nobody had predicted. With people able to move around regardless of weather, commerce became more reliable. Markets could stay open in light rain. Construction projects could continue through drizzle. The city's economic activity became less dependent on perfect weather conditions. This had a snowball effect that transformed London into a more dynamic, productive city. When people can work and shop and travel regardless of weather, the entire pace of urban life accelerates. London was becoming a modern city, partly because its residents had finally figured out how to stay dry. The umbrella revolution also changed London's social dynamics. Street life became more vibrant because people weren't constantly ducking into buildings to avoid rain. Public spaces became more usable. Even during London's frequent light rain, people could enjoy the city's famous parks and squares. But perhaps most importantly, the umbrella breakthrough in London proved that cultural resistance to practical innovations could be overcome. Hanway had shown that one person, consistently doing something sensible despite social pressure, could eventually change an entire city's behaviour. London's umbrella adoption was being watched by other cities across Europe and beyond. If London, conservative, traditional, weather-obsessed London, could embrace umbrellas, then maybe the resistance to this simple but revolutionary technology was finally breaking down. The stage was set for umbrellas to spread across the developed world, and when they did, they would change far more than just people's relationship with rain. They would fundamentally alter how human civilization dealt with the unpredictable forces of nature. You probably never thought of umbrellas as industrial equipment, but that's exactly what they became during the 1800s. While everyone was focused on steam engines and factories, umbrellas were quietly solving one of the Industrial Revolution's biggest problems: keeping workers productive regardless of weather. Before widespread umbrella adoption, industrial productivity was still surprisingly dependent on weather patterns. Construction workers would lose entire days to rain. Dock workers couldn't effectively load and unload ships in heavy downpours. Even factory workers were affected, since many had to travel significant distances to work and would arrive soaked and miserable on rainy days. But here's where it gets interesting. As umbrellas became more common and socially acceptable, something remarkable happened to industrial productivity. Workers could travel to their jobs regardless of weather. They arrived at work dry and ready to be productive. Construction projects could continue through light rain. The weather became less of a factor in industrial output. The data clearly demonstrates this. Cities that adopted umbrellas earlier showed measurably higher productivity during rainy seasons compared to cities that resisted them. It wasn't a huge difference, but it was consistent and significant. Umbrellas were literally helping power the Industrial Revolution by making human labour more weather independent. This industrial connection led to the first mass production of umbrellas. Factories began producing affordable umbrellas for working class people, not just the wealthy. The Industrial Revolution created a need for weather-independent workers, and umbrellas filled that need perfectly. It's one of those beautiful examples of technology creating its own demand. The umbrella industry itself became a significant part of the industrial economy. Umbrella factories employed thousands of workers and developed sophisticated manufacturing techniques. They pioneered new materials, improved designs, and created distribution networks that reached every corner of the developed world. The umbrella had gone from being a curiosity to being a cornerstone of industrial society. But the real breakthrough came when umbrellas started changing urban planning. City planners began to realise that if people could move around comfortably in light rain, they could design cities differently. Pedestrian areas could be more extensive. Public spaces could be designed with the assumption that people would use them in various weather conditions. This shift in urban planning philosophy was subtle, but profound. Cities began to feel more livable because they were designed for people who had weather protection. Street layouts became more pedestrian-friendly. Public transportation systems could be designed with the assumption that people could walk to stations regardless of weather. The umbrella also played a crucial role in the development of modern retail. Department stores and shopping districts became viable because customers could browse and shop even during light rain. Before umbrellas, retail was much more weather-dependent. Storekeepers would lose entire business days to rain. But with umbrellas, shopping became a year-round activity. This retail revolution had enormous economic implications. Cities with good umbrella adoption developed more sophisticated commercial districts. Consumer culture could flourish because consumption wasn't limited by weather patterns. The modern shopping experience, where people casually browse stores regardless of weather, was made possible partly by umbrellas. The umbrella's impact on women's participation in public life was particularly significant. Before umbrellas, women's elaborate clothing and hairstyles made them especially vulnerable to weather. A sudden downpour could ruin an expensive dress or destroy hours of careful grooming. This made women more likely to stay indoors during uncertain weather, limiting their participation in public life. But umbrellas changed this dynamic completely. Women could venture out with confidence, knowing they had protection from sudden weather changes. This might sound like a small thing, but it contributed to broader changes in women's social participation. When women could move around cities more freely, they became more active in commerce, culture, and eventually politics. The umbrella also influenced the development of modern professional culture. Business meetings could be scheduled without as much concern about weather. Professional appointments became more reliable. The business world could operate with greater predictability because weather became less of a disruptive factor. Perhaps most importantly, umbrellas helped create the modern expectation that daily life should be comfortable and predictable. Before umbrellas, people accepted that weather would occasionally make them miserable. There was a fatalistic attitude toward getting soaked or overheated. But umbrellas introduced the idea that discomfort from weather was optional, not inevitable. This psychological shift was enormous. Once people realised they could control their comfort level in relation to weather, they started expecting that control in other areas of life. The umbrella contributed to the modern mindset that sees environmental discomfort as a problem to be solved, not a fate to be accepted. The Industrial Revolution is usually remembered for its big dramatic innovations: steam engines, railways, factories. But umbrellas were quietly enabling all of these larger changes by making human activity more weather independent. They were the unsung heroes of industrial productivity, urban development, and social progress. By the mid-1800s, umbrellas had become so integrated into industrial society that it was hard to imagine how civilization had functioned without them. They had transformed from exotic curiosities to essential tools of modern life, and their biggest impact was still to come. By the late 1800s, something remarkable was happening with umbrellas that would change the course of human civilization. They were becoming truly democratic. For the first time in history, protection from weather wasn't just for the wealthy. Anyone could afford an umbrella, and this simple fact had consequences that nobody quite saw coming. The democratization of umbrellas happened because of mass production, but its effects went far beyond just making rain gear affordable. When ordinary people could move around comfortably regardless of weather, the entire social structure of cities began to shift. Class distinctions that had partly depended on weather vulnerability started to blur. Think about it this way. Before cheap umbrellas, getting caught in the rain was a class marker. Wealthy people had carriages, covered walkways, and servants to handle weather-related inconveniences. Working class people just got wet. But when everyone could carry an umbrella, this particular form of weather-based inequality disappeared. This levelling effect was more significant than it might seem. In societies where your social status was partly determined by how well you could avoid life's discomforts, accessible weather protection was genuinely revolutionary. An umbrella couldn't make you wealthy, but it could make you look and feel more dignified in public, regardless of your economic circumstances. The psychological impact was enormous. People who had spent their entire lives accepting that weather would occasionally make them miserable suddenly had control over at least one aspect of their comfort. This sense of agency, the feeling that you could do something about your circumstances, had implications far beyond just staying dry. Women's rights activists of the era understood this connection intuitively. They saw that umbrellas gave women more freedom to move around cities independently. When you could protect yourself from sudden weather changes, you could participate more fully in public life. Umbrellas became symbols of women's increasing autonomy and social participation. The umbrella also played a surprising role in the development of modern democracy. When people could gather outdoors regardless of weather, political rallies and public meetings became more viable. Democratic participation increased because weather became less of a barrier to political engagement. You could attend a political rally even if it looked like rain, because you had your umbrella. This might sound like a stretch, but consider how many historical political movements depended on outdoor gatherings. The ability to assemble regardless of weather conditions was crucial to the development of mass democracy. Umbrellas didn't create democratic movements, but they made democratic participation more accessible to ordinary people. The economic implications were equally profound. Small businesses could operate more reliably because customers could shop in light rain. Street vendors could serve customers regardless of weather. The entire informal economy became more weather independent, which was particularly important for working-class entrepreneurs who couldn't afford covered storefronts. Urban culture was transformed as well. The weather no longer constantly forced people indoors, resulting in cities becoming more vibrant. Street life flourished. Public spaces were used more intensively. The rhythm of urban life became less dependent on weather patterns, which made cities feel more alive and dynamic. The umbrella also changed fashion and social norms in unexpected ways. For the first time, people could dress nicely without worrying constantly about weather damage. This encouraged more elaborate and delicate clothing styles, which in turn influenced the development of modern fashion. When you can protect your outfit from rain, you can take more risks with style. But perhaps the most important change was in people's relationship with nature itself. For thousands of years, humans had seen weather as something that happened to them, a force they could only endure or hide from. Umbrellas represented the first truly portable weather protection that anyone could use. They were a step toward humans having more control over their environment. This shift in mindset was crucial to the development of modern civilization. Once people realised they could modify their relationship with natural forces, they started looking for ways to control other aspects of their environment. The umbrella was an early example of technology making humans more independent from natural conditions. The success of umbrellas also proved that simple, practical innovations could have enormous social impact. They weren't complex machines or dramatic scientific breakthroughs. They were just well-designed tools that solved a universal problem. Their success demonstrated that civilization could be advanced through accessible, democratic technologies, not just through elite innovations. By 1900, umbrellas had become so integrated into daily life that most people couldn't imagine functioning without them. They had transformed from luxury items to basic necessities, and in doing so, they had helped create a more egalitarian, weather-independent form of human civilization. The stage was set for umbrellas to play an even larger role in shaping the modern world. Their greatest impact on human civilization was about to unfold in ways that would touch every aspect of 20th century life. As the 20th century dawned, umbrellas had already changed human civilization in ways that nobody fully appreciated. But their most profound impact was still ahead, waiting to unfold in the rapidly modernizing world of the 1900s. What happened next would show just how much a simple piece of technology could influence the development of modern society. The automobile revolution might have killed the umbrella industry, but it actually did the opposite. As cars became common, people realized they still needed umbrellas for the walk from their car to their destination. Urban parking wasn't designed to protect people from weather, so umbrellas became essential accessories for the automotive age. They bridged the gap between private transportation and public spaces. This relationship between umbrellas and cars helped shape modern urban design. City planners began to assume that people would have portable weather protection, so they could design parking areas and public spaces with less concern about providing comprehensive weather shelter. The umbrella had become an integral part of the urban infrastructure, even though it wasn't technically infrastructure at all. The adoption of umbrellas also closely correlated with the rise of office culture in the early 1900s. Umbrellas partly enabled the modern expectation that workers would arrive at the office presentable and ready to work regardless of the weather. People could maintain professional appearance standards during their commute thanks to reliable weather protection. The economic implications of this revolution in professional culture were immense. Businesses could operate more predictably because their workforce wasn't constantly disrupted by weather. The reliability of meeting schedules increased. Umbrellas played a significant role in enabling the modern business world, which prioritizes punctuality and a consistent professional appearance. World War I demonstrated the umbrella's importance to modern military logistics. Soldiers needed to stay functional in all weather conditions, and umbrellas became important pieces of equipment for officers and support personnel. The war showed that even military operations could benefit from better weather protection for personnel. Adoption of umbrellas also influenced the post-war economic boom of the 1920s. Consumer culture flourished, partly because people could shop comfortably in various weather conditions. The development of modern retail districts with their emphasis on pedestrian shopping and outdoor displays was made possible by the assumption that customers would have weather protection. Another aspect of the umbrella's social importance emerged during the Great Depression. Even during economic hardship, people prioritized having weather protection. Umbrellas became symbols of dignity and self-sufficiency during tough times. They represented the idea that you could maintain your comfort and appearance even when facing economic difficulties. Hollywood and popular culture of the era embraced umbrellas as symbols of sophistication and urban life. Movies showed elegant people navigating city streets with stylish umbrellas, reinforcing the idea that weather protection was part of modern living. The umbrella had become a cultural icon representing humanity's triumph over natural discomfort. The post-World War II suburban boom created new roles for umbrellas. Suburban living meant more outdoor activities and more walking between cars and buildings. Umbrellas became essential equipment for the suburban lifestyle, helping people maintain the casual outdoor culture that defined post-war America. The development of modern air travel also relied on umbrellas. Airports were designed with the assumption that passengers would have portable weather protection for moving between terminals and aircraft. Transportation planning had integrated the umbrella so deeply that people took it for granted as an integral part of their toolkit. Adoption of umbrellas also contributed to the rise of the service economy in the latter half of the 20th century. service workers needed to move between locations and meet clients in various weather conditions. Umbrellas made service-based businesses more viable by allowing workers to maintain professional standards regardless of weather. The women's liberation movement of the 1960s and 70s built on the foundation of independence that umbrellas had helped create. Women who could move around cities confidently, protected from weather, were better positioned to participate fully in professional and political life. The umbrella had been quietly supporting women's autonomy for decades. Umbrellas also played a crucial role in the development of modern sports and recreation culture. Outdoor events could proceed in light rain because spectators had weather protection. The availability of personal weather protection supported the modern expectation that recreational activities should be comfortable and accessible. By the end of the 20th century, umbrellas had become so thoroughly integrated into modern life that they were invisible. They had helped create a civilization where weather was a minor inconvenience rather than a major constraint on human activity. Accessible, portable weather protection laid the foundation for the modern world's assumption that people could function normally in various weather conditions. The umbrella had accomplished a remarkable feat. It increased human independence from natural forces without necessitating complex technology or extensive infrastructure. It was a democratic solution to an ancient problem, and it had quietly enabled much of what we consider modern civilization. Here you are at the end of this story, probably looking at umbrellas completely differently than you did an hour ago. What started as a simple tale about staying dry has revealed something much more profound. How a basic tool can quietly reshape the entire trajectory of human civilization. The most remarkable thing about the umbrella revolution is how invisible it became. By the mid-20th century, umbrellas were so thoroughly integrated into human life that people stopped thinking about them as revolutionary technology. They had become part of the background infrastructure of modern living, like sidewalks or streetlights, essential but unnoticed. This invisibility is actually the mark of the umbrella's complete success. The most transformative technologies are often the ones that become so natural that we forget they're technologies at all. You don't think about your umbrella as a sophisticated piece of engineering that represents thousands of years of human innovation. You just think of it as the thing that keeps you dry. But now you know better. You know that your umbrella connects you to ancient Egyptian pharaohs seeking shade, Chinese inventors creating the first waterproof designs, and brave souls like Jonas Hanway, who endured ridicule to prove that staying dry was worth fighting for. Every time you open your umbrella, you're participating in one of humanity's longest-running technological traditions. The umbrella's story also reveals something important about how civilization actually progresses. It's not just about dramatic breakthroughs and famous inventors. Sometimes the most important advances come from simple tools that solve everyday problems so effectively that they change how entire societies function. The umbrella proves that democratic innovations, technologies that everyone can use, can be just as revolutionary as elite scientific discoveries. Think about what umbrellas actually accomplished. They made human activity more weather-independent, which sounds modest but turned out to be civilization-changing. They enabled the development of modern urban life, professional culture, consumer society, and democratic participation. They helped create the modern expectation that daily life should be comfortable and predictable regardless of natural conditions. Perhaps most importantly, umbrellas demonstrated that humans could take control of their relationship with nature through accessible technology. They were an early example of how simple tools could make people more independent from environmental forces. This mindset, the idea that natural discomfort is a problem to be solved rather than a fate to be accepted, became fundamental to modern civilization. The umbrella revolution also shows how cultural resistance to practical innovations can be overcome. Remember all those people who thought umbrellas were ungodly, unmanly, or just plain weird? They were swept aside by the simple logic of staying dry. Good ideas eventually win, even when they face intense social resistance. Today, as you navigate a world shaped by umbrella adoption, you're living in a civilization that's more weather-independent, more democratic, and more comfortable than any previous human society. The modern world's assumption that people can function normally in various weather conditions is built on the foundation that umbrellas helped create. The next time you see someone struggling with an umbrella on a windy day, remember that they're participating in one of humanity's most successful ongoing experiments in environmental control. That flimsy piece of fabric and metal represents thousands of years of human ingenuity and determination to make life a little bit better. The umbrella's story is still being written. New materials, better designs, and changing social needs continue to evolve this ancient technology, but its fundamental promise remains the same, that humans don't have to accept discomfort from natural forces when simple, practical solutions are available. So the next time you reach for your umbrella, take a moment to appreciate what you're holding. It's not just weather protection, it's a symbol of human adaptability, ingenuity, and the quiet persistence that has shaped civilization. You're carrying a piece of history that changed the world by helping people stay dry. And that's how umbrellas changed human civilization, not through dramatic revolution, but through the simple, persistent logic of making life a little bit better, one rainy day at a time. Sometimes the most profound changes come from the most humble tools, and sometimes the greatest revolutions are the ones that happen so gradually that nobody notices until they're complete. Now you know the secret history of one of humanity's most underestimated inventions. The umbrella didn't just keep people dry, it helped create the modern world. And every time you use one, you're participating in that ongoing story of human progress, one comfortable step. In Lindisfarne, Northumbria, 793, you kneel in the chapel of Lindisfarne Priory at dawn, whispering your usual Latin prayers. Suddenly a distant thunderclap rolls across the clear sky. You pause, lips still. The sound comes again, louder this time, and now you hear panicked shouts outside shattering the morning peace. Brother Aelfric bursts through the oak door, eyes wild. "Raiders, on the shore," he gasps. In an instant, your world overturns. You leap up, heart hammering, and follow him out of the chapel into chaos. At the top of the grassy dune overlooking the Priory's beach, you stumble to a halt. The sand, where there was nothing moments ago, draws up long, dragon-prowed ships. Dozens of armed Northmen are swarming ashore. Sunlight glints off iron swords and axes in their fists. They move with a terrifying purpose, spreading across Holy Island akin to a plague. A chill of unreality washes over you. The pagan Vikings of rumour are here, in the flesh, as real as the salt wind on your face. Screams echo from the fields below. A few of the lay brothers working the vegetable gardens try to run, but the strangers are upon them in moments. You watch, paralysed, as a fur-clad raider swings his axe and cleaves Brother Osric's shoulder to the bone. Osric collapses with a scream cut short. Another monk is caught by two Vikings. They pinion his arms and drag him toward the shore, ignoring his pleas. You think, God help us, this can't be real, not on this sacred island. "They're coming! Inside! Inside!" Abbot Edbert bellows from the courtyard. At last your legs unlock. You tear down the slope toward the stone church, sand slipping under your feet. Monks in woolen habits scatter in every direction, some toward the hills, others, like you, toward the only refuge you have, the stout church of St. Cuthbert. You dash through the arched doorway, and several brothers shove the heavy doors closed behind you. Dozens of you huddle in the dim sanctuary, chests heaving. Candlelight flickers over pale, terrified faces. Outside, the guttural shouts of the Vikings grow closer. The wooden doors shudder as the axe blades begin to chop through them. A moment later, the portal splinters apart. Vikings flood into God's house and pandemonium erupts. You are shoved back against a cold stone column as panic and slaughter fill the nave. One invader lunges at a monk near the entrance and splits his skull with an iron sword. Another snatches a golden chalice from the altar, spilling holy wine across the flagstones. A third Viking flips open the enormous Bible and casually rips out its illuminated pages, laughing. You cry out in wordless anguish at this desecration, but your voice is lost in the cacophony. The sacred sanctuary is transformed into a battleground. A wiry Northman with a braided beard grabs you by the robe. He reeks of sweat and seawater. You raise your hands in a feeble plea, but he just bares his teeth and throws you to the floor. Your head strikes the stone tiles and stars explode in your vision. Before you can recover, he pounces on your chest, pinning you. Cold iron presses against your throat as he draws a knife along your neck. In that frozen moment, you glimpse Abbot Eadbert lying by the altar in a pool of blood. His throat cut, his eyes staring lifelessly at the ceiling. The house of prayer is filled with cries of the dying and wails of pain. The Northman snarls something in his harsh tongue and raises his blade. You squeeze your eyes shut and babble a final prayer. Steel flashes. Your prayer dies on your lips as the blade plunges down and everything goes dark. The scene unfolds on the Seine River, on the Frankish coast in 845. You are pulling weeds in your bean field when the village church bell begins clanging furiously. It is a misty Easter morning, and that bell should be calling the faithful to Mass, not ringing in alarm. You straighten up, dirt on your hands, and see neighbours halting in their fields, heads turned toward the sound. Through the river fog a new sound rises, a deep war horn blast from downstream. Your blood runs cold. Northmen! A shout from the hill by Bernashard's goat pasture confirms it. Ships! On the river! Instantly the quiet Frankish hamlet erupts into panic. You drop your basket and sprint for your cottage, heart thudding. Your farm lies exposed on the open floodplain. There are no walls or soldiers to protect it. Rumours have whispered of Viking raids along the coast recently, but you never imagined their dragon-headed boats on your stretch of the Seine. Yet now, through the trees, you glimpse them, long sleek ships with striped sails gliding upriver, carved beasts adorning their prows. By the time you reach your yard, chaos has overtaken the village. Families scream and scatter, snatching up children and whatever belongings they can carry. You nearly collide with your wife as she rushes out of your cottage with your 2 young daughters clinging to her skirts. Into the woods, you pant, grabbing the girl's hands. The only hope is to hide in the oak forest beyond the fields. Together, you sprint across the furrows toward the tree line. Your littlest daughter wails in confusion. You scoop her into your arms and push onward. Behind you rises a cacophony of terror. The war horn blares again, and now you hear the blood-chilling howl of the Viking battle cry echoing down the Seine. As you reach the first trees, a handful of your braver neighbours rush in the opposite direction, clutching rusty swords and wood axes. They are determined to protect their homes at all costs. Every instinct tells you to protect your farm, but one look at your wife's terrified face propels you deeper into the underbrush. You cannot leave them. Not now. Suddenly, a burly shape crashes through the brush ahead. A Viking scout steps into your path, grey eyes locking on you. He hefts a spear, and you shove your family behind you, raising your only weapon, a simple sickle, with trembling hands. The Northman's lips curl in a wolfish grin. He hurls his spear. You twist aside, but the iron head slashes a fiery gash across your upper arm. You cry out. Before the Viking can draw his sword, you charge at him with a desperate yell, swinging your sickle. He bats aside your feeble strike and backhands you with his free arm. The blow crashes into your jaw like a mallet. The forest tilts. You hit the ground hard, tasting blood. Dazed, you lift your head. Your wife is trying to escape with the kids, but more Northmen are coming from the trees. No, please, you croak, reaching out as 2 Vikings seize her by the hair and drag your daughters from her arms. You wrench yourself up on one elbow, but a booted foot slams between your shoulder blades, crushing you to the dirt. A Norse warrior growls something above you. You catch only the word for slave. Rough hands yank your arms behind you and bind your wrists with coarse rope. Your village is tearing itself apart all around you. Smoke rises be. Your wife is trying to escape with the kids, but more Northmen are coming from the trees. Down. A few moments later, a Viking herds you and a dozen other captives toward the river. A Viking yanks you along by a rope around your neck. Your wife and children are nowhere in sight. Taken, dead, who knows? Hot tears of pain and rage blur your vision, but a powerful yank on the tether forces you onward. On the bank, the Northmen are already loading prisoners and plunder onto their boats. 3 other sobbing villagers shove you aboard and chain you by the ankle. As the oars begin to pull and the Frankish shore recedes, you collapse against the hull. Everything you ever loved is gone. The Vikings did not just raid your farm, they have destroyed your life. You close your eyes, trembling with silent grief. Easter morning sunlight glitters on the river, but for you no resurrection will come, only the endless darkness of slavery. This story takes place in Ireland during the 9th century. You stand atop the wooden rampart of your husband's dune fort, and watch in dread as dark sails dot the morning horizon. The mid-morning sun glints off the waves, revealing 3 Viking longships heading up the coast toward your lands. A messenger had arrived at dawn with dire news. The Northmen sacked a monastery down a river at Clonfert, and their ships were spotted in your kingdom's waters. The war horns are now echoing along the cliffs. The Vikings are coming. Below you in the courtyard, your household warriors rush to arm themselves. Men snatch spears and shields from racks, shouting to each other. and offering quick prayers to God. You clutch the wooden railing knuckles white. Your husband, Lord Eol, is in the yard pulling on his helmet. He catches your eye for a brief moment and tries to muster a reassuring smile, but you both know what these invaders do. You have heard tales of their cruelty. Last winter, refugees from the north told of nuns violated and monks slaughtered when the Northmen attacked Armagh's sacred sites. Lord Eold barks orders, and 24 mounted warriors gallop out through the gate to confront the enemy on the beach. The remaining defenders stay to man the fort's palisade. You send up a silent prayer for your husband and kinsmen as their war cries fade toward the surf. Minutes later, distant screams and the clash of metal carry on the sea breeze. You pace along the rampart, heart in your throat. The sounds of battle die out, and for a moment there is eerie silence. Suddenly, a lone figure, one of your warriors, comes sprinting over the sandy ridge toward the fort. His tunic is soaked in blood. "Close the gate!" he shrieks, eyes bulging with panic. Behind him, a mob of Vikings appears, pursuing like wolves on the hunt. The fort's captain curses and orders the gates barred, but even as your men shove the oak portal, the first Northman rams into it from outside. A desperate struggle ensues at the sallyport. Spears thrust through the gap, axes hacking. The defender's courage falters when a massive Viking forces the gate ajar and cuts down a guard in a single stroke. Within seconds, the enemy swarm inside. Screams fill the yard. You stumble back from the rampart as chaos engulfs the fort. The surviving guards and servants, horribly outnumbered, throw down their weapons or try to flee. A hulking Viking with an iron helmet and braided blonde beard strides past the bodies toward the keep. He kicks open the doors of your hall. You are still on the steps when he spots you. His hard eyes flick over your silk dress and the gold brooch at your shoulder, marking you as a noble woman. "Take her," he grunts to 2 of his men. You step backward, trembling with rage and fear. "I am Lady Muireann of the Wee Nail. We can pay ransom," you cry, trying to sound commanding. One of the Vikings answers by swinging the back of his axe into your guardsman's skull as if swatting a fly. Blood splashes your gown. You scream. An instant later, the blonde giant closes the distance and strikes you across the face with a mailed hand. The world flashes white. You find yourself sprawled on the ground, ears ringing. Before you can move, 2 Vikings haul you up by your arms. One roughly yanks off your jewelled brooch and belt. The other binds your wrists with rawhide. Around you, the courtyard is a nightmare made real. Your husband's corpse lies in the gateway, nearly beheaded. Flames consume the thatched roof of the chapel. All around the fort lie the bodies of those who tried to defend it. The stable boy, the cook, and even the old bard who were cut down without mercy. Hot tears of anger fill your eyes. With a surge of defiance, you spit at the Viking chief's face as he approaches. A hush falls over the raiders. The blonde giant wipes your spittle from his cheek, then grabs you by the throat. Effortlessly, he lifts you until only your toes scrape the bloody mud. You gag, the edges of your vision dimming. He holds you there, face to face, until your defiance crumbles into choking desperation. Finally, he releases his grip and you drop to your knees, coughing. The onlookers chuckle. Ropes are leashed around your neck and the necks of a handful of other captives, mostly young women who survived the slaughter. You are herded downhill like cattle. Your beloved Doon, once a proud seat of Gaelic power, is now a smouldering ruin littered with the dead. As the Vikings march you to their boats bobbing in the bay, you stumble in shock, barely feeling the pebbles under your bare feet. They shove you up a plank onto a ship's deck. All around you, Northmen cheer at their haul. Coins, chalices, fine clothes, horses, and 6 sobbing prisoners. The ship pushes off under the afternoon sun. As oars beat the water, you watch your homeland recede. Black smoke clings to the sky from your burning hall. You resist the urge to scream as you bite down on the gag they force between your teeth. They have taken everything and everyone you love and enslaved them. You try to pray, but no comfort comes. Only the creak of the oars and the jeers of your captors answer your silent pleas. The gentle hills of Eire fade from view, and you realise with crushing despair that you will never set foot on your native soil again. You are bound for an unknown fate across the sea, just another piece of plunder in the Vikings' haul. Furthermore, in Courland on the Baltic coast in 854, sound the horn, the Sphere are coming. The shout carries across your Baltic seaside village as dawn lightens the sky. You snatch up your spear and race from your hut, heart pounding. From the cliff top you see them, a fleet of longships with striped sails crowding the bay. Olaf, the Swedish king, has returned, a year after your people drove off his Danish allies in a previous raid. This time he's brought a much larger force, dozens of ships, hundreds of warriors. A chill knot of fear forms in your gut. Despite being fierce pirates themselves, the Curonians vastly outnumber you today. Around you, villagers scream and scramble. Men grab weapons, mothers hastily usher children toward the woods inland. You spot your younger brother throwing a sack of grain onto an ox cart where your mother and little nieces huddle. He's preparing to evacuate the family. You clasp his arm and thrust your hunting knife into his hand. Go! Get them to the marshes. Go! You urge. He hesitates, hairs in his eyes. Neither of you wants to part. A distant blast of the enemy's horn jolts him into action. With a crack of the reins, he drives the cart toward the forest as fast as the ox can pull it. You send a brief prayer to Pecunus, god of thunder, to guard them and to give you strength now. Inside the timber fort that crowns the hill, the remaining men form up. You join a knot of stout farmers and fishermen on the palisade, spear and bow in hand. Your father, the militia chief, limps past, wounded in last year's battle, shouting final orders. Down the slope, the first wave of Sphere Vikings lands on the beach. Tall figures in mail and helmets advance in disciplined lines behind a wall of shields. Their war leader, likely King Olaf himself, marches at the front in a blue cloak, his sword raised. The ragged handful of Curonian defenders around you exchange nervous glances. This will undoubtedly be a battle to the end. With a thunder of boots, the Viking host charges up the hillside toward your walls. "Loose arrows!" someone cries. You raise your bow and let fly. The sky darkens with a brief volley from your side. A few of the enemy fall, pierced by lucky shots, but an answering storm of arrows whistles back at once. Barbed shaft thuds into the throat of the man beside you, gurgles and collapses from the rampart. A slingstone smashes into your wooden shield with a heavy, the sound of a crack nearly knocks the object from your grip. Before you can blink, the sphere are at the ditch, hurling grappling hooks and axes. The palisade shudders as dozens of blades chop and pry at the logs. "They've breached the gate! Fall back!" comes a scream from your right. You spin to see the main gate hanging in splinters and Vikings pouring through the gap. Your father hurls a spear into an onrushing raider, but a Nordic axe hacks into his side and he goes down with a cry. Rage and panic surge through you. You've lost control of the walls. "Back to there! Keep!" you bellow, helping your wounded father to his feet. A handful of you retreat from the rampart, sprinting toward the old stone storehouse at the fort's centre, the closest thing to shelter remaining. The Swedes flood into the courtyard unopposed. You half drag, half carry your father toward the storehouse doorway. A glance over your shoulder reveals utter carnage. Our Curonian warriors are being butchered where they stand. The blacksmith Irma swings his axe desperately, but 3 Vikings set upon him at once, swords flashing. He falls in a spray of blood. Others drop their weapons and beg for quarter, only to be cut down without mercy. We have completed the fort. Just steps from the storehouse, a powerful blow from behind knocks you sprawling. A red-bearded Viking looms over you. He had sprinted silently behind and struck you with a club. Your spear falls from your hands. You roll onto your back, gasping in pain. The Redbeard snarls something you don't understand and raises his sword to end you. Behind him, through the haze of smoke and dust, you see a knot of Viking warriors forcing the last few captives, including a wounded, sobbing boy, to their knees at sword point. You know it's over for your village. The Viking's blade pauses in the air as he notices your fierce, unyielding glare. For an instant you see uncertainty in his eyes. Perhaps he expected pleading. Summoning your last strength, you spit a curse at him in your native tongue. The Redbeard's face hardens. With a swift, brutal stroke, his sword falls. Searing pain cleaves your skull. The world bursts into blinding light and agony, and then immediately fades to black. As your lifeblood seeps into the soil of your homeland, the last feeling you experience is a grim sense of satisfaction. You did not beg. The Northmen may have razed your village and enslaved your kin, but you would sooner die than live under their boot, and so you have. You crouch behind a stack of furs in the riverside market stall near Novgorod, Eastern Europe in 860, heart hammering against your ribs. Outside, by the wharf on the Volkhov River, frustrated voices erupt into screams. The Varangian Rus have come to Novgorod's trade post again, and this time they aren't leaving peacefully. Your people have been paying tribute in the form of goods and silver to these Rus Vikings for years, and it was never enough. Today their chieftain arrived with dozens of warriors and demanded double the usual tribute. You watched from a distance as the elders humbly offered furs, honey and a chest of silver coins, hoping to appease the Northmen. The Varangian leader only sneered. He even demanded 50 young men as slaves. At that, the pretense of negotiation shattered. An axe lodged in the skull of one brash merchant, who immediately shouted in protest. An uproar ensued. Now the air is filled with panicked shouts and the clash of steel. From your hiding spot, you peek out. A flaxen-haired Viking smashes a pottery stall with his shield, sending shards flying and the potter scurrying. Across the way, another Norseman overturns a wagon of grain, laughing as it spills. Your precious wares, fine winter furs and carved walrus ivory, are likely lost to pillage, but that is the least of your worries. You grip a long skinning knife, the only weapon at hand. It's almost useless against fully armed raiders, but you refuse to surrender without a fight. A spear suddenly flies overhead and impales a fleeing neighbour just beyond your stall. The man collapses with a gurgling scream. You bite your fist to stifle a whimper. "Round up the rest!" a Varangian warrior barks in his tongue. You understand a little of it. 2 merchants sprint past your shelter, making a break for the tree line, but they don't get far. One is skewered by a thrown spear, the other is run down by a red-bearded Russ who slams him to the ground and clubs him senseless with the butt of an axe. Your mind races. Perhaps you can slip away along the riverbank amid the chaos, if only you can reach your boat. Gathering your courage, you clutch your knife and prepare to bolt. You rise, and a pair of iron hands seize you from behind. Ha! Hiding like a rat. A hulking Varangian in a wolfskin cloak hauls you out into the open by your tunic. You slash desperately with your knife, but he catches your wrist with contemptuous ease and twists until the blade drops from your numb fingers. "Let go of me!" you snarl in Slavonic, kicking at his shin. In response, the Viking drives his knee into your stomach. All air rushes from your lungs. You double over, gagging. Rough laughter rings out. The wolf-cloaked warrior forces you to your knees. Another Northman strides over with a length of rope. Working efficiently, they bind your wrists behind you and loop another cord around your neck. You dimly realise that they are also tying up other survivors, including a few young women and 2 wounded elders elsewhere in the market. They will soon herd you and a line of captives toward the longships that are waiting. A rope around your neck links you to the prisoner ahead. Your cheeks burn with humiliation and fury. But when a Varangian jerks hard on the tether, you stumble forward without resistance. Your town headman, an old friend of your father's, sobs pitifully as he's dragged along beside you. He begs the Vikings in broken Norse to spare his family. The chieftain ignores him, casually wiping blood from his sword. At the riverbank, the Northmen shove you and the others onto their boats amid piles of plunder. The Northmen force you to sit on the deck, tying your wrists and neck to a ring by the mast. Within minutes, the oarsmen push off and the current carries you away from the smoking ruins of your marketplace. As the ship turns downriver, you catch a final glimpse of Novgorod's wooden ramparts receding into the morning mist. Hot tears blur your eyes. You've heard what comes next. The Varangians will take you east to sell in the slave markets of the Greeks or Arabs. Perhaps that will be your fate, sold far from home, never to return. A blonde Viking guarding the captives notices your tears. He smirks and mockingly pats your cheek as one would a child. You stare at him with hate so intense it scares even you, but your defiance only amuses him. With a shrug, he turns away to count the silver coins piled at his feet. You sit in stunned silence as the boat carries you into the unknown. In your mind, you see an image of your wife and young son, as they were this morning, waving goodbye when you left for market. Are they alive? Will you ever see them again? A sob escapes before you can choke it back. The Northman's laughter echoes across the water, and you silently curse the gods for abandoning you to these wolves. You realise that your life as a free man in Russ's land is over. You are now just human cargo, another soul enslaved beneath an endless foreign sky. Anglo-Saxon England, 871. The ground shakes under the onrush of the enemy horde. From your position atop the timber palisade, you see them coming across the fields, hundreds of Danish warriors advancing in a solid shield wall. You swallow against the terror rising in your throat. Wessex has mustered every able man to defend this town, And still the Northmen outnumber you. Their battle cries carry over the morning breeze as they close in. You tighten your sweaty grip on your spear. Lord Ethelred's banner, a golden dragon on red, flutters above the gate, a hopeful token. But today, you will have to make a stand against the powerful Viking army. All night we laboured, and still they come, mutters Osric beside you, hefting his axe. It's true, you and the townsfolk spent the dark hours reinforcing these crude walls with wagons and debris. The women, children and elderly have been packed into the stout stone church at the town centre, the only building likely to withstand an assault. You send a quick prayer heavenward for your wife among them. If the Danes break through, that church will be their last refuge, and perhaps a tomb. You force the thought away and refocus on the enemy. There was a sudden blast of a horn. Arrows suddenly whistle out from the Viking line. "Shields up!" you shout, raising your wooden shield overhead. A black feathered arrow slams into it with a jarring thud. A heartbeat later, a javelin impales the comrade to your left. He slumps with a strangled groan. On your right, another Saxon's shield is shattered by a slung stone, staggering him. As you brace yourself, the Danes suddenly appear at the ditch, their roars akin to those of beasts. Axes bite into the palisade timbers with furious force. The whole wall quivers under the onslaught. You jab your spear downward through a gap. Below, a wild-bearded raider is chopping madly at the logs. Before you can strike him, the palisade buckles. "They're through! Fall back!" someone screams behind you. You whirl. The main gate has been smashed open. The Vikings inundate the town with a torrent of steel and rage. "Retreat to the church!" comes the order. You fly down the ladder, along with the few still living defenders, and sprint toward the stone church at the centre of town. Around you, all is bedlam. Panicked villagers clog the muddy street, fleeing for their lives. A woman carrying a baby runs right into a Danish axeman emerging from an alley. His blade flashes, and she drops in a spray of blood, the infant wailing beside her corpse. Flames crackle. One of the thatched roofs is ablaze, pouring smoke into the morning sky. Gasping, you reach the churchyard just as the last survivors shove their way inside. "In! In!" you shout, practically throwing a wounded old bowman through the door. The heavy oak doors boom shut a second later. Dim, dusty candlelight illuminates the packed sanctuary. Terrified faces of women and children. A few bloodied men from the wall, all huddled together. The stout doors shudder under blows from outside. You plant your feet among a half-dozen others, forming a ragged line at the entrance. You grip your spear with both hands. There is nowhere else to run. With a splintering crack, the church doors explode inward. A massive, fur-cloaked Dane barges through, shield first. You and two others thrust your spears. One pierces his thigh. The Viking roars in pain as he falls, but more push into the breach, dark shapes flooding the sacred space. Northman lunges at you, swinging a sword. You parry with your spears haft, but the force shears it in two. He raises his weapon for a killing blow, when Osric, your neighbour, tackles him from the side. They crash to the floor, grappling. You seize the jagged broken end of your spear and stab it into another Viking's belly as he rushes past. The invader collapses, shrieking. All around the church, brutal close-quarters combat rages. Pew benches overturn, screams and the clash of steel echo against stone walls. A Viking axe cleaves into old Father Wilfred, who is clutching a processional cross. He drops without a sound. Near the altar, two Danes corner a cluster of cowering children. You see one raise his sword and a small boy crumples, blood spreading across the flagstones. The scene is hellish. A wild slash catches you across the side. White-hot pain sears your ribs. You cry out and fall against the altar, blood soaking your torn tunic. The big Dane with the fur cloak looms over you now, recovered from the earlier spear wound and bent on revenge. He lifts his two-handed sword, eyes alight with triumph. You know you are about to die. Summoning one last surge of strength, you lock eyes with him and snarl, "Ungodly heathen," as defiantly as your trembling voice allows. The Dane hesitates, momentarily surprised by your boldness. That's when a thrown axe whirls out of the smoky air and buries itself in his back. The Viking's eyes bulge, he topples forward and crashes at your feet. Through swimming vision, you perceive Lord Alfred's red dragon banner suddenly amidst the melee. Saxon warriors pour into the church through the shattered doorway, yelling war cries of Wessex. Reinforcements. By some miracle, they arrived in time. The remaining Vikings, caught by surprise, falter and then break under the fresh assault. "Drive them out!" a familiar voice, your cousin Cuthbert's, bellows over the din. Within moments, the Northmen are fleeing back the way they came, cut down as they scramble through the doors. It's over. We have defeated them. You slump against the altar, vision blurred with tears of relief and pain. Despite all the odds, you have managed to survive this terrifying dawn. Alive, you slide down to sit on the blood-slick floor. All around are mingled sobs of joy and mourning. Victory at dreadful cost. Cuthbert rushes to your side and presses a cloth to your bleeding wound. "Hold on, cousin," he urges. You manage a faint smile. Outside, the Viking war horn sounds a retreat. Alfred's men shout in triumph atop the battered walls. Your town still stands. Despite being battered, burned, and littered with the dead, your town remains unconquered. As Cuthbert helps you to your feet, you gaze over the carnage inside the church and feel both grief and gratitude. The Danes will return, you know they will, and more blood will be shed. But not today. Today, by the grace of God, you have witnessed the impossible. The enormous Viking army in flight. You have survived a Viking raid, scarred, exhausted, half in shock, but alive. The final scenario in the aftermath, Enslaved, takes place in the 9th century. You awaken before dawn to the tug of the iron collar around your neck. You begin yet another day in servitude. Slowly you push yourself up from the straw on the firm clay floor of the barn. Every muscle aches. Years of back-breaking toil under the Norsemen have left your body knotted with pain. You move carefully so as not to rattle the short chain attached to your collar. The household still sleeps, and you dare not wake your masters. Grey, pre-dawn light seeps in through the wooden slats. You're a thrall, a slave in this Viking farming village far from your homeland. The cold iron ring riveted around your throat is the permanent mark of your bondage. Reaching up, you touch the metal collar and remember the day it was forged in place by your captors. Your hair is raggedly shorn, cut short as another sign of your servitude. Once you were a proud, free person with a family, land and hope for the future. Now you are property. Outside, roosters begin to crow. Your heart jumps. You must be at your chores before the Norse household awakens, or risk a beating. You shuffle out of the barn on bare feet. The morning air is damp and chill. As you hurry across the yard toward the well, two dark shapes suddenly sprint toward you, the guard dogs. You freeze, eyes down, and extend your empty hands. The dogs sniff and circle, then trot away. They recognize your scent by now. Still, your pulse races. You've seen those hounds tear into runaway slaves before. By first light, you're hauling water from the well to the longhouse. The routine of labour gives you a fragile sense of order. You fill the trough for the livestock one bucket at a time. Next you lug armfuls of firewood inside to rekindle the hearth. Your hands are a landscape of scars, burns and calluses. Hard work has become your only constant. At times, you almost forget there was ever a life before it. Almost. While gathering kindling, you catch sight of your reflection in a puddle outside the kitchen shed. A gaunt, hollow-eyed face stares back, barely recognisable as you. Unbidden, memories flood in. You see the day of your village's fall, flaming roofs, screaming loved ones, and sword-wielding figures storming through the chaos. Your knees buckle, and you grip the shed wall to steady yourself. Last night was the same as every night, haunted by nightmares of the raid. You relive the moment you were spared, if this existence can be called being spared, the moment a Viking shoved you into a chain instead of cutting you down. Awake, you can push these thoughts aside while you labour, but in sleep you see your family's faces again. You hear your little son's cry as the Northmen drag him from your arms. You smell the blood and smoke. A sharp voice jolts you from your reverie. "Get moving, thrall," snaps Astrid, the farmer's wife, emerging from the longhouse with a clay pitcher. You cringe and lower your gaze. "Yes, mistress," you respond in Norse. Scurrying to hold the door open for her, she shoves the pitcher into your hands. "Fetch fresh water and be quick," she growls. You bow your head and rush back to the well, clutching the pitcher tightly to hide the tremor in your fingers. Even after 5 years of slavery, that tone of contempt still burns as hot as ever. Tears prick your eyes as you wind the well rope. You blink them away fiercely. A thrall's life depends on his master's goodwill. You've learned to show no hint of anger or grief, but inside your soul roils. Drawing up the heavy bucket, you mouth a silent prayer in your native tongue. To God? Are you praying to the old gods? You're no longer sure. You pray for strength to endure this living death, or the mercy of a quicker end. The sun crests the horizon, golden light spilling over the farm. You pause a moment, squinting toward the eastern glow. In your old life, sunrise meant warmth and promise. Now it just marks another day of chains. Still feeling the sun's rays on your face revives something in you, a distant memory of freedom. For a heartbeat, you recall walking your fields at dawn, your little boy on your shoulders. The ache of loss nearly doubles you over. A bitter truth sears your mind. The person you had died on the day of the Viking raid. A distant laugh from the longhouse shakes you back to reality. Your masters are awake. Shoulders hunched, you hoist the pitcher and hurry to serve them. As you shuffle inside to pour Astrid's morning ale, she wrinkles her nose. "You stink of sweat," she says, waving you off. "When you're done here, wash yourself. I won't have guests smelling a filthy thrall." You nod obediently and retreat. Shame creeps over you, but also a spark of something else. Indignation. Filthy? You spend hours each day scrubbing their floors and laundering their clothes. When would you even wash yourself? But you swallow the retort. A thrall with pride is a thrall with a death wish. Outside, you dutifully ladle water over your body at the trough. The icy splash makes you shiver. You stare down at the muddy ground and realise you feel nothing. None of the fire that once filled your heart. The Vikings took everything from you. They even took the person you used to be. In his place stands this empty shell performing tasks on command. Perhaps it would have been better to have died fighting like so many others. Perhaps you are the unlucky one for surviving. Hot tears well up and fall into the dirt. You allow yourself a few ragged breaths of sorrow under the morning sun, which by now hangs bright in the sky. Then you inhale, wipe your eyes, and gather the buckets for the next chore. As you hoist the yoke onto your shoulders, you catch a glimpse of the distant sea glittering beyond the cliffs. For one moment, a flicker of resolve cuts through your despair. One day, you think, one day I'll be free again. The thought is gone almost before it formed, chased away by years of brutal reality, but it lingers in your chest like an ember under ash. A harsh shout from the smokehouse jolts you back to duty. You lower your head and carry on with your burdens in the yard. This is your world now. Fear, toil and memories that hurt more than any whip. In a way, your captors did not spare your life at all, they simply claimed it. And so you labour on, a survivor in the Vikings' wake, living day to day in a fate worse than death. Helen Keller began her life against a backdrop of Reconstruction-era Alabama, a place where social norms were frayed and family legacies weighed heavily on each new generation. Born on June 27, 1880, in Tuscumbia, she was part of a region still grappling with the aftermath of the Civil War. Her father, Arthur Keller, had served as a Confederate officer, and though the war was over, its echoes shaped the household's underlying sense of pride and anxiety. From the start, Helen's life was bound by both the contradictions of her time and a family quietly nursing unspoken wounds of history. Her earliest memories were, of course, coloured by a devastating change that came when she was just a toddler. Sometime before she turned 2, an unidentified illness, often described as brain fever, robbed her of sight and hearing. In many retellings, this moment is painted as a heart-rending tragedy, yet for Helen herself, it was a shift in perception. She never spoke of it in purely sorrowful terms later in life, perhaps because she was too young to fully process what she had lost. In essence, the deprivation of 2 key senses simply rearranged her experience of the world. The Keller family, on the other hand, was plunged into a haze of uncertainty, forced to adapt in ways they were hardly prepared for. The household was a swirl of tension. A child with no means of communication, save for raw gestures and the occasional shriek, tested everyone's limits. Helen's mother, Kate, wrestled with both heartbreak and determination, searching frantically for some method to reach her daughter. The era offered little guidance. Doctors gave vague, sometimes contradictory advice. Neighbours whispered about God's will or nature's cruelty. Many believed that being both deaf and blind was a lifelong sentence of isolation. Yet Kate Keller refused to surrender to that conventional wisdom and began a tireless journey that would eventually take her to experts in distant cities. Within the walls of Ivy Green, the family's homestead, Helen's days were filled with tactile explorations. She felt the sun in the courtyard, the rough bark of trees near the garden, and the lingering vibrations of household chores. She could sense footsteps' vibrations on wooden floors and followed faint scents in the breeze to understand who was nearby. Though it sounds romantic to modern ears, To young Helen, it was purely survival. She used every tool she had: taste, touch, smell, the delicate tremors of movement, and discovered how to navigate a chaotic environment. Still, such adaptation wasn't enough to give her a vocabulary or a means of expression beyond basic wants. She would throw tantrums to convey frustration, grabbing at objects she desired or wailing at moments of confusion. Her parents walked on eggshells, never knowing when their daughter's frustration might explode into yet another outburst. Occasionally, distant visitors from the family's circle of acquaintances arrived, but few had hope for Helen's future. One or two suggested asylums, most simply stared, polite smiles masking pity. These moments of external doubt only spurred Kate Keller to keep searching. Perhaps the less talked about aspect of Helen's early life is how her father and extended relatives perceived her condition. While some recounted that Arthur Keller doted on his daughter, more nuanced family letters indicate a father caught between love and a certain resignation. He harboured paternal hopes, but also carried the baggage of his sense of masculinity. He was an ex-soldier, a newspaper man, a man who prided himself on discipline. He struggled to reconcile his own sense of masculinity with the demands of a disabled daughter, whose needs he struggled to meet. Family lore points to occasional rifts between Arthur and Kate regarding what next steps to take. What rarely gets mentioned in simplified biographies is the emotional terrain they navigated, the nights of hushed debates, the fleeting moments where blame seeped in. In these formative years, Helen became a puzzle to many, and she likely felt her sense of disconnection. She was aware of other people's presence in the house, but had no structured way to relate to them. She had glimpses of old social cues, laughter without understanding what triggered it, scolding tones with no context for her wrongdoing. Every day stretched like an unsolvable riddle. The present was not a tidily packaged sad prologue, but an emotionally complex time, a swirling mix of curiosity, friction, and fleeting moments of joy. Among the lesser-known anecdotes is the story of how Helen once attempted to mimic the actions of someone reading a newspaper. She had felt the crisp pages and sensed her father's engagement with the words. With no framework for reading, she simply crumpled pages in her hands, straining to extract meaning from the tangles of paper. These silent acts of longing spoke of a mind desperate to connect and share in what everyone else seemed to experience so naturally. The tragedy was not simply her lack of senses, but her isolation within a household unsure of how to decode her yearnings. Despite this gloomy vantage, seeds of determination were embedded in these early years. Helen did not wilt into passive acceptance. Instead, she poured at the mysteries around her, employing every sense left at her disposal. It was raw, unrefined perseverance. Kate Keller, fueled by maternal resolve, carried on her quest to find someone, anyone, who could unlock her daughter's tilatwut, sightless world. The combination of a stubborn child and a mother determined to persevere paved the way for a significant transformation that would eventually become legendary. In time, that shift would arrive, and the name Helen Keller would be uttered across the globe in awe and admiration. But as we shall see, the full story was never as tidy as popular lore would have it. Anne Sullivan stepped onto the scene in 1887 as a slender, serious-minded young woman with her litany of difficulties. A product of poverty, with limited sight herself, Sullivan had recently graduated from Perkins School for the Blind. Many accounts portray her as a saintly figure with near-miraculous teaching powers. Yet, if we peel away the veneer of hero worship, we find a fiercely practical individual who approached Helen not merely with compassion but with a no-nonsense determination. She did not see a pitiable child but a human being aching to connect, and she was well aware that her struggles, from an impoverished childhood to surgeries that had partially restored her vision, armed her with empathy for Helen's condition in ways a more privileged teacher might never grasp. Their introduction didn't spark instant harmony. The Kellers were sceptical about a single young woman's ability to manage their turbulent daughter. Helen herself was accustomed to controlling the household through tantrums. During the initial week, the teacher and the student engaged in a fierce battle that could have resulted in catastrophe if Anne had given in. Instead, Sullivan insisted on establishing boundaries. She famously demanded to stay alone with Helen in a small cottage on the estate, away from indulgent family members, so that real instruction could begin. It is often recounted that Helen's breakthrough came at the water pump, where Sullivan spelled W-A-T-E-R into Helen's palm as water rushed over her other hand. Stage and screen have replicated that scene to the point of cliché. However, the dramatic flash of realization Helen felt wasn't a single moment in isolation. It was part of a chain reaction. Sullivan had been systematically spelling words into Helen's hand for weeks, patiently associating objects with finger-spelled letters. The water pump incident was simply the tipping point when Helen at last understood that everything around her had a label, that language itself was possible, and that she was not trapped in some private bubble, but living in a shared, nameable reality. Less celebrated moments peppered this learning journey. For instance, Anne would demonstrate the concept of cool by pressing Helen's hand to a windowpane on a chilly day. She illustrated soft by letting Helen stroke the fur of a nearby cat, and then spelled the corresponding letters. It wasn't about memorizing discrete items, it was about teaching a conceptual framework of the world. Helen began to realise that there was a logic to everything she touched, that each texture and object had its identity, and that these identities could be conveyed through symbolic letters traced onto her hand. The social dimension of this breakthrough is perhaps the most profound. Before Anne arrived, Helen had been a solitary figure in a family that couldn't truly speak her language. Suddenly, an entire universe of relationships opened up. She could inquire, albeit at a basic level, about what her mother was doing in the kitchen. She could express frustration in ways that might be understood, rather than erupting in physical outbursts. The blossoming of Helen's curiosity was immediate and intense. She demanded the names of everything: furniture, cutlery, flowers, the horse in the stable, and even more abstract terms like love. Indeed, the lesson on love was pivotal, how to convey an intangible concept to a child who had thus far only learned words anchored to physical things. Anne tried to explain that you can feel the warmth of love just as you can feel the warmth of the sun, even though you cannot hold it in your hand. The struggle to grasp intangible ideas would shape Helen's future explorations of philosophy, religion, and ethics. Yet the real significance goes beyond the novelty of a once silent child learning to communicate. Helen's transformation signalled a subtle rearrangement of the household's dynamics. The friction between teacher and parents over discipline, for instance, highlights how Anne stood firm in not treating Helen as a fragile curiosity. She insisted on correcting Helen when she made mistakes and guiding her towards self-reliance. Those who witnessed Anne's methods might have called her strict, perhaps even harsh at times. But the results were undeniable. Helen was evolving from a wild, misunderstood child into a student who recognised there were rules, processes, and consequences in life. An intriguing anecdote rarely highlighted is how Helen would sometimes mimic the attitudes or behaviours of Anne herself. Because so much of Helen's learning was through touch, she picked up on subtle cues like Anne's posture or even the way Anne's face set in determination. It was as if Helen, by constantly holding onto Anne's hand, was also absorbing her teacher's worldview. The two grew interdependent. Anne found a renewed sense of purpose and fought her insecurities through Helen's progress, while Helen drew mental nourishment and discipline from Anne's guidance. This era, therefore, marked the dawn of Helen Keller's social and intellectual awakening. She quickly surpassed the rudimentary fingerspelling lessons and delved into Braille, then speech lessons, and eventually more advanced academic pursuits. But the foundation wasn't just scholastic, it was relational. The bond between Anne Sullivan and Helen Keller formed the emotional matrix that made further education possible. Without Sullivan's firm hand and shared battle-scarred empathy, Helen might never have discovered the unstoppable curiosity that came to define her. By the time Helen reached her adolescence, her thirst for knowledge had surpassed the capacity of anyone in her immediate circle to predict. She devoured each lesson like a person parched for water. It wasn't just about reading or writing, she seemed driven to understand the machinery of the world. She became fascinated by the ways different people navigated life, and she asked endless questions about concepts that most teenagers rarely pondered: philosophical puzzles, the nature of ethics, why wars happened, and what it meant to be just in an unjust society. Her formal education became a patchwork of experiences. Although Helen studied at the Perkins School for the Blind for a while, and later at the Wright Humason School for the Deaf, her mainstay remained Anne Sullivan's tireless instruction. Eventually, the two set their sights on something even more ambitious: preparing Helen for college. At a time when few women pursued higher education, let alone women with multiple sensory disabilities, this ambition was close to revolutionary. This necessitated the creation of new pathways in adaptive instruction, as Anne had to constantly innovate by converting textbooks into Braille, spelling out lectures, and accompanying Helen to classes. Their collaboration blurred the lines of teacher, translator, and companion in ways uncharted by conventional educational practices. During this time, an oft-overlooked aspect of Helen's development was her emotional blossoming. She wasn't merely an academic machine, she navigated the usual teenage swirl of insecurities, mild rebellions, and curiosity about romance and friendship. Family letters, rarely cited in popular biographies, reveal that Helen wanted to understand how relationships worked, why people courted, how love flourished and sometimes fizzled, and the role of marriage in a woman's life. She read voraciously, exploring everything from Shakespearean sonnets to newly published novels, gleaning insights into the emotional tapestry of human relationships. One particularly striking incident revolves around Helen's experiment with speech. After mastering fingerspelling and Braille, she yearned to communicate verbally. Speech lessons for the deaf-blind were still rudimentary, and progress could be excruciatingly slow. Under the guidance of Sarah Fuller at the Horseman School for the Deaf, Helen spent hours positioning her lips and tongue to replicate sounds she could not hear. She placed her sensitive fingertips on her teacher's face to feel the vibrations of spoken words. Over months of painstaking effort, she managed to form spoken phrases that were intelligible to those who knew her well. But the triumph was bittersweet. Her speech would never be as fluid or comprehensible to strangers, and it required relentless practice to maintain. Yet, in typical Helen fashion, she refused to see this limitation as defeat. It was merely another dimension of communication to explore. Socially, these teenage years also brought Helen under the spotlight in ways both thrilling and uncomfortable. The media caught wind of a miracle child who was deaf and blind, yet flourishing academically. Journalists occasionally visited to watch her articulate a few words or to see her read entire passages in Braille. Some articles were sympathetic marvels, others bordered on the sensational, depicting Helen as a curiosity or wonder. The term wonder child, in fact, appeared so frequently that Helen later expressed mixed feelings about it. She feared it reduced her to an oddity, rather than recognizing her as a young woman with complex intellect and emotions. However, the publicity had its advantages. It introduced Helen to networks of educators, philanthropists, and activists who took an interest in her future. She began corresponding with notable intellectuals of the era, forging connections that would seed her later involvement in social activism. Mark Twain was one such figure. He was captivated by her wit and breadth of knowledge, and their letters showed a mutual admiration that transcended her disabilities. In an era when conversation itself was often limited to those within one's immediate circle, Helen was forging relationships across continents, guided by Sullivan's interpreting hands. Not everything was straightforward. By her late teens, Helen grappled with the perennial adolescent tug-of-war, independence versus reliance. Anne Sullivan was both guardian angel and gatekeeper. The closeness they shared sometimes led to friction. Helen wanted more autonomy, some space to make mistakes, to be alone with her thoughts, to test her boundaries. Anne, for her part, recognised that without her intervention, Helen could become overwhelmed in new environments. This tension rarely escalated into open conflict, but it simmered, foreshadowing later complexities in their relationship. One revealing episode took place when Helen visited the ocean for the first time. She eagerly waded beyond her comfort zone, enthralled by the sensation of waves crashing against her body. Anne, worried about Helen's safety, yanked her back. This encounter illuminated the risk inherent in discovering the world through the partial senses. Each new experience was exhilarating to Helen, but her sense of danger was limited by her lack of sight and hearing. Her teacher and companion felt the weight of constant vigilance. It was a dance of trust and caution, exploration and safeguarding, one that would colour Helen's life for decades to come. In many ways, these teenage years were an incubator for the fierce intellect and strong will that the world would come to know. She was no longer the tantrum-prone toddler, nor simply a novelty act. She was a growing scholar and a burgeoning thinker, laying the groundwork for her adult pursuits. Every day, she discovered more about the labyrinth of human experiences, determined to map it out with whatever sensory tools she could muster. The next frontier would be college, A world of lectures, syllabi, social clubs and new ideas that would both excite and challenge her in ways she had yet to imagine. Helen Keller's enrolment at Radcliffe College in 1900 had a profound impact. She was the first deafblind person to undertake a full course of study at one of the nation's most rigorous academic institutions. From the outset, it was clear that neither the college nor her fellow students quite knew what to expect. Though Radcliffe was more progressive than many, the logistics of accommodating Helen's needs were unprecedented. At times, professors struggled to organise their lectures for a student who was unable to see the board or hear their explanations. Fortunately, Helen's unstoppable curiosity and Anne Sullivan's support filled in many gaps. Sullivan attended lectures with her, translating the spoken material into rapid-fire fingerspelling. When the course load proved overwhelming, a small circle of classmates pitched in, helping to transcribe reading assignments into Braille. Still, it was an arduous process. Helen joked privately that it felt like reading everything twice, once in real time as Anne spelled it into her hand, and again in Braille to fully comprehend the text. She also cultivated friendships that challenged her to think beyond the usual limits of a special needs student. Many of her new peers were ambitious young women, eager to discuss literature, art, the suffrage movement, and current events over tea. Helen found herself at the centre of intellectual discourse, no longer a mere curiosity on the fringes. It was during this period that Helen encountered the works of great philosophers, Plato, Spinoza, Kant, and wrestled with abstract concepts in a way that surprised even her instructors. She was particularly taken with Kant's ideas about innate structures of the mind, finding a parallel in her quest to conceptualize the world despite missing two key senses. The result was a unique perspective on knowledge itself. Helen believed, even then, that much of learning came from inside, an internal scaffolding onto which experiences could be attached. When classmates debated the nature of reality or the possibility of knowing truth, Helen's contributions had a resonance that came from living in a realm so different from the norm. Socially, Helen refused to let her disabilities define her interactions. She attended student gatherings, though she relied on interpreters to follow conversations. She tried, however awkwardly, to engage in the typical banter of undergraduates, complaining about heavy workloads, arguing about politics, swapping opinions on novels. Some classmates found it intimidating to speak with her, worried they might say something offensive or fail to communicate properly. Helen, accustomed to these hesitations, frequently introduced herself with sharp humour. She'd eavesdrop on petty gossip by laying her hand on a conversation partner's lips to feel the vibrations of their whispered words, then would interject a witty remark. This approach, though startling at first, earned her a circle of devoted friends who cherished her candour and intelligence. An underexplored angle is how this phase of Helen's life further shaped her political consciousness. Through her coursework and conversations with radical-minded classmates, she became increasingly aware of social inequalities, class struggles, and the limitations placed on women. This environment undoubtedly laid the seeds for her later activism in socialist movements and suffrage campaigns. She no longer simply read about these issues, she encountered them in the flesh. Fellow students worried about tuition, or suffragists protesting in Boston streets, or editorials in newspapers calling for changes in labour laws. Helen was struck by the disparity between the privileged gates of academia and the harsh realities experienced by many outside them. Reading the works of H.G. Wells and other forward-thinking authors who challenged the status quo escalated this tension. She corresponded with some of these writers, forging a network of ideas that far surpassed the typical college pen-pal relationships. Most people know of her friendship with Mark Twain, but fewer realise she also exchanged letters with reformers like Jane Addams, discussing not only disability rights but also broader social reforms. Her identity began to crystallise around the idea that her life was not just about personal triumph, but also about dismantling the obstacles, social, economic and political, that held others back. Amid all these intellectual pursuits, daily life at Radcliffe was still physically exhausting. Helen's health sometimes wavered due to the enormous strain of reading, writing, and deciphering a deluge of new material. Anne Sullivan too felt the pressure. She was effectively auditing the entire curriculum while juggling her role as interpreter, companion and caretaker. The two had to invent coping mechanisms, like scheduling strict breaks to rest Helen's fingers and avoiding marathon reading sessions late into the night. However, neither woman was willing to compromise, and they persevered in pursuit of excellence. By the time Helen graduated with honours in 1904, she had set a precedent that would serve as an inspiration to numerous others. She demonstrated that a deaf-blind individual could excel in a challenging academic setting, provided they had the appropriate reminders and determination. She broadened her philosophical and political perspectives, leaving college with convictions that would soon transform her from a resilient figure into an activist with a distinct purpose. However, it's important to acknowledge that her academic achievements were only one aspect of her evolving character. Underneath the public accolades and personal milestones, Helen was quietly evolving into a thinker with a passionate commitment to justice, forging a path few in her era could have predicted. After completing her formal education, Helen Keller entered the public sphere, serving not only as a symbol but also as a conscience-driven voice. Most mainstream biographies concentrate on her championing of disability rights, which is undeniable. She worked tirelessly to improve Braille systems, broaden educational opportunities, and secure funding for schools serving the visually and hearing impaired. But that's only a fraction of her story. Helen's convictions led her to join the Socialist Party in 1909, at a time when socialism was highly controversial in the United States. She believed that the same forces that marginalised disabled individuals also oppressed workers, immigrants, and women. This stance brought her to the forefront of disputes and political rallies. She wrote letters to newspapers, penned essays in socialist periodicals, and even participated in public events to advocate for fair wages, universal suffrage, and better working conditions. While most people lauded her philanthropic efforts for the blind, her radical politics made some of her admirers deeply uncomfortable. Suddenly, the miracle child was speaking out in favour of labour strikes and critiquing capitalism. Sponsors withdrew support, and newspapers that once hailed her as an American hero now labelled her as misguided or manipulated. Helen remained undeterred. She wrote in one editorial, "I cannot reconcile my admiration of universal equality with the toleration of a system that perpetuates privilege for the few," capturing a moral clarity that resonated among the working classes. In parallel to her political forays, she continued an active schedule of lectures, tours, and fundraisers for the American Foundation for the Blind. Helen travelled extensively, accompanied by Anne Sullivan, who became Anne Sullivan Macy after marrying John Macy. They toured not just the United States, but also ventured internationally, meeting with educators, activists, and even heads of state to advocate for improved conditions for the visually and hearing impaired. In each locale, Helen took note of broader social issues: colonial exploitation, systemic poverty, or the denial of women's voting rights. These observations only fortified her belief that disability rights could not be divorced from the global fight for justice. One lesser-known anecdote involves Helen's visit to Japan in the 1930s. There, she met with scholars and community organisers who were exploring ways to integrate blind workers into the local economy. While she was deeply impressed by aspects of Japanese culture, she also noted the undercurrents of militarism that would soon lead to heightened tensions. In her private diaries, she lamented the seeds of aggression, comparing them to the imperialistic attitudes she had witnessed elsewhere. Such prescient reflections seldom make it into standard retellings, as they don't fit the neat narrative of an inspirational figure, but they reveal a woman engaged with the geopolitical complexities of her time. Her activism wasn't confined to socialist causes. She was a fervent supporter of women's suffrage and later championed birth control, aligning with figures like Margaret Sanger. These stances, too, sparked controversy. Religious groups that had once invited her to speak turned away from her when she supported reproductive rights. Some critics accused her of being ungrateful to the social and religious institutions that had facilitated her education. Yet Helen's sense of justice was holistic, refusing to compartmentalise disability advocacy from broader social reforms. She argued that women, especially those with disabilities, had the right to control their bodies and reproductive choices, a stance that was leagues ahead of its time. Helen's engagement with the eugenics movement of the early 20th century, a stance that reveals her own internal complexities, is another aspect rarely featured in highlight reels. In her youth, she showed some sympathies with eugenic ideas, influenced by the era's scientific and cultural climate. However, with time and further reflection, she distanced herself from these perspectives and advocated a more inclusive view of human potential. This shift was gradual and underscores that Helen Keller was not a static icon, but a person capable of evolving her viewpoints as she absorbed new information and criticisms. Throughout these years, Anne Sullivan remained her closest collaborator, though their relationship had its strains. The strain of constant travelling led to a decline in Anne's health, yet the teacher-pupil bond had evolved far beyond its original form. They were co-conspirators in activism, confidants in personal matters, and mutual sounding boards for each other's moral dilemmas. If friction arose, it was often because Helen's activism demanded a pace that Anne struggled to sustain, or because Anne sometimes worried about the backlash Helen's radical stances invited. But ultimately, they faced the spotlight together. Helen as the unstoppable champion, and Anne as the essential, if often overshadowed, pillar. By the mid-1920s, Helen Keller was no longer just a household name, but a force in civic discourse, challenging norms and expanding the conversation on disability rights, labour conditions, women's liberation, and beyond. Yet in popular imagination, these achievements paled beside the sanitised image of a girl who learned to speak and read. Media outlets and charitable organisations often preferred the simpler tale, finding her radical zeal complicated to market. But Helen pushed on, convinced that an unexamined stance on social issues was a betrayal of her own personal journey. For her, each victory over adversity served as a call to transform society, ensuring that others would not have to endure the same struggles. In the decades following her emergence as a public figure, Helen Keller became something of an international phenomenon. She gave lectures around the globe, always with an interpreter by her side, initially Anne Sullivan, and later Polly Thompson when Anne's health worsened. Large audiences gathered to see how a deaf-blind individual could stand on stage, attempt spoken words, and then communicate more fully through hand signals, braille, or the vibrant expressiveness of her face and body language. Though there was a measure of spectacle in these events, Helen's substance often transcended the curiosity factor. She was unabashed in calling out injustices, whether addressing colonial practices in India or the plight of European refugees fleeing warfare. One memorable tour took her to South America, where she visited schools for the blind in Brazil and Argentina. Unlike some Western travellers of her day, Helen didn't confine herself to upscale reception halls. She insisted on meeting local activists and workers, even venturing into factories and impoverished neighbourhoods to speak with those whose lives rarely intersected with the privileged. While she couldn't hear the noise of machinery or see the cramped living conditions, she felt the vibrations and gleaned details through incessant questioning. She touched the walls, the worn tools, the battered tables, and spelled questions into her companion's hand, refusing to remain insulated from the realities outside the lecture circuits. In each new place, Helen encountered both adoration and a bewilderment. Some officials tried to dissuade her from delving into political matters, hoping she'd stick to safe topics about overcoming adversity. But Helen had outgrown that sanitized script. She understood that her personal story, often trivialized into a feel-good narrative, had the potential to create opportunities, and once those opportunities presented themselves, she did not hesitate to confront oppressive systems. In private diaries, she noted the contradictions. "I am the invited guest, brought here to display my fortitude, yet I see how fortitude might serve us all if we only broadened our sense of responsibility." During these travels, Helen also experienced poignant human connections. In one instance, she met an indigenous leader in Peru who communicated with her through an interpreter, describing the region's social stratification and the exploitation of local resources. Helen, through her interpreter, conveyed solidarity and drew parallels between being marginalised due to disability and being marginalised due to ethnicity or economic status. Such encounters reinforced her core belief that different struggles against oppression shared the same roots. The scope of her activism expanded as World War II loomed. Although Helen had long held pacifist leanings, influenced by her reading of Tolstoy and her own moral convictions, the rise of fascism tested her ideals. She publicly denounced Hitler's regime, condemning its persecution of disabled individuals, among others, and wrote scathing editorials about book burnings that had included her works. Yes, Nazi Germany had burned some of Helen Keller's writings, seeing them as emblematic of degenerate values. Simultaneously, she denounced the idea of forced American isolationism and advocated for international solidarity against tyranny. This stance wasn't universally popular. Some isolationists believed that Helen was meddling in political affairs beyond her scope, but she saw it differently. In a letter, she wrote, "When a state turns upon its most vulnerable, it reveals its moral bankruptcy for all to see. Who better to speak against these actions than someone who knows what it is like to rely on the conscience of society? Despite the rigorous travel and public engagements, Helen found time to pursue cultural interests. She was fascinated by music, though she could not hear it in the conventional sense. She would place her fingertips on a piano's surface to feel the vibrations, or rest her hand on a singer's throat to sense the changes in pitch. She called it an intimate ballet of my fingers, describing how the tactile impressions formed patterns in her mind, allowing her a unique kind of musical experience. She also became enamoured with world literature, seeking translations in Braille from Russian classics to Japanese poetry. This intellectual breadth often surprised those who expected her to remain confined to topics of disability rights. Another rarely discussed dimension of Helen's journey was her evolving spirituality. Raised in a Christian household, she later explored various philosophical and religious traditions. She read translations of the Bhagavad Gita, delved into the teachings of Emanuel Swedenborg, and even sampled the writings of Islamic scholars. These explorations didn't produce a dramatic conversion story, but rather a composite view of faith. She saw spiritual teachings as a kind of universal language speaking to shared moral imperatives: kindness, justice, humility. This viewpoint steered her toward a more inclusive activism, one that recognised spiritual impulses across cultural barriers. All the while, her personal life was subject to speculation. People wondered if Helen had romantic attachments or yearned for marriage and children. Some whispered rumours about relationships with male companions, journalists, activists, or interpreters. She rarely addressed these speculations publicly. In private correspondence, she alluded to fleeting affections but seemed to prioritise her mission above all else. She once wrote to a friend, "My life is guided by a sense of duty, not a longing for domestication. I find my solace in the broad love of humanity." Whether the statement was a genuine expression of contentment or a protective stance in a world that doubted the sexuality and agency of disabled individuals is open to interpretation. By the end of her global tours, Helen Keller had significantly influenced global affairs, a fact that many were unaware of. She was no longer just an American icon, she was an international advocate, connecting threads of activism, philosophy, and personal determination. The seeds planted during these travels would germinate long after she returned home, setting the stage for the final chapters of her extraordinary life, chapters that reveal both the triumphs by the end of her global tours. Helen Keller had significantly influenced global affairs, a fact that many were unaware of, and a legacy that shapes any human life. Helen Keller's later years often get overshadowed by the recounting of her childhood miracle and her global tours, but they were marked by both measured tranquility and relentless engagement with causes she deemed vital. As Anne Sullivan's health declined and eventually led to her passing in 1936, Helen faced a profound personal loss. Anne had been her teacher, translator, confidant, and, most importantly, a steadfast ally in all her endeavours. Although Polly Thompson and later Winnie Corbally assisted Helen, none could replace the nearly mythical bond she shared with Anne. In private letters, Helen described feeling like a part of her had gone silent. Yet even amid this grief, she pressed on, translating sorrow into continued activism and public service. She intensified her outreach to injured veterans during World War II, as many of them returned from the front lines with newfound disabilities. She visited hospitals, showcasing how Braille and other adaptive methods could provide access to education and employment opportunities. For these men, witnessing Helen Keller, a figure known worldwide for transcending sensory barriers, offered tangible hope. She didn't sugarcoat the challenges. Instead, she conveyed the message that resilience was a discipline, something cultivated through consistent, determined effort bolstered by supportive communities. By this point, her anti-fascist stance was unequivocal, and she frequently linked the fight against oppression abroad to the fight for equality at home. In the post-war years, Helen remained a champion for disability rights, but she never abandoned her broader social convictions. She supported the burgeoning civil rights movement, drawing parallels between the marginalization of people of colour and that of disabled individuals. She wrote letters to leaders like W.E.B. Du Bois, voicing her unwavering support. And she cited the same moral logic she'd relied on throughout her life, that society cannot claim progress when entire groups are systematically denied basic rights. While she was not as visible in civil rights actions as younger activists, her public statements lent moral weight to the cause. Meanwhile, her personal reflections matured. In a series of essays, she lamented the ways her socialist views had been either ignored or glossed over by organisations eager to use her image for fundraising. She recognised that she'd become a symbol, often an inspirational one, yes, but also a convenient caricature that overshadowed her nuanced political beliefs. She wrote, "The world likes to see a triumph, but it becomes uneasy when that triumph calls for a radical shift in consciousness." These essays never garnered the attention of her earlier achievements, partly because they challenged readers to confront deep-seated prejudices about both disability and class. As she moved into her 70s, Helen's pace slowed somewhat, though she refused to slip quietly into retirement. She still travelled across the United States, visiting schools for the blind, giving lectures at universities, and meeting public figures who sought her endorsement. Hollywood occasionally came calling, wanting to dramatise her life for the umpteenth time. Despite her appreciation for the renewed interest, she was cautious about repetitive storytelling that reduced her to a mere child at the water pump. She often insisted that any portrayal include her advocacy work and her worldview, though producers weren't always receptive. She also kept she was writing, producing articles, letters and reflections that hammered home her belief in humanity's interconnected destiny. Helen's passing on June 1st, 1968, brought tributes from around the globe. Obituaries lauded her as the miracle worker's miracle, a phrase that, while meant to honour her, only reinforced the simplistic narrative she had wrestled with all her life. Yet behind the public memorials, there was a rippling acknowledgement that Helen Keller had been far more than a figure of pity or even of personal triumph. She had been a thinker, an activist, a woman of conviction whose reach extended into issues of class struggle, international peace, women's rights and racial justice. In the decades since her death, historians and activists have laboured to resurrect the parts of Helen's story that mainstream culture brushed aside. New scholarship highlights her political essays, her critiques of capitalism, her commitment to civil rights, and even her flirtations with various global philosophies. Disability rights advocates often point to her as an early champion, who recognised that the fight for equal education and social inclusion was fundamentally linked to broader societal reform. While some might still cling to the hagiographic tale of a little girl saved by a saintly teacher, an increasing number of people have come to appreciate the full tapestry of her life, nuanced, sometimes contradictory, but always deeply engaged with the moral imperatives of her era. Helen Keller wasn't just the child at the pump or the smiling woman on stage demonstrating how she spoke. She was an impassioned, imperfect, evolving figure whose challenges didn't simply end when she learned her first word. That victory merely marked the beginning of a lifetime of struggles, fights for her personal self-expression and for a society that valued all forms of existence and potential. Helen Keller's legacy surpasses the common belief that one can achieve anything through hard work. It reaches toward a more profound truth. Empathy for others, combined with the courage to challenge injustice, can reshape how society understands both its strengths and its responsibilities. In this light, Helen Keller stands not merely as a testament to perseverance, but as a clarion call for any generation that seeks to reconcile the gulf between lofty ideals and real-world inequalities. She reminds us that what begins as a personal struggle can flower into a collective cause, a cause that demands continuous effort, relentless curiosity, and above all, unwavering humanity. Picture yourself settling into the evening warmth of your shelter 30,000 years ago. The fire crackles softly beside you, casting dancing shadows on stone walls that have become more familiar than any home you've ever known. Outside, the wind carries a different song than it did in your grandfather's time, sharper, colder, with an edge that speaks of changes your people are still learning to understand. You weren't born when the world began its slow slide toward endless winter. Your grandmother used to tell stories of forests that stretched beyond the horizon, of berries so abundant they stained your fingers purple for days, and of rivers that never wore their crystal armour of ice. Those tales felt like dreams, warm and impossible, told around fires that seemed smaller each passing season. The change didn't announce itself with fanfare. Nature rarely does. Instead, it whispered its intentions through subtle signs that took generations to decode. Winters stretched a little longer. Spring arrived with hesitant steps. The great herds began their migrations earlier, then later, along paths that made no sense to hunters who had followed the same routes for countless seasons. Your people adapted the way humans always have, not with grand gestures, but with 1,000 small adjustments that felt natural at the time. When the familiar berry bushes failed to thrive, you learned which bark could be chewed for sustenance. When the streams began freezing solid, you discovered that certain stones, when heated by the fire, could be wrapped in hide and tucked against your body to ward off the bone-deep cold that crept in during the longest nights. The mammoths, those walking mountains of fur and wisdom, became your unwitting teachers. You watched them strip bark from trees with their enormous trunks and learned which varieties held the most nutrition. You observed how they used their tusks to dig through snow to reach the hardy grasses beneath, and copied their technique with your tools, crude but effective. But perhaps the most important lesson came from watching how they moved together. Never alone, always in their family groups, sharing warmth, sharing knowledge, and sharing the burden of survival. Your people had always been social creatures, but the growing cold taught you that cooperation wasn't just pleasant, it was essential. The caves you called home grew more crowded, but also more warm. Bodies pressed together meant sharing heat, stories, and hope. The elders, once content to sit apart in quiet contemplation, became the keepers of crucial knowledge. They remembered which plants could be dried and stored, which animal behaviours predicted harsh weather, and which techniques worked best for preserving meat when hunting was beneficial. You learned to read the sky with new eyes. Cloud formations that once simply promised rain now held messages about the severity of coming storms. The way snow fell, thick and wet or fine and stinging, told you whether to venture out for supplies or hunker down for days. Even the behaviour of small creatures became a language you needed to understand. When the hardy ground squirrels disappeared deeper into their burrows, you knew to do the same. The fire never went out. That became your tribe's most sacred rule, more important than any ceremony or tradition. Someone always watched the flames, fed them carefully hoarded fuel, and protected them from wind and rain, and the 1,000 things that could steal away your lifeline to warmth and light. The firekeepers developed an almost mystical understanding of wood and tinder, knowing instinctively which materials would burn longest, which would provide the most heat, and which could be coaxed into flame even when damp. As you lay here listening to the eternal conversation between flame and fuel, you can almost sense the generations of your ancestors who sat in similar spots, watched similar fires, and made daily decisions that determined whether they would see another sunrise or succumb to the cold. Their wisdom flows through you like warmth from the hearth, an inheritance more precious than any material treasure. Morning arrives with the particular silence that only deep snow can create. You wake to a world muffled and transformed, where familiar landmarks hide beneath white blankets, and every step outside requires careful consideration. This is your daily puzzle now, reading the landscape that changes overnight, learning to see opportunity where others might see only obstacle. Your feet have grown wise over the years, knowing without looking where the hidden rocks create solid footing, and where the snow might give way to reveal a twisted ankle or worse. You've learned to trust the subtle messages your body sends, the way your breathing changes in different kinds of cold, how your skin tingles when the air holds the promise of more snow, and the particular ache in your joints that means the weather will shift before nightfall. The hunting has changed, becoming more of a chess game than a chase. The large prey animals have developed their own survival strategies, clustering in sheltered valleys, growing thicker coats, and becoming more wary and difficult to approach. But you've noticed something interesting. They're also becoming more predictable in some ways. Desperation creates patterns, and trends create opportunities for those patient enough to observe and learn. You've found that tracking in snow presents both advantages and challenges compared to the mud during warmer seasons. The prints tell clearer stories, how long ago the creature passed, whether it was healthy or struggling, and whether it was alone or part of a group. However, snow also deceives, shifting and drifting, concealing tracks or generating false ones as wind patterns manipulate the accumulated powder. The smaller prey has become your specialty. Rabbits, ptarmigan, and the occasional beaver, when you can find open water, are creatures that might have gone unnoticed in times of plenty, but now represent the difference between a successful day and an empty belly. You've learned to think like them, to understand how they move through their frozen world, where they shelter, and what drives them from safety into the open where patient hunters wait. Ice fishing has become an art form in your tribe. The elders teach youngsters to read the ice like a book, where it's thick enough to support a person's weight, where the fish gather in the deeper pockets that don't freeze solid, and how to cut holes without creating dangerous weaknesses in the surface. There's a meditative quality to sitting beside these holes, wrapped in furs, waiting for the subtle tug that means dinner. But perhaps the most crucial skill you've developed is the ability to recognise what you call gift days. Those unexpected breaks in the weather when the sun shines with almost forgotten warmth, when the wind dies down to a whisper, when the world briefly remembers what kindness feels like. These days are precious beyond measure, opportunities to venture farther from shelter, check trap lines, and gather the last stubborn berries that somehow survived the latest freeze. On gift days, you can almost pretend that this endless winter might be temporary, that somewhere beyond the horizon, the world still holds green places where life continues in the old ways. But you've grown too wise to let such thoughts linger long. Hope is useful, but only when balanced with realistic preparation for what tomorrow might bring. The night sky has become your calendar and compass. With so many landmarks buried under snow, navigation relies more heavily on the stars that shine with crystalline clarity through the cold, thin air. You've learned constellations your grandmother never needed to know, and seasonal patterns that help track the slow passage of time when each day blends into the next in an endless cycle of survival tasks. Your hands have become tools as specialised as any carved implement. Your fingers can detect the difference between snow that will compact into building material and snow that will only frustrate construction efforts. Your palms can gauge the heat radiating from stones around the fire, knowing precisely when they're ready to be wrapped and used for warming beds or drying damp clothing. The rhythm of your days has settled into patterns that would seem monotonous to someone from easier times, but you've learned to find subtle variations that keep life exciting. The way morning light hits the ice formations outside your shelter changes daily, creating a natural artwork that costs nothing to enjoy. The sounds your fellow tribe members make as they go about their tasks become a familiar symphony that speaks of safety and community. Even your dreams have adapted to this frozen world, filled with images of warmth and abundance that feel less like memories and more like promises, visions of a future when the ice retreats and the world remembers how to be green again. You've become a master of the almost good enough, the nearly perfect solution, and the creative workaround that turns potential disaster into minor inconvenience. Every morning, just like every other, presents a small crisis that requires resolution, using whatever materials are readily available within your shelter's reach. Today's challenge: the binding on your best winter boot has finally given up, worn through by countless miles of walking on surfaces that would have destroyed footwear in days rather than seasons, back when replacement materials were easily found. But replacement isn't really the right word anymore. Nothing gets replaced. Everything gets repaired, repurposed, and reimagined into something that serves the same function, more or less for a little while longer. You evaluate your options with the expertise of someone who has tackled similar issues numerous times. The leather strips you've been saving might work, but they're earmarked for a repair to the shelter's door covering that becomes more urgent with each windstorm. The sinew from last week's successful hunt is already spoken for. Promise to reinforce the handles on tools that can't afford to fail at crucial moments. Then you remember the inner bark technique one of the elders demonstrated last autumn, back when such knowledge felt like intriguing trivia rather than essential survival skills. Certain trees, even in their winter dormancy, hold flexible fibres just beneath their outer bark. Finding the right tree means a cold walk through snow that comes up to your thighs, but the alternative is spending the rest of winter with inadequate footwear, which isn't really an alternative at all. The expedition becomes an opportunity to check the trap lines you set 3 days ago, a hopeful exercise that pays off more often than you might expect. Small creatures continue to move through their frozen world, following needs and instincts that make them predictable to anyone who has learned to think like prey rather than predator. You find evidence of activity, tracks that speak of desperate hunger overcoming natural caution, the kind of desperation that drives animals into situations they would normally avoid. This knowledge feels like holding a secret, understanding something about how survival changes behaviour in ways that can be anticipated and used. The bark harvesting requires patience and technique that would have baffled your younger self. If you are overly aggressive, you risk damaging the tree beyond its capacity to recover when the warmer weather returns. If you are overly cautious, you may not obtain sufficient material to justify the effort. The balance point exists in that narrow space between waste and want, the place where most of your decisions live these days. Back at the shelter, the work of preparation begins. We must process, soften, and braid the bark to make it sturdy enough to withstand another season of rigorous use. Your hands know this work intimately now, fingers moving with practiced efficiency, while your mind wanders to other problems that need solving. The food stores require constant attention and creative management. What seemed like adequate supplies when the snow began to fall now need to be stretched further than originally planned. You've learned to make soup from ingredients that would have been discarded in easier times, bones boiled until they release every possible nutrient, vegetation that provides bulk if not flavour, and combinations that work better than their individual components suggest they should. But perhaps the most important thing you've learned is how to turn scarcity into a kind of game. Discovering innovative methods to utilise well-known materials turns into a challenging task that is rewarding in its own right. Creating comfort from unlikely sources develops into a skill set that makes you valuable to your community in ways that go beyond simple survival. The evening fire becomes your workshop, a place where damaged items get evaluated for repair potential, where materials get sorted and assessed for future projects, and where the day's small victories get shared with others who understand the satisfaction of making something work when it really shouldn't. Your fellow tribe members have developed their own specialties born from necessity. One member of your tribe discovered how to make glue from fish bones and tree sap. One individual has mastered the art of weaving grass into waterproof containers. The individual who learned to predict weather changes by watching how the smoke from your fire behaves in different atmospheric conditions. These skills create a web of interdependence that makes everyone more secure. When your boot repair technique works perfectly, others learn from watching. When someone else solves a problem you've been struggling with, the knowledge becomes shared property, part of the collective wisdom that keeps the group alive. The satisfaction that comes from successful improvisation feels different from any pleasure you experienced in easier times. It's deeper, more fundamental, tied to the basic animal pleasure of continued existence. Each small solution builds confidence for facing the next challenge, creating a foundation of competence that makes even serious problems feel manageable. Tonight, as you test your repaired boot and find it solid, flexible, and ready for whatever tomorrow's journey demands, you realise that this forced creativity has changed you in ways that go beyond simple skill acquisition. You see possibilities where others might see only problems and opportunities where others notice only obstacles. The morning you wake to find the valley empty of the great caribou herd hits like a physical blow to your stomach. For 6 seasons, their migration through your territory had been as reliable as sunrise, providing meat, hide, bone, and antler. Essentially everything your people needed to survive another harsh winter cycle. But nature, as you've learned repeatedly, makes no promises about consistency. Standing at the edge of what had been their feeding ground, you read the story written in disturbed snow and scattered droppings. They were here 3 days ago, maybe 4. Then something. Weather pattern, predator pressure, or simply some instinct bred into them over thousands of years, convinced them to alter a route that had seemed permanent as the mountains themselves. Your tracking party spreads out, looking for clues about which direction they chose, but the recent snowfall has obscured most signs. What remains tells a story of sudden decision, rapid movement, animals following leaders who seem to know something about coming conditions that human observers missed entirely. The implications settle over your group like cold fog. Winter still has months to run, and the stored supplies that seemed adequate when supplemented by predictable hunting now look disturbingly insufficient. This is the kind of crisis that separates surviving tribes from those that become cautionary tales told around other people's fires. But panic serves no purpose, and your people have faced resource crises before. The discussion that evening around the fire focuses on practical alternatives, immediate adjustments that can be implemented while longer-term solutions develop. Rationing becomes more strict, but not desperately so. Not yet. Hunting parties will range further, follow different patterns, target prey that requires different techniques but might be more reliable. You remember stories from your grandfather about the winter when the salmon failed to run. forcing his people to develop fishing techniques for species they had previously ignored. The winter when a rockslide blocked access to their primary gathering grounds, leading to the discovery of new food sources in previously unexplored territory. Crisis in these stories often became the mother of innovation. The small game hunting intensifies, becomes more systematic and scientific. Every member of the hunting party develops expertise in reading the subtle signs that indicate where rabbits shelter during storms, how ptarmigan move between feeding and roosting areas, which valleys provide protection for the hardy creatures that don't migrate away from winter's worst conditions. Your trap lines multiply and become more sophisticated. What started as simple snares evolve into complex systems that funnel prey toward capture points, that trigger automatically when animals pass through, that remain effective even when snow conditions change dramatically. The engineering challenges become puzzles worth solving for their own sake, mental exercises that keep minds sharp during the long dark months. Ice fishing transforms from an occasional supplement to a primary protein source. The techniques that seemed exotic when fish were merely a pleasant addition to abundant meat now become essential survival skills. Every adult learns to read ice conditions, to find the spots where fish gather in winter, and to construct and maintain the tools necessary for consistent success. But perhaps the most important change is psychological. The loss of the expected herd forces everyone to stop thinking like people who live in a world of reliable abundance and start thinking like inhabitants of a place where resources are always questionable, where backup plans need backup plans, and where flexibility matters more than efficiency. The children adapt fastest, as children always do. They turn the new hunting techniques into games, compete to see who can spot the most promising trap locations, and treat the challenge of finding food in an apparently empty landscape as an adventure rather than a crisis. Their enthusiasm becomes infectious, reminding the adults that innovation can be fun even when motivated by necessity. New alliances form with neighbouring groups. Information about game movements becomes currency traded for access to different hunting territories, knowledge about food preservation techniques, and stories about how other tribes have handled similar challenges. Isolation, which might have seemed like safety in easier times, now feels like dangerous vulnerability. The season progresses with a rhythm different from previous winters, less predictable, but somehow more intriguing. Each successful hunt feels like a small victory worth celebrating. Each new technique that proves effective becomes a gift to future generations. Each day that ends with adequate food and fuel for warmth feels like evidence that adaptation works when approached with patience and creativity. You begin to understand that the herd's absence, while initially terrifying, might ultimately make your people stronger. Dependence on any single resource creates vulnerability. Diversification creates resilience. The skills you're developing out of desperate necessity might serve you well even when, if, easier times return. The long nights provide time for planning, for sharing knowledge, and for developing the mental and social strategies that complement the practical techniques of survival. Stories become more than entertainment. They become repositories of wisdom, ways of passing along successful approaches to problems that every generation faces in different forms. By midwinter, the crisis has transformed into a different kind of normal, challenging but manageable, requiring constant attention, but no longer generating the fear that accompanied those first empty mornings in the abandoned valley. February arrives wearing its traditional mask of deception, days that hint at spring's approach, while nights that remind you winter still has teeth. Your people call this the hunger moon, when stored supplies run lowest and hunting becomes most difficult, when the gap between what you have and what you need grows wide enough to keep everyone awake listening to their stomachs argue with their resolve. The morning ritual of inventory has become a meditation on scarcity. You count dried strips of meat that have grown steadily smaller and tougher, examine preserved berries that looked abundant in the autumn but now seem pitifully few, and assess the remaining cache of nuts and seeds that represent your backup plan. Mathematics has never felt so personal or so urgent. But hunger, you've discovered, is not the simple thing you once thought it was. There's the immediate hunger that follows a missed meal, sharp and demanding attention. There's the deeper hunger that comes from weeks of reduced portions, a gnawing companion that colours every decision and makes concentration difficult. And then there's what you've come to think of as smart hunger. The alert awareness that comes when your body begins operating with the heightened efficiency of an organism fighting for survival. Smart hunger sharpens your senses in unexpected ways. Sounds become clearer, smells more distinct, and visual details that would normally escape notice suddenly seem important and worth remembering. Your body learns to extract maximum value from every calorie, allowing it to function effectively on less fuel than you would have thought possible. It's uncomfortable, but it's also oddly educational. The hunting party's success rates have improved dramatically over the past month, but not in ways that would have been predictable earlier. The large game remains scarce and unpredictable, but your understanding of small prey has evolved to an almost supernatural level. You can predict with remarkable accuracy where rabbits will be moving at different times of day, which areas will hold ptarmigan after different weather patterns, and how ice conditions affect fishing success. Your trap lines have become works of art, efficient systems that seem to catch animals almost by magic, but actually work through careful observation of animal behaviour patterns. You've learned to think like prey, to understand how hunger affects decision-making in creatures whose survival depends on avoiding exactly the kind of traps you're setting. The psychological aspects of hunger management become as important as the physical ones. Mood regulation, energy conservation, and maintaining hope when circumstances suggest despair. These skills develop alongside the practical techniques of finding food. The evening gatherings around the fire serve purposes that go beyond sharing warmth and light. They become group therapy sessions where people share strategies for coping with discomfort and techniques for maintaining mental clarity when the body's running on reserves. Food preparation has evolved into high art. Every scrap gets used, every possible nutrient extracted, every meal planned to provide maximum satisfaction from minimum ingredients. Soups that would have seemed thin and inadequate in times of plenty now taste rich and nourishing. Combinations of ingredients that would never have been tried when better options were available turn out to create surprisingly satisfying meals. The children handle the situation with remarkable grace, perhaps because they lack adult memories of easier times for comparison. They approach each meal as adequate rather than insufficient, accept smaller portions as normal rather than hardship, find entertainment in the creative food combinations that necessity produces. Their resilience becomes a source of strength for adults who struggle more with the psychological aspects of scarcity. But perhaps the most remarkable change is how the community is drawn closer together. Shared hardship creates bonds that comfortable times never forge. People who might have had minor conflicts in easier circumstances now focus entirely on mutual support. Individual competitiveness gives way to group cooperation, since everyone understands that the survival of each depends on the survival of all. Information sharing becomes more complete and systematic. Successful hunting techniques get demonstrated and practiced until everyone masters them. Food preservation methods get refined through group experimentation. Even small discoveries, a new plant that can be eaten safely, a different way to prepare familiar ingredients, get communicated quickly throughout the group. The daily routine has adapted to conserve energy while maintaining necessary activities. Movement becomes more economical, with fewer unnecessary trips outside the shelter, more careful planning of essential tasks. Rest periods are scheduled to maximize recovery, work periods organized to use available energy most efficiently. Sleep patterns change in interesting ways. The long nights that once seemed oppressive now feel like opportunities for deep rest that helps the body manage stress and conserve resources. Dreams become more vivid, perhaps because the sleeping mind has fewer distractions from hunger and discomfort. Some people report dreams that seem to provide useful information about finding food or solving practical problems. As the month progresses, you begin to understand that this experience is teaching lessons that go beyond simple survival techniques. You're learning about your own capacity to adapt, about the difference between wants and needs, about how community bonds strengthen under pressure. The hunger moon is revealing strengths you didn't know you possessed, and showing you that humans can function effectively under conditions that once would have seemed impossible to endure. The anticipation of spring takes on meanings that city dwellers could never understand. Becomes a hope so fundamental it feels like prayer. The first sign comes not through sight or sound, but through something deeper. A subtle shift in the quality of light that your winter-trained senses detect before your conscious mind processes what has changed. The snow still falls, the wind still carries its bitter edge, but something in the air whispers of transformation beginning in ways too small to see, but too important to ignore. You notice it first in the behaviour of the small creatures, whose survival depends on reading environmental cues with absolute accuracy. The Arctic foxes seem less desperate in their hunting. moving with a confidence that suggests they sense abundance coming. The ravens, those black-winged prophets of change, gather in larger groups and call to each other in patterns that sound almost celebratory. The ice on the streams begins singing different songs. Where it once groaned with the solid weight of deep freeze, it now produces subtler sounds, tiny cracks and shifts that speak of expansion and contraction, of a frozen world beginning to remember flexibility. These sounds become your morning weather report, more reliable than visual observation for predicting what the day will bring. But change in the natural world never arrives as suddenly as human impatience would prefer. Spring is not an event but a process, a gradual negotiation between winter's retreat and warmth's return. Some days bring false promises, temperatures that rise enough to create hope, followed by storms that remind you why patience matters more than optimism. The hunting changes again, requiring new strategies for prey animals whose behaviour shifts with the subtle environmental cues they're far better at reading than any human observer. Migration patterns begin to reverse, slowly and tentatively, as creatures start their gradual movement toward summer territories that have been empty and frozen for months. Your body begins responding to changes you can't quite identify. Energy levels fluctuate in new ways, sleep patterns shift, and appetite changes from the grim determination of deep winter to something that occasionally resembles actual pleasure in food. It's as if some ancient biological clock is beginning to reset itself, preparing for conditions that aren't here yet but are definitely coming. The social dynamics of your group start evolving as well. The intense cooperation forced by crisis gives way to more relaxed interactions, though the bonds forged during the hardest months remain strong. People begin talking about projects they want to tackle when movement becomes easier, plans they want to implement when resources become more abundant, and changes they want to make to improve next winter's preparations. But perhaps the most significant change is psychological. The bone-deep weariness that settled over everyone during the darkest months begins lifting, replaced by something that feels almost like anticipation. This is not a celebration, as it would be premature and potentially dangerous, but rather a cautious readiness for better times ahead. The daily routines that kept everyone sane during winter's worst now feel slightly less essential. The rigid scheduling of tasks, the careful rationing of resources, and the conservative approach to energy expenditure. These survival strategies remain important, but they no longer feel like the only thing standing between life and death. Snow conditions become unreliable in ways that are both frustrating and encouraging. Temperature fluctuations create layers of ice, slush, and powder, making navigation challenging on surfaces that were reliable for travel yesterday. But these same changes create new opportunities for hunting and gathering in areas that were previously inaccessible. The fire's behaviour changes too, responding to atmospheric conditions that shift more rapidly than they did during winter's stable deep freeze. Smoke patterns become harder to predict. Drafts create new challenges for maintaining consistent heat, but the amount of fuel needed to keep warm begins decreasing in small but noticeable increments. Equipment maintenance takes on new importance, as gear that survived winter's steady conditions faces the stress of temperature changes, moisture fluctuations, and increased activity levels. Tools that worked perfectly in consistent cold now require adjustment for conditions that change hourly. It's a different kind of challenge, less desperate than winter survival, but requiring different skills and attention. The night sky tells new stories as cloud patterns become more variable, star visibility changes with atmospheric conditions, and the aurora displays shift in intensity and frequency. Navigation becomes more complex but also more interesting, requiring adaptation of techniques that worked well during winter's predictable conditions. Food gathering opportunities begin appearing in unexpected places and times. Ice fishing remains productive but requires new techniques as ice conditions become less reliable. Small game behaviour changes as animals prepare for their own spring transitions, creating different hunting opportunities that require modified approaches. Your people begin discussing summer preparations, topics that would have seemed impossibly optimistic just weeks ago. Conversations turn toward tool repairs that can wait for better weather, shelter improvements that will require materials not yet available, and strategic planning for taking advantage of the abundance that seasonal change promises to bring. The community's mood lifts perceptibly, though everyone remains too experienced to let hope override caution. We won't forget the lessons learned during the most challenging months, but they no longer feel like the only valuable knowledge. Spring brings its own challenges and opportunities, requiring different wisdom and strategies for success. As you sit by tonight's fire, watching flames dance with the effortless confidence of a blaze that no longer requires constant feeding and anxious tending, you realise that something fundamental has shifted in your understanding of what it means to be human in a world that makes no promises about comfort or ease. The winter that seemed like it would never end has indeed ended, though not with the dramatic flourish you might have expected. Spring arrived through 1,000 small negotiations between ice and warmth, between scarcity and abundance, and between the survival strategies that kept you alive and the adaptation strategies that will carry you forward. You survived, but more than that, you learned to thrive in conditions that once would have seemed impossible to endure. Your hands have become libraries of practical knowledge, knowing without conscious thought how to assess ice thickness, how to determine which wood will burn longest in different weather conditions, and how to read animal tracks in various types of snow and soil. Your eyes have learned to see opportunities where others might notice only obstacles, to spot the subtle signs that indicate where food can be found, where shelter can be improved, and where danger might be developing. But perhaps the most important change is in how you think about security itself. The old assumptions about what constitutes safety, abundant stored resources, predictable seasonal patterns, reliable sources of everything necessary for comfortable survival, have been replaced by something more flexible and ultimately more reliable. Confidence in your ability to adapt to whatever conditions actually exist, rather than whatever conditions you might prefer. The community that emerges from this extended trial feels different from the group that entered it. Bonds forged by shared hardship create a social foundation stronger than convenience or tradition alone could provide. Everyone has seen everyone else function under pressure, contribute solutions to shared problems, and maintain hope and humour when circumstances suggested despair. These are people you know you can depend on because you've already depended on them successfully. The skills developed out of desperate necessity have become sources of pride and pleasure that extend far beyond their survival value. Trial and error led to the evolution of trap designs, which now stand as both artistic achievements and functional tools. The food preparation techniques born from scarcity have created cuisine that satisfies in ways that go beyond simple nutrition. The resource management strategies developed for survival have applications that will improve life even when abundance returns. Your relationship with the natural world has deepened in ways that might seem paradoxical to outside observers. The environment that once seemed hostile and threatening now feels like a complex partner in an ongoing negotiation. You understand its moods and patterns more intimately, and can read its signals more accurately, but you also respect its power and unpredictability more completely. It's not that nature has become friendly, it's that you've learned to be a more worthy participant in its ongoing processes. Your mind is already shaping the stories that will unfold during this era. These are not tales of heroic conquest over natural forces, but rather tales of successful adaptation, creative problem-solving, and community resilience. These stories will serve future generations not as entertainment, but as practical wisdom, templates for handling challenges that will inevitably arise in different forms. Sleep comes easier now, not because conditions have become completely comfortable, but because you've learned to find rest even when circumstances aren't ideal. Your dreams have also transformed, now brimming with imaginative visions of unexplored possibilities, instead of fearful scenarios of things going wrong. The future feels like something you can engage with actively rather than something that simply happens to you. The morning rituals that once focused primarily on assessment of resources and planning for survival now include time for appreciation of beauty, for pleasure in simple accomplishments, and for anticipation of projects that serve purposes beyond mere necessity. Life has regained some of its richness, even while remaining grounded in realistic awareness of what the world actually offers, rather than what it might ideally provide. As the fire settles into the steady burn that will carry warmth through the night, you understand that this experience has prepared you for whatever comes next in ways that go far beyond the specific skills of Ice Age survival. You've learned to pay attention to subtle changes, to respond creatively to unexpected challenges, and to find satisfaction in making the best of whatever circumstances actually exist. Tomorrow will bring its own puzzles and opportunities, small crises and unexpected gifts. But tonight, surrounded by the quiet breathing of your sleeping community, warmed by fire and furs and the deep satisfaction of another day successfully navigated, you rest in the knowledge that humans are remarkably capable creatures when they need to be, and that you are, in all the ways that matter, remarkably and wonderfully human. Outside, the world continues its ancient conversation between challenge and adaptation, between the difficulties that test survival and the creativity that makes survival worthwhile. You've learned to speak this language fluently, and that knowledge will serve you well in whatever seasons lie ahead. September the 7th, 1533, Elizabeth Tudor was born at Greenwich Palace, amidst a flurry of anticipation and unease. Her father, King Henry VIII, had broken from the Catholic Church to marry her mother, Anne Boleyn, so Elizabeth's birth was charged with political tensions. The king, desperate for a male heir, found himself disappointed when the infant turned out to be a girl. Still, baby Elizabeth bore the weight of dynastic hopes. Her every coo or cry analysed for signs that the Tudor line might endure. The infant's earliest days unfolded in a court grappling with religious upheaval. Henry's new Church of England stood at odds with Rome. Courtiers whispered about the king's next move. The Queen, Anne, attempted to shield her daughter from the swirling environment, ensuring she received the best available wet nurses and comfort. However, the precariousness quickly became apparent. A few years later, Anne faced execution due to dubious charges of treason and adultery. Motherless at 2, Elizabeth was declared illegitimate by her father's decree, losing her title of princess. Raised in separate royal households, Elizabeth seldom saw Henry VIII. Various stepmothers came and went, with some offering brief maternal warmth. She formed a particularly close bond with Catherine Parr, Henry's 6th wife, who oversaw her education. Elizabeth's tutors recognised a remarkably bright mind. She excelled in languages by adolescence. She spoke fluent Latin, French and Italian, eventually picking up Spanish as well. She pored over classical texts, gleaning rhetorical finesse from Cicero and moral lessons from Greek philosophers. Even in childhood, she learned to keep her emotions cloaked, forging a calm exterior that masked inner tensions, an attribute that would prove crucial in her future reign. A fateful shift occurred when Henry died in 1547, leaving Elizabeth's half-brother Edward VI as king. Under the regency of Protestant reformers, the religious climate skewed more radical. Elizabeth, though outwardly cooperative, carefully navigated factional disputes. She relocated the household of Catherine Parr, who had remarried to Thomas Seymour. That arrangement sparked scandal. Seymour was rumoured to show Elizabeth overly familiar attention, fueling gossip that tarnished her reputation. The teenage princess soon departed, mindful that any whiff of impropriety could end her precarious position in the succession line. This brush with danger reinforced her instincts for self-preservation. Edward's short reign was followed by that of Elizabeth's half-sister, Mary I, a devout Catholic determined to restore papal authority. Mary viewed Elizabeth with suspicion, seeing in her a rallying figure for Protestant interests. As rebellions cropped up, Elizabeth found herself accused of complicity. She was taken to the Tower of London, where her mother had met her end, and then placed under house arrest at Woodstock. The gloom of potential execution hung over her, but lacking firm evidence, Mary couldn't condemn her. Over 2 years, Elizabeth trod a careful path, denying any involvement in plots while discreetly maintaining her network of Protestant allies. Eventually, Mary's failing health lifted Elizabeth from her shadow. In November 1558, Mary died, childless. Elizabeth, at 25, ascended the throne. The people welcomed her with cautious optimism, hoping for an end to religious strife. However, no one could foresee the firmness with which Elizabeth would steer the ship. She inherited a kingdom exhausted by years of persecution and entangled in European alliances. Furthermore, lingering doubts about her legitimacy and ability to produce an heir plagued the realm. Courtiers pressed for her to marry promptly, believing a queen regnant threatened stability unless a husband took the reins. Elizabeth, though aware of the political logic, also recognised that marriage might curb her autonomy. In her first weeks as queen, Elizabeth took bold symbolic steps. She chose moderate Protestant advisers like William Cecil, striving to unify the country. She declared her intent for a religious settlement that neither persecuted Catholics harshly nor caved to papal demands. She navigated a delicate balance, cognizant that either extreme could undermine her rule. She moved her court to Whitehall, re-establishing routine ceremonial events that signalled the monarchy's continuity. Observers described her as poised, with sharp eyes that hinted at an agile, strategic mind. The once exiled princess stood now at the centre of power, forging a monarchy that would come to define an era. Thus, the stage was set for a pivotal chapter in English history. Elizabeth's early experiences, maternal execution, paternal neglect, complex family ties, had shaped a cautious, perceptive approach. She had learned to conceal personal feelings behind a stately demeanour, armed with intellectual acumen gleaned from classical texts. The realm now looked to her for stability, religious compromise, and a reassertion of national identity. For Elizabeth, it was time to prove that a female sovereign, even one with a contested legitimacy, could guide England through its labyrinth of political storms. From the outset of her reign, Elizabeth I confronted a land torn by religious factionalism. Under Mary I, staunch Catholic policies reigned, with Protestant heretics burnt at the stake. Though those violent measures ended, many Catholics remained loyal to Rome. Meanwhile, radical Protestants clamoured for more extreme reforms. Elizabeth recognised that a middle path was essential for national peace. The Elizabethan religious settlement of 1559 aimed for a broad church approach. The Act of Supremacy declared her supreme governor of the Church of England, and the Act of Uniformity prescribed a moderate Protestant liturgy. While it alienated hardliners on both sides, it established a stable framework that endured. This religious compromise had consequences. Catholics abroad questioned her legitimacy, urging Mary, Queen of Scots, Elizabeth's Catholic cousin, to claim England's throne. Mary, exiled from Scotland in 1568, ended up in England, effectively under house arrest. Elizabeth, wary of dethroning a fellow anointed queen, faced a quandary. Mary's presence fueled conspiracies, yet executing her set a dangerous precedent. This predicament lingered for decades, turning Mary into an epicentre of Catholic plots that threatened Elizabeth's life and reign. Beyond religion, Elizabeth's foreign policy shaped her early years on the throne. England was militarily weak, overshadowed by Spanish might. The Queen needed alliances, but hated entangling treaties that might compromise her independence. She courted suitors from across Europe, France's Duke of Anjou, Austria's Archduke Charles, using marriage negotiations as diplomatic chess moves. Each negotiation offered short-term benefits, but she consistently evaded an actual wedding. By keeping her hand in marriage available, Elizabeth dissuaded certain powers from aggression, hoping for eventual union. The saga of the Virgin Queen was as much political strategy as personal inclination. Economically, Elizabeth inherited a treasury battered by wars. Her ministers, notably William Cecil, Lord Burghley, instituted reforms, curbing inflation and streamlining revenue collection. They supported maritime ventures, encouraging sea captains like Francis Drake to harass Spanish shipping and seize treasure. Such semi-official privateering enriched royal coffers and stoked Spanish hostility, culminating in deeper rivalries. Meanwhile, domestic industry, woolen cloth, for instance, expanded, aided by the stable environment Elizabeth's government fostered. As for the Queen herself, the court recognised her keen intellect and formidable will. She cherished erudition, employing multiple secretaries to handle a constant influx of diplomatic dispatches. Fluent in French and adept in Latin, she occasionally scribbled notes in Italian or Spanish. She revelled in masques and pageants, endorsing the arts to glorify her monarchy. She made a point of progresses, travelling with her retinue through the countryside, letting her subjects glimpse the royal presence. This practice built loyalty, for seeing their queen in person, resplendent with pearls and embroidered gowns, stirred patriotic pride. A lesser-known aspect was her reliance on intelligence networks. Elizabeth, aware that conspiracies loomed, authorised spy masters like Sir Francis Walsingham to intercept letters, employ informants, and uncover plots. This clandestine apparatus uncovered multiple assassins or traitors financed by Spain or papal agents. By revealing such threats, the Queen justified harsher policies against recalcitrant Catholics. Some criticised these tactics as oppressive. but to Elizabeth, survival mandated vigilance. Another challenge: cultural expectations for queens. She faced jabs about her gender, with some male courtiers urging a kingly partner. She responded by forging a regal persona, insisting subjects see her as both king and queen, a line reflecting her dual role. She skillfully navigated male-dominated councils, awarding title carefully to ensure no single noble overshadowed her. She also used fashion as a political tool. Her elaborate gowns, iconic ruffs, and jewel-laden wardrobes signalled the monarchy's majesty. This cultivated image buttressed her authority in an era still grappling with a female sovereign. In parallel, Elizabeth's personal circle remained small. She could be witty and charming, dancing or joking with favourites like Robert Dudley. But letting affection overshadow prudence risks scandal. Rumours flew about her closeness to Dudley, fueling suspicion that she might marry him. The potential controversy was immense, given Dudley's questionable reputation. In the end, Elizabeth never wed. She cherished her autonomy, well aware that a consort could overshadow or manipulate her. The choice drew bafflement from the foreign courts, but domestically, it enhanced her mystique. The Virgin Queen identity solidified, spurring propaganda that cast her as wedded to the realm itself. Elizabeth's early reign involved balancing various tasks such as forging a delicate religious settlement, spurring economic growth, outmanoeuvring suitor entanglements, and stamping out plots. She skillfully used image and ceremony to unify the realm, though critics lurked. Her government's stability rested on an ongoing dance with foreign powers and internal factions. Despite the swirling tensions, Elizabeth projected calm confidence, forging a national identity that recognised the Queen's central role. Her mid-reign would bring graver trials, culminating in decisive conflicts that tested the mettle of both monarch and kingdom. By the mid-1580s, Elizabeth's realm faced a new wave of external threats. The ascendant Spanish Empire under King Philip II brimmed with zeal to reassert Catholic supremacy and avenge the raids on Spanish commerce by English privateers. Religious tensions spiked further after the Pope excommunicated Elizabeth, effectively urging Catholic monarchs to depose her. In response, the Queen's advisors realised that war with Spain was no longer a distant possibility but a near inevitability. They bolstered the navy, encouraging shipbuilders to refine vessels for speed and manoeuvrability. Commanders like Drake refined hit-and-run tactics designed to hamper Spain's massive, slower galleons. Additionally, the Mary, Queen of Scots dilemma reached a climactic stage. She had been implicated in multiple plots, culminating in the infamous Babington plot of 1586, which aimed to assassinate Elizabeth and seat Mary on the throne. Caught with incriminating letters, Mary was tried for treason. Elizabeth agonised over signing Mary's death warrant. The thought of executing an anointed queen offended her sense of divine order, but counsel pressed her that Mary's continued survival endangered national security. Reluctantly, Elizabeth signed. Mary was beheaded in 1587, an act that scandalised Catholic Europe. Elizabeth feigned dismay at the news of Mary's actual execution, chastising ministers for carrying out the sentence too hastily. The sincerity of her regret remains debated. This event further incensed Spain, and soon word came that Philip II was assembling an invincible armada. In 1588, that formidable fleet sailed for the English Channel, intending to rendezvous with forces in the Low Countries and deliver an invasion. England braced for catastrophe. Elizabeth visited her troops at Tilbury, clad in armour, delivering a rousing speech about having the heart and stomach of a king. That rallying cry, though perhaps embroidered in subsequent retellings, captured the national mood. The English Navy engaged the Armada in a series of skirmishes, employing fireships to sow chaos. Stormy weather and miscalculation forced the Spanish to scatter around the northern coasts, suffering devastating losses. The triumph at sea became a cornerstone of Elizabeth's legend, though historians note the fortune of unseasonable gales played as large a role as strategic brilliance, buoyed by victory. Elizabeth's popularity soared. Poets extolled her as a goddess presiding over a fortuitous age. London's population boomed. Commerce thrived in relative security. Courtiers staged elaborate masques, celebrating Gloriana, a moniker borrowed from Edmund Spenser's allegorical poem, The Fairy Queen. This cult of Elizabeth, with pageantry and stylized iconography, shaped a golden aura around her monarchy. She bestowed knighthoods on naval heroes like Drake, though she never turned them into unstoppable political rivals. Indeed, part of her genius lay in praising men just enough to secure their loyalty, but not so extravagantly as to overshadow her own regal glow. Yet cracks surfaced. The war with Spain dragged on sporadically. English expeditions to support Protestant rebels in the Netherlands or to raid Spanish ports often ended in fiascos, draining resources. The Queen's earlier frugality turned to reluctance about fully funding new campaigns, prompting friction with bold but cash-strapped commanders. Some younger courtiers, like the Earl of Essex, were impatient with Elizabeth's measured approach. Essex attempted to replicate despite Drake's glories. He led half-baked military forays and returned with meagre spoils. Tensions between the old Queen and these ambitious youths escalated, culminating in the Essex Rebellion of 1601, where he tried a coup. She crushed it swiftly, and Essex was executed. As Elizabeth aged, her once intimate circle diminished. Long-time advisers such as William Cecil passed away, and favoured courtiers either died or fell out of favour. The Queen, famous for her fine dresses and elaborate wigs, now faced a more solitary existence. Gossip about her vanity circulated. She insisted on controlling her image, refusing to appear as a frail matron. She demanded loyalty from ladies-in-waiting, scolding them if they dared overshadow her attire or conversation. Although the realm viewed her as Gloriana, she struggled to maintain a mythic aura behind closed doors. Diplomatically, the final years of her reign saw a cooling of tension with Spain, not via a formal peace but through mutual exhaustion. The impetus for large armadas had waned, with Spain focusing on European entanglements. England, for its part, lacked the finances to continue heavy engagements. Meanwhile, the seeds of colonial expansion were sown. English seafarers eyed North America, establishing fledgling outposts. The concept of an overseas empire was embryonic but emerging. Thus, approaching the turn of the century, Elizabeth presided over a stable yet evolving monarchy. She had defied invasion, faced down conspiracies, and reigned as an iconic figure admired across Europe. But the question of succession remained, unmarried and childless. She had never named an heir. The matter loomed, spurring subtle negotiations as different claimants circled. This final stretch of her reign tested whether the Tudor line's magic could endure beyond her mortal presence, or if it would seamlessly transition to a new dynasty. By the twilight of her reign, Elizabeth I found herself contending with the question that had dogged her for decades. Who would follow her upon the throne? No official heir had been named, though many whispered that James VI of Scotland, a Protestant and son of the executed Mary, Queen of Scots, was the likely candidate. Elizabeth, ever cautious about naming a successor, understood that the moment she sanctioned an heir, her authority might wane. Yet the gentry and the powerful were anxious, fearing a resurgence of civil strife if the crown's transition lacked clarity. As the 1590s waned, the Queen's court saw fewer robust festivities. Elizabeth's health was not the best, and her mood darkened by the loss of cherished confidants. Once a favoured explorer, Sir Walter Raleigh fell from Elizabeth's favour. The Earl of Essex, her erstwhile golden boy, died a traitor. Meanwhile, the luminous circle that had celebrated her youth, Bess of Hardwicke, Countess of Leicester, and others, had scattered. England's population soared beyond 4 million, many living precariously in squalid conditions. Bread riots flickered in adverse harvest years, and the cost of warfare remained burdensome. Some critics murmured that the Queen's refusal to adapt to a new generation's demands indicated the monarchy was adrift. Yet Elizabeth never lost her political savvy. She carefully managed sessions of Parliament, deftly deflecting demands for certain policy changes. She employed subtle flattery, reminding them that as a mother to her people, she prized their well-being above all. This rhetorical style, combining maternal sentiments with regal authority, continued to woo the common folk. Indeed, from the countryside to London's teeming streets, loyalty to the Queen remained high, an outgrowth of national pride partly forged by that earlier victory over the Spanish Armada. In the realm of arts, the Elizabethan theatre blossomed, spearheaded by William Shakespeare, Christopher Marlowe, and others. Though Elizabeth seldom attended public performances at the Globe, She invited theatrical troupes to court. She found enjoyment in comedic interludes, even if she publicly maintained a formal veneer. This cultural renaissance, ignited under her watch, was a point of national distinction, with travelling players bringing both dramatic flair and moral allegories to distant corners. The synergy of crowns and creativity underscored an epoch known as the Elizabethan Golden Age. Throughout, the religious settlement endured, though Puritan elements pressed for stricter reforms. Criticising the hierarchical structure of bishops, the Queen tolerated moderate Puritan pleas but cracked down on radical preachers who undermined her supreme governorship. Catholic recusants faced fines or pressure to conform, though large-scale persecution was less aggressive than during Mary's reign. Despite friction, Elizabeth's stance staved off religious civil war. This equilibrium, though not perfect, enabled commerce and exploration to flourish. Merchants ventured to the Levant, the Baltic, and the Americas, sowing early seeds of a global maritime trade. In the final few months of her life, Elizabeth retreated to Richmond Palace. She was increasingly frail, refusing medical interventions that seemed invasive. Court rumours multiplied. The Queen's mind was drifting. She was losing appetite, or she stood for hours too proud to rest. Modern historians debate the exact cause of her decline. Some speculate pneumonia or depression. She dreaded naming James publicly, but subtle negotiations with his envoys paved the way for a smooth succession. Advisors like Robert Cecil quietly prepared the details. According to tradition, Elizabeth, too weak to speak in her last hours, made a vague gesture endorsing James as successor. She died on March 24, 1603, aged 69, after 44 years on the throne, a record at the time for an English monarch. Her coffin was carried from Whitehall to Westminster Abbey, the silent crowds reflecting on an era shaped by her image. That day closed the Tudor line, with James VI of Scotland becoming James I of England, inaugurating the Stuart dynasty. Yet the Tudor brand had not ended in chaos. Elizabeth's measured approach, for all her reluctances, ensured a relatively peaceful handover. In the wake of her passing, tributes soared. Pamphlets hailed her as the wisest princess, the mother of her people, and a near-legendary Fischelgewir who steered the nation from the shadows of religious tyranny. The wave of national mourning overshadowed her shortcomings, which included excessive favouritism, suspicion of rivals, and stifling certain freedoms. Over the next centuries, historians would reinterpret her story, dissecting the illusions of the Virgin Queen narrative, acknowledging her harsh treatment of dissenters, yet marvelling at her capacity to wield authority in a fiercely patriarchal world. The stage was set for the transition from Tudor to Stuart, and though overshadowed by the next monarchy's own tensions, Elizabeth's reign retained a special glow in England's collective memory, an epoch where a single woman's will shaped destiny. Immediately after Elizabeth's death, a swirl of legacies confronted the English. James I, newly ascendant, inherited a stable realm, but also the burden of living up to the fabled Gloriana. Over the ensuing decades, the myth of Elizabeth would be embellished by dramatists, historians, and genealogists, forging a romantic image of a queen unblemished by error. Yet parallel undercurrents recognised her complexities. Among the common folk, stories abounded of her witty repartee, her skill in navigating suitors, and the spectacle of her court. In the Catholic diaspora, she was demonised as a heretic who had executed Mary, Queen of Scots. This ideological tug-of-war shaped how Europe at large recalled her reign. During the 17th century, English authors occasionally staged plays referencing Elizabethan glories to critique or praise current rulers. The Elizabethan Age label took hold, conjuring a golden past full of maritime exploits and cultural refinement. Meanwhile, Puritan writers viewed the Queen more critically, noting that her religious compromise left them yearning for a more thorough reformation. Some pamphleteers portrayed her as a cunning politician, adept at double-dealing among Europe's Catholic powers. Over time, these multiple vantage points consolidated into a layered portrait. In the 18th and 19th centuries, national pride soared, fueling revivalist interest in the Tudors. Elizabeth's image was moulded by Victorian taste, emphasising her unmarried status as a demonstration of moral fortitude. Painters depicted her in elaborate ruffs, overshadowing any mention of the day-to-day hardships endured by her subjects. She became an icon of English independence, especially when the British Empire sought parallels between the forging of a national identity under Elizabeth and contemporary empire building. The Armada triumph narrative overshadowed the fact that storms aided English success. Her issues with Mary, Queen of Scots, became fodder for tragic romanticism, focusing on courtly betrayals and heartbreak. This romanticisation sometimes neglected the Queen's shrewd, often ruthless governance. Scholars of the 20th century took a more critical lens. They delved into archival documents to unearth how Elizabeth's intelligence network operated, how her finances were managed, and how propaganda shaped public perception. They passed the famed Golden Speech of 1601, analysing the rhetorical strategies she used to quell a restless parliament. The more historians explored, the clearer it became that her success hinged on forging an image that balanced motherly affection with regal severity, ensuring subjects revered rather than resented her. Scholars recognise the notion of the cult of Elizabeth, with its orchestrated pageantry, as an early form of state PR. From the perspective of women's history, Elizabeth's significance soared. She defied the misogynistic assumptions of her era, refusing to cede authority to a husband or to male advisors. That independence, though hard won, showcased the potency a female ruler could wield in a male-dominated society. Yet the same narrative acknowledges she was no radical feminist. She often leveraged stereotypes of female frailty or used her womanly nature strategically in negotiations. Thus, her complex relationship with gender roles remains a topic of ongoing debate. Archaeological digs at palaces and old estates uncovered physical traces of her travels, like ephemeral scaffolds for pageants or remains of feasting halls. These glimpses illustrate the vast logistical machine behind each royal progress. The Queen might arrive with hundreds of courtiers and servants, imposing a heavy burden on local nobility hosting the entourage. Yet, from a political standpoint, these visits effectively reaffirmed the monarchy's presence across the realm. Over and over, Elizabeth used personal displays to connect with communities. In cultural memory, items such as the Tudor Rose, elaborate state portraits by painters like Nicholas Hilliard, or references to the Virgin Queen remain in the public imagination. Filmmakers in the 20th and 21st centuries capitalised on this allure, producing adaptations that frame Elizabeth's story with romance and triumph. Some films portray her as near saintly, others highlight her paranoia or the brutality of her crackdown on perceived threats. The continuing fascination underscores how she embodies a transitional moment in Europe, where medieval structures gave way to early modern states, with new forms of diplomacy, espionage, and ideology all converging. Thus, centuries removed from her actual reign, Elizabeth I stands as both a symbol of national identity and a figure whose complexities resonate with present debates. The interplay of female leadership, religious diversity, personal freedom, and the power of constructed image. Re-evaluating her life reveals how skillful governance can stabilise a fractious kingdom, even if it requires navigating a delicate balance between tolerance and coercion. The conversation around Elizabeth remains dynamic, shaped by each generation's vantage on monarchy, gender, and the cost of maintaining a carefully wrought facade of unity. Elizabeth's story resonates with the notion that midlife can be a time of both reflection and strategic boldness. She ascended the throne at 25, but arguably her most defining decisions, the forging of a moderate religious settlement, the careful dance of marriage negotiations, unfolded as she matured. In the face of personal regrets, lack of a direct heir, and external crises, Spanish hostility, internal plots, she repeatedly displayed resilience under the lens of older wisdom. Yet that sagacity was not innate. It sprang from a youth marked by precariousness, shaping a thorough calculation in adult life. One lesser discussed aspect is her intellectual curiosity. She was no passive figurehead. She read widely, from classical philosophers to contemporary political treatises, and engaged in theological debates with ambassadors. She wrote translations of texts, including Plutarch, honing linguistic precision. In an era when many noblewomen possessed only basic literacy, Elizabeth's depth of scholarship commanded respect. She used this knowledge to steer councils, referencing classical examples of leadership or mercy, grounding her decisions in a broader worldview than simple realpolitik. Another dimension concerns her approach to management and delegation. Faced with a swirl of court factions, some aligned with Cecil, others with Dudley, and various earls vying for influence, She balanced them by a rotating favour, ensuring no single man overshadowed the rest. This delicate manoeuvre allowed her to maintain her position as the ultimate arbiter, thereby preventing entrenched monopolies of power. While modern management gurus highlight transparency or direct leadership, Elizabeth's method was subtler. She nurtured multiple power centres, pitting them gently against each other to sustain a stable equilibrium. This method reveals a strategic cunning that, while occasionally breeding resentment, retained her supremacy in a fractious environment. The swirl of secrecy surrounding Mary, Queen of Scots, also underscores Elizabeth's careful manipulation of intelligence. She personally reviewed coded letters, weighed evidence, and authorised infiltration of Catholic circles. These actions might unnerve contemporary moral standards, yet in the cutthroat reality of 16th century politics, such espionage was standard. The difference is Elizabeth's relative subtlety. She rarely boasted of her spymaster's successes. She recognised the value of illusions, letting conspirators believe they had infiltrated her circle while, in fact, her watchers tracked every step. Age imbued her with a distinct sense of gravity. In speeches to Parliament, she framed herself as a guardian of the realm's welfare, addressing them as my lords and my good people, tapping into paternal or maternal imagery. She rarely showed overt temper in public, though courtiers recalled her sharp tongue in private, laced with scathing wit. She might banish a courtier from her presence for a trifling offence, then recall him soon after, sending the message that loyalty was paramount while partial forgiveness might be extended. This capacity to pivot from severity to magnanimity cemented her as unpredictable yet revered, a trait modern leaders might emulate in more tempered forms. Beyond the realm of politics, her personal attire and courtly fashion set trends across Europe. She championed fresh tailors to experiment with embroidered silks, extensive ruffs, and striking colour palettes. But behind the magnificence was a strategic layering of fabric. It signified her rank while concealing normal ageing or times of ill health. The resulting mystique helped define the monarchy's brand. Similarly, she championed structured ceremonies, like elaborate coronation anniversaries or public feast days. These events reaffirmed the bond between sovereign and subject, forging an emotional tie that buttressed the monarchy's intangible authority. Her approach to the arts had lasting effects. She never personally funded epic building projects like some European royals given her limited treasury, but her patronage of music, portraiture, and drama triggered a cultural efflorescence. Key composers thrived, producing refined polyphonic works performed at chapel. Her endorsement of secular drama laid the groundwork for Shakespeare's rise. She recognised that cultural prestige elevated national pride, thus investing in intangible capital that would outlast her. This fosters an analogy to modern soft power, a concept in global relations. In sum, Elizabeth's mid to late reign exemplifies how a leader can orchestrate multi-layered strategies, leaning on intellectual depth, balancing internal factions, leveraging espionage, and forging cultural identity. Her longevity on the throne was no accident. It was an evolving mastery of monarchy in an era thick with risk. For those in midlife, her model suggests that the lessons gleaned from earlier turmoil, exile, precarious legitimacy, can blossom into confident leadership when harnessed with discipline. Even so, her story underscores that behind the regal facade lay real heartbreak and regrets, particularly on questions of family and moral contradictions. That humanness only deepens the fascination with this queen who navigated a world not designed for women in power, forging a golden age from the crucible of adversity. When Elizabeth I died on March 24, 1603, at Richmond Palace, she left a kingdom dramatically changed from the one she inherited. Elizabeth averted religious civil wars, asserted an English navy against Spanish dominance, and planted the seeds of a maritime empire. Yet the Queen's final moments offered a poignant contrast to the ceremonial grandeur that had marked her public life. Accounts say she refused to rest, standing or sitting in pensive silence for hours, as if grappling with the knowledge that her story was nearly done. The question of her successor, James VI of Scotland, was all but settled. Elizabeth's last gesture, whether a whispered name or silent acceptance, cleared the way for the Stuarts, bridging the Tudors to a new era. The immediate aftermath saw an outpouring of tributes. Noble houses and commoners alike mourned the Virgin Queen, the stalwart figurehead who had reigned 44 years. Her body was transported by barge along the Thames, a spectacle of black drapes and heraldic flags. Observers lining the shores recalled how, decades earlier, a young queen had ascended to quell the chaos left by her half-siblings. Now, the realm faced another transition, but Elizabeth's half-century of leadership gave many confidence in the monarchy's stability. James's succession was mostly peaceful, a testament to the processes Elizabeth had overseen. Over the centuries, historians dissected her image with fresh angles. Some championed her as a golden archetype, praising her unwavering sense of duty. Others uncovered her manipulative use of virginity as political currency, or pointed out the authoritarian edge in how she stamped out dissent. 20th century scholarship introduced psychoanalytic readings, linking her mother's beheading to her reluctance to marry. Meanwhile, feminist analyses recognised her capacity to subvert patriarchal norms by forging a distinctly female monarchy that demanded masculine respect. Archaeological research, too, contributed. Excavations at palatial sites uncovered courtyards used for lavish tilts or dancing events, fragments of decorative tile bearing Tudor roses. Art restorations revealed how state portraits were retouched to remove wrinkles or human imperfections, reinforcing her iconic aura. The evolution of her visual propaganda parallels modern brand management, illustrating how monarchy leveraged illusions to maintain public fascination. Elizabeth's era, characterised by Drake's circumnavigation, Shakespeare's stage, and an assertive national identity, evoked a deep sense of nostalgia among everyday English folk. Actual living conditions for peasants remained harsh, but the sense of belonging to an up-and-coming realm soared. Elizabeth harnessed that pride to unify a land threatened by continental powers. She left behind no direct heir, but her intangible bequest was a monarchy reinvigorated by a sense of national destiny, though future conflicts like the English Civil War would test that unity severely. In the present, Elizabeth's story continues to enthrall. Tourists flock to the Tower of London or Hampton Court, longing for glimpses of her era's grandeur. Historians piece together details from diaries, ambassadors' dispatches, and state papers. The creative arts produce films reimagining her as everything from an iron-willed warrior to a lonely figure overshadowed by politics. Such portrayals reflect changing cultural values. We admire her resilience, critique her harshness, empathise with her personal constraints. Each generation reads new lessons into her life, whether celebrating female power or lamenting the cost of absolute monarchy. Her tomb rests in Westminster Abbey, overshadowed by the more elaborate memorial of her half-sister Mary I. Erected during James I's time, it depicts Elizabeth recumbent, ironically sharing a memorial with Mary in a symbolic burying of old rivalries. While the effigy is fairly simple, visitors often linger, mindful that the occupant reshaped Europe's power balance. The inscriptions hail her as a paragon of wisdom, praising her as, of her sex the pride, of all time the wonder. The rhetoric might be thick, but it echoes how she was revered by her contemporaries. In the end, Elizabeth I stands as a testament to the synergy of personal cunning, cultural stewardship, and circumstance. The child overshadowed by a father's quest for a male heir grew into a queen who refused to be overshadowed by any spouse or continental monarch. That improbable arc, from uncertain princess to undisputed sovereign, still captivates. Her life underscores that leadership is rarely straightforward, forging alliances, stifling conspiracies, and projecting authority demand constant recalibration. Indeed, her success lay not in an unyielding set of principles, but in agile responses to crises. Through this fluid style, she carved a stable realm from a swirl of dangers. Centuries later, that story endures, bridging history and myth, echoing that a lone determined figure, armed with intellect, cunning, and stagecraft, can shift an entire kingdom's course. A city reeling from the aftermath of the 30 Years' War. In that era of upheaval, few would have predicted that this sickly, inquisitive child would mature into one of the most versatile minds of the 17th century. His father, Friedrich Leibniz, served as a moral philosophy professor, and though he died when Gottfried was only 6, his library lingered as a silent mentor. The boy, solitary and introspective, roamed among musty volumes, absorbing knowledge both classical and contemporary. Leibniz's early education diverged from the strict rote memorization typical of his age. Largely self-taught, he devoured texts on ancient history, geometry, theology, and logic. He cultivated a fascination with how systems of thought fit together, a prelude to the encyclopedic breadth he would later display. Adolescence found him rummaging in obscure Latin works and assembling his compendium of philosophical snippets. By 14, he had embarked on advanced studies at Leipzig University, an anomaly for someone barely in his teens. This precocious youth carried a restless energy. While classmates regurgitated standard lectures, Leibniz pressed forward with questions of his own. Could there be a universal language of thought, bridging all disciplines? How did geometry and logic intertwine? Professors were both dazzled and unsettled by his challenges to establish dogma. Although he soon completed the Bachelor of Philosophy, the faculty, wary of his age and ambition, resisted granting him a doctorate. Undeterred, he shifted to Altdorf University near Nuremberg. There, at 20, he secured a doctorate in law, focusing on how jurisprudence and moral philosophy overlapped. Yet formal degrees were merely stepping stones. Leibniz believed in forging connections among multiple fields. He developed friendships with mathematicians and theologians alike. Already, he envisioned a unifying project, a characteristica universalis, a symbolic logic language that might allow all knowledge to be combined and analysed systematically. His inclination towards systems thinking was not purely academic. The Europe of his youth was torn by religious strife, Catholics and Protestants locked in mutual distrust, and he hoped that reason, carefully deployed, might foster reconciliation. Despite his youth, Leibniz found himself welcomed into aristocratic circles. In 1667, he journeyed to Mainz, securing a position with Johann Philipp von Schönborn, the Elector of Mainz, who recognised the young scholar's potential in legal and diplomatic matters. Leibniz's tasks ranged from drafting political treatises to advising on administrative reforms. He approached them with the same fervour he once poured into library texts. Yet this environment offered more than mere bureaucratic chores. Mainz was a hub of ecclesiastical politics, and Leibniz honed his diplomatic instincts while pondering grand visions of European peace. Around this time he produced one of his first major works, a treatise proposing that France should redirect its territorial ambitions toward Egypt rather than wage war in Europe. Though far-fetched to modern ears, Leibniz framed it as a strategic pivot to reduce Christian infighting. Louis XV never embraced the scheme, but the episode illuminated Leibniz's readiness to merge intellectual creativity with real-world problem-solving. As the 1670s unfolded, his reputation grew. He dabbled in technology, reflecting a curiosity that extended to mechanical inventions. Hearing of Blaise Pascal's arithmetic machine, he designed a more advanced calculating device capable of multiplication and division. This mechanical contraption foreshadowed modern computing, though few recognised its significance at the time. For Leibniz, the device symbolised how logic and calculation might be harnessed to handle practical tasks, transcending philosophical speculation. Throughout these years, he remained an outsider in many respects. He was neither fully ensconced in any single university post, nor fixated on one discipline. Instead, he hopped between courts and libraries, from Mainz to Paris to London, forging correspondences with leading minds. He was simultaneously enthralled by mathematics, legal philosophy, cryptography, theology, and science. By 1672, he ventured to Paris on a diplomatic mission, fueling his love for mathematics as he encountered leading French thinkers. This trip would alter his trajectory, setting the stage for both collaboration and rivalry. Observing new approaches to geometry and analytical methods, he sensed that the realm of numbers held keys to universal truths. Yet the biggest breakthroughs and controversies were still to come. In the swirl of intellectual excitement, Leibniz's distinctive brand of curiosity was primed to reshape the foundations of mathematics and beyond. Leibniz's sojourn in Paris, beginning in 1672, proved transformative. He had expected to negotiate political matters for his employer, the Elector of Mainz, but soon immersed himself in the city's thriving intellectual scene, tutored by the Dutch mathematician Christiaan Huygens. He refined his analytical skills, poring over geometry, astronomy, and new algebraic methods. Paris at the time buzzed with the philosophical daring, hosting salons where Descartes' ideas were dissected alongside gossip on royal intrigues. Leibniz relished this mingling of worldly conversation and scientific debate. He quickly grasped that mathematics was undergoing a profound shift. Huygens introduced him to methods for calculating areas under curves, a fledgling precursor to what would become integral calculus. Fascinated, Leibniz built upon these kernels, striving to formalize a consistent system. The notion of infinitesimals intrigued him, quantities smaller than any finite amount yet larger than nothing. Could these elusive entities become the building blocks of a new calculus? Simultaneously, he grappled with deeper philosophical questions. The mechanistic worldview advanced by Descartes suggested a universe running like clockwork under divine laws. Leibniz wondered if behind these mechanical motions lay a tapestry of living forces, what he later called monads. Though he had not yet articulated this concept in detail, seeds of his future metaphysics were sprouting, fertilized by the cross-currents of scientific progress. Yet his Paris stay was not just about theoretical ruminations. He found himself in the orbit of diplomatic tensions. The Franco-Dutch War flared, rearranging alliances. Leibniz wrote treatises advising how the Holy Roman Empire might respond, and he debated theologians on reconciling Catholic-Protestant divides. These parallel pursuits, mathematics by day, statecraft by night, reflected his conviction that knowledge was a seamless web. Solving a geometry problem or proposing a peace plan drew on the same faculties of reason. In 1673, he journeyed briefly to London, carrying drafts of his nascent calculus. There he met members of the Royal Society, including the polymath Robert Hooke and the rising figure Isaac Newton. Although their direct interaction was minimal, Leibniz demonstrated his stepped reckoner, the mechanical calculator he had designed. The Royal Society was impressed by its ability to multiply, yet perhaps more telling was the curiosity his manuscripts stirred. Among them were hints of a new method for tangents and areas, skeletal notes on differential and integral calculus. Some society members recognised these as significant strides, though details were still sketchy. Returning to Paris, Leibniz refined his techniques, systematically introducing symbols to represent differential operations. He introduced the notation d/dx for derivatives, a brilliant move that simplified complex concepts into easily manipulable symbols. Where geometry had spoken of conic sections and tangents in geometric language, Leibniz's approach turned them into algebraic manipulations. Yet as he worked feverishly, rumours circulated that Newton had already discovered similar methods. Indeed, Newton's private manuscripts from the mid-1660s indicated a deep mastery of calculus-like concepts, though he guarded them closely. This parallel discovery remained embryonic, with Newton hesitant to publish. Leibniz, in contrast, believed knowledge advanced through open dialogue and swiftly prepared some of his results for print. He published a brief account of his differential calculus in 1684, followed by integral calculus in 1686, beating Newton to public dissemination. In the meantime, diplomatic events forced him to leave Paris. His employer demanded he return north, eventually taking a position at the court of the Duke of Brunswick-Lüneburg in Hanover. Though reluctant to depart the Parisian salons, he accepted. By 1676 he was on the move again, stopping by London en route, where he glimpsed more of Newton's manuscripts, a fateful moment later invoked in accusations of plagiarism. The stage was set for a bitter calculus priority dispute, one that would dog him for decades. Back in Germany, Leibniz continued polishing his calculus. Letters flew across Europe, carrying his ideas to mathematicians intrigued by the new symbolic method. Yet beyond the realm of curves and tangents, he took on broader tasks, reorganising ducal libraries, penning genealogies, and planning scientific academies. This polymathic spree, though draining, illustrated his belief that reason could unify everything from princely succession to infinite series. He had no inkling how the Newton-Leibniz rivalry would erupt, overshadowing many of his achievements. For now, he focused on perfecting a language of infinitesimals, convinced that the future of mathematics hinged upon it. Leibniz transitioned from historiographer to political advisor at the ducal court in Hanover in 1676, a significant departure from the dynamic intellectual environment of Paris. Yet he embraced these responsibilities with typical zeal. Charged with writing a genealogical history of the House of Brunswick, he embarked on travels through archives and libraries across Germany and Italy, collecting reams of obscure documents. For him, rummaging in medieval charters or deciphering faded manuscripts echoed the same analytical spirit he applied to geometry. This historical research yielded surprises. Leibniz unearthed ancient claims that could bolster the prestige of his patron's lineage, fueling alliances with neighbouring courts. But the project took much longer than anticipated, partly because he approached it with scholarly rigour. He envisioned writing a sweeping, methodical history that linked genealogies to broader philosophical insights about human societies. Years would pass before his culminating volume, yet these forays shaped his sense of how knowledge intertwined. Mathematics, law, theology, and history were threads in the same grand tapestry. Meanwhile, he pressed forward with mathematical correspondence. In particular, the Bernoulli brothers, Jacob and Johann, became key collaborators. The Bernoullis recognized the power of Leibniz's differential notation, applying it to solve complex problems in fluid dynamics and infinite series. Encouraged, Leibniz refined his calculus further. He delighted in seeing how these intangible infinitesimals produced tangible results. Mechanical curves, ballistic trajectories, planetary motions, everything seemed ripe for re-expression in the language of die and dx. However, the shadow of Newton was always present. By the 1680s, rumours circulated that Newton's supporters believed Leibniz had plagiarised from the English mathematician's earlier, unpublished papers. Some pointed to Leibniz's 1676 visit to London, where he had briefly seen Newton's manuscripts, but many in Europe regarded Leibniz's publication as independent and methodically elegant. Newton himself remained silent publicly but nurtured private grudges, uneasy about sharing credit. During these years, Leibniz also delved into philosophy. He corresponded with thinkers like Antoine Arnauld, a prominent Cartesian theologian, debating the nature of substance and free will. Gradually, he formulated a conceptual framework that would culminate in works like The Discourse on Metaphysics, 1686. This text advanced the idea that reality consisted of an infinite array of monads, each a self-contained mirror of the universe. Though intangible, monads formed the true building blocks of existence, orchestrated by a divine harmony ensuring a best of all possible worlds. This optimism, later caricatured by Voltaire, was in fact deeply nuanced. Leibniz never claimed the world was free of evil, but insisted that creation represented a divine calculus, balancing maximum good with minimal necessary suffering. His theology and mathematics converged in a quest for universal harmony. He proposed a characteristica universalis, a symbolic system uniting logic, arithmetic, and linguistic patterns, allowing complex thoughts to be calculated like sums. If realized, he believed, it would settle philosophical disputes through precise computation rather than rhetorical flourish. Though the project remained unfinished, it presaged modern symbolic logic and computer science. Indeed, centuries later, mathematicians would marvel at how his sketches anticipated Boolean algebra and Turing's machines. By the late 1680s, Leibniz had expanded his network of correspondence to include statesmen, Jesuit missionaries, and scholars in Asia. He was intrigued by the Chinese civilization, particularly its symbolic writing system. Could Chinese characters hint at a universal script? Could Europe learn moral lessons from Confucian teachings? These reflections typified his boundary-crossing curiosity. He championed the idea that East and West might find unity through shared rational principles, a stance radical in a Europe often dismissive of non-Christian cultures. Of course, everyday life intruded. The Duke demanded results on that grand genealogical history, but Leibniz's drafts ballooned, collecting dust in crates. He proposed projects like draining local marshes, improving mining operations, and founding scientific societies. Not all found traction. Some courtiers dismissed him as a scatterbrained savant, overloaded with half-finished undertakings. However, others appreciated his seamless transition from engineering proposals to theology. In 1689, a shift occurred. The House of Brunswick-Lüneburg ascended in prominence as its lineage was poised to inherit the British throne, a possibility that gradually materialised. This development would entwine Leibniz's fate with the future King George I of Great Britain. complicating his position. Meanwhile, Newton rose to direct the Royal Mint in London and garnered even greater influence in English scientific circles. The stage was set for a transnational rivalry, both personal and intellectual, overshadowing the latter part of Leibniz's life. For now, he pressed on, weaving mathematics, diplomacy, and philosophical speculation into a single tapestry. The 1690s saw Leibniz at the height of his productivity, yet storms loomed on multiple horizons. He served the ducal court of Hanover, which grew more powerful as the lineage neared succession to the British crown. Meanwhile, Newton's circle in England simmered with suspicion over Leibniz's calculus. Whispers turned into murmurs. Had he lifted key insights from Newton's unpublished notes? Unbeknownst to Leibniz, these tensions would soon erupt into a full-scale controversy. Amid court responsibilities, Leibniz penned works on jurisprudence, economics, and even a treatise on geological theories of the Earth's formation, Protogaea. He systematically observed mineral formations, hypothesizing that the planet's layers recorded a hidden chronology. Although overshadowed by his mathematics, this interdisciplinary foray showed how he combined empirical observation with theoretical speculation. He insisted that theology, natural science, and history formed a continuum, each illuminating the others. One of his boldest philosophical statements emerged in Theodicy, published 1710, but conceived much earlier. There, he wrestled with the classic problem of evil. If God was all-powerful and all-good, why did suffering exist? Leibniz's resolution posited that ours was still the best possible world, shaped by the divine wisdom, balancing countless variables. Critics retorted that they minimized real horrors, but he believed human perception was too limited to grasp the cosmic calculus at play. This stance, while devout, also underscored his faith in rational analysis. Evil, in some measure, was necessary for the grand design. In mathematics, he advanced the discussion of series, engaging with the Bernoullis on infinite sums. The Basel problem, finding the sum of the reciprocals of squares, sparked fervent exchanges. Leibniz didn't solve it fully, that honour would go to Euler later, yet he contributed critical insights. Each letter to the Bernoullis was a miniature treatise, replete with breakthroughs like the series expansion for arctangent, which let him approximate P with surprising accuracy. He recognised that infinite processes, once purely philosophical puzzles, could be harnessed for real computations. His public life in Hanover took new turns. As personal secretary to Duke Ernst August and later his son Georg Ludwig, the future King George I of Great Britain, he orchestrated court ceremonials, crafted manifestos, and negotiated alliances. His dream of unifying European states under reason never fully vanished. He wrote proposals for a pan-European scientific league, hoping to quell religious strife through shared pursuit of knowledge. Realpolitik being what it was, these visions seldom materialised, overshadowed by power struggles. By the late 1690s, English mathematicians pressed Newton to reveal his calculus findings in print. Newton's Principia, 1687, had revolutionised physics but only hinted at his deeper fluxional methods. Sensing Leibniz's rising influence, they urged Newton to claim priority. Meanwhile, Leibniz had published widely, showcasing differential and integral calculus. The stage was set for a priority dispute that would soon overshadow both men's other achievements. The disagreement heated after 1700, particularly as the Royal Society became a hotbed of national pride. Leibniz found himself ridiculed in certain English pamphlets, which alleged he had spied on Newton's manuscripts. Leibniz retorted that his discoveries were independent, pointing to his meticulously dated notes. Polite private letters turned into acrimonious public statements. The irony was that both men respected each other's intellect, but were ensnared by partisans and patriotic zeal. Meanwhile, an unexpected complication. When King Charles II of Spain died in 1700, without an heir, European politics lurched into crisis. Hanover sought to position itself favourably in the shifting alliances. Leibniz juggled dispatches about the Spanish succession, while also defending his calculus in scholarly journals. The intensity wore on him. He lamented that petty national rivalries threatened the shared enterprise of science. However, he wasn't a passive observer. Occasionally, he wrote incisive responses that intensified the conflict. In quieter intervals, he nurtured his grand philosophical system. The notion of monad solidified. He penned letters to Nicolas Ramon, a French diplomat, explaining that monads were windowless, reflecting the cosmos from within. Everything was connected by pre-established harmony, orchestrated by a divine planner. Some saw the concept as too abstract, but to Leibniz, it meshed seamlessly with his faith in universal rational structure. Even as controversies flared, he anchored himself in the belief that reason would outlast squabbles. At the century's turn, Leibniz exuded a paradox, revered across Europe for his sweeping intellect, yet increasingly isolated by conflict. He hoped to finalise monumental projects, his universal language, the genealogical history, and a systematic metaphysics, but faced finite time and resources. Approaching his mid-50s, he pressed on, certain that posterity would vindicate his endeavours even if immediate circumstances proved fraught. In the early 1700s, Leibniz's personal fortunes wavered. The Duke of Hanover, Georg Ludwig, was poised to inherit the British throne, which he did in 1714 as King George I. The occasion should have spelled triumph for Leibniz, who had long served the House of Brunswick-Lüneburg. Yet ironically, it led to estrangement. Eager to secure British goodwill, Georg Ludwig relocated to London, leaving Leibniz behind in Hanover with an unfulfilled directive: finish that massive genealogical history. The royal court in England barred him from joining until he completed his massive genealogical history. This snub stung. Leibniz had spent decades in loyal service, orchestrating everything from diplomatic memos to scientific reforms. Now, overshadowed by rising British courtiers, he found himself effectively grounded. The genealogical project, begun years earlier, lay in sprawling disarray. Volume after volume of research existed, but it was nowhere near a neat conclusion. Recognising the changing trends, Leibniz intensified his efforts by delving into dusty archives once more. Yet the scale was daunting. Each day, he uncovered more documents. Each discovered clue hinted at new angles to explore. Meanwhile, calculus controversy festered. In 1712, the Royal Society formed a committee, dominated by Newton's allies, to investigate the Newton-Leibniz priority question. Predictably, it concluded that Newton had discovered calculus first and strongly implied that Leibniz was less than honest. The subsequent report, known as the Commercium Epistolicum, read like an indictment. Leibniz protested vigorously, labelling the inquiry biased. He pointed to dated manuscripts from 1675 showing his own independent progress. Newton's supporters dismissed his protestations as a cunning interloper. Outside England, many mathematicians still sided with Leibniz, or at least viewed the matter as a parallel discovery. However, his reputation suffered significant damage. Despite the challenges, he persevered. The Academy of Sciences in Berlin, which he had helped establish in 1700, provided a platform for his scientific ambitions. With the support of Sophie Charlotte of Hanover, mother of Georg Ludwig and a kindred intellectual spirit, he had co-founded this academy to nurture scientific collaboration in the German states. Even after Sophie Charlotte's death, Leibniz remained its figurehead, though financial struggles dogged the institution. He offered lectures on logic, mathematics, and moral philosophy, hoping to attract brilliant minds and forge a European network of savants. Results were mixed, but the dream persisted. Despite controversies, he found pockets of solace among younger mathematicians. In 1708, for instance, a Swiss genius named Leonhard Euler was born. Though still a child, Euler would one day become a champion of Leibniz's notation. The seeds of future vindication were quietly planted. Meanwhile, the Bernoulli family continued to produce advanced results using Leibnizian methods. Johann Bernoulli and his pupils solved differential equations that shaped mechanics, all under the conceptual umbrella Leibniz had fashioned. Philosophically, he refined his monadology, culminating in a short treatise known simply as the Monadology around 1714. Written in French, it outlined how each monade was a windowless centre of perception, synchronized by a divine plan. While abstract, it explained everything from the illusions of causality to the unity of the cosmos. To some, it read like mystical speculation, to others, it was a rigorous extraction of his rational theology. Either way, it showcased an astonishing range, weaving metaphysics, logic, and mathematics into a cohesive worldview. All the while, his health declined. He suffered from gout and other ailments, exacerbated by long hours hunched over manuscripts. His residence in Hanover was lined with notes, prototypes of mechanical devices, half-written manuscripts on code-making, plus stacks of philosophical correspondences. Observers sometimes thought him a hoarder of ideas, forever on the brink of finalizing a grand synthesis, but never quite concluding. Indeed, his insatiable curiosity served as both a boon and a burden. Socially, he was increasingly lonely. Many of his closest patrons had died or drifted away. Georg Ludwig, now George I, rarely consulted him. Newton's circle spread rumours that cast him as discredited. The younger generation in the German courts found him eccentric, yet a small cadre of devotees recognised his brilliance. They offered quiet encouragement, urging him to publish more systematically. He tried, but the burdens of the genealogical history kept him tethered, and his myriad side projects swallowed time. Approaching 70, Leibniz felt the weight of unfulfilled plans. He yearned to see a universal science bridging all disciplines. He hoped to unify Christian denominations through reason, to build mechanical calculating machines for everyday tasks, and to see his beloved academies flourish. Yet life had whittled away many illusions. He pressed on, determined that if the present age misunderstood him, future centuries might unravel and appreciate the kaleidoscopic tapestry he had woven. By 1716, Leibniz's health was in a rapid downward spiral. Gout attacks became frequent, confining him to his chambers. He corresponded relentlessly from his sickbed, dictating letters that ranged from theological queries to advanced calculus problems. The genealogical project, still incomplete, weighed upon him like a perpetual storm cloud. He fretted that his inability to deliver it kept him alienated from the court he once served so faithfully. Despite physical torment, his mind remained agile. In these final months, he drafted addenda to his philosophical works, clarifying the nature of God's interaction with monads and reaffirming his concept of pre-established harmony. He toyed with expansions to his universal logical calculus, though few around him grasped the depth of this notion. Occasionally, local visitors found him immersed in code-like symbols scrawled in the margins of pages, attempting to refine the universal language he had long championed. The watchful eye of the world, however, was directed elsewhere. In England, Newton's star shone bright. The Royal Society bustled with new discoveries in physics and astronomy, lionising Newton as the era's supreme intellect. Among continental mathematicians, Leibniz still had defenders, but many avoided the priority debate, seeking to maintain favourable relations with English patrons. The calm acceptance that both men had discovered calculus independently was overshadowed by patriotic fervour. It pained Leibniz to see scientific enterprise tainted by a nationalistic rivalry, but he was too frail to launch new campaigns for reconciliation. Meanwhile, in Hanover, the genealogical archives remained a labyrinth. Leibniz's assistant, Johann Georg von Eckhart, struggled to impose order. The scale of the research dwarfed any realistic timeline. Leibniz's critics within the court whispered that he was stalling or incompetent. He tried to explain that thorough scholarship couldn't be rushed, but such arguments fell flat. Even benevolent courtiers held the belief that his diverse interests had dispersed his efforts, condemning him to incomplete masterpieces. In a poignant twist, King George I visited Hanover briefly in 1716, but made no effort to see his once esteemed advisor. Official records note the king's arrival, lavish entertainment, and dinners with local officials. Leibniz, laid up in his house, received no summons. The slight cut was deep. After decades of loyal service, he was all but invisible to the monarch he had helped ascend. Gossip circulated that Leibniz had become an eccentric footnote to Hanoverian power, useful once, but now overshadowed by more straightforward administrators. Amid this gloom, a flicker of hope arrived. Mathematicians in Basel and Paris wrote politely to say they still used his notation. Younger scholars credited his differential approach for clarifying certain series expansions. Certain French savants expressed admiration for his philosophical breadth, even if they found some ideas cryptic. This acknowledgement cheered him, affirming that seeds planted in earlier decades still bore fruit. Yet the toll on his body was irreversible. In November 1716, he succumbed to illness. His passing was quiet, nearly unnoticed by local dignitaries. Legend holds that only his personal secretary accompanied the coffin, no state funeral, no grand eulogy, that a man of such towering intellect could depart so unceremoniously underscored how ephemeral court favour could be. Letters announcing his death trickled across Europe, prompting scattered obituaries. Newton is said to have responded with indifference. Others, like the Bernoullis, penned tributes praising Leibniz's brilliance while lamenting the bitterness of the calculus feud. For a time, his memory lingered in pockets of the continent, but was overshadowed by the mighty Newtonian edifice in England. The 18th century marched on, enthralled by Newton's physics as Leibniz's contributions simmered quietly in the domain of pure math and logic. Only later, particularly with the rise of symbolic logic in the 19th and 20th centuries, would historians revisit his manuscripts to discover how visionary his attempts at a universal logical framework had been. In death, as in life, he remained a figure of paradox, near forgotten by the princely family he served, overshadowed by Mohammed Newton in the public eye, yet revered in specialised circles that recognised the depth of his innovations over centuries. As his letters and papers were studied more thoroughly, the full scope of his genius emerged. He was not simply the other inventor of calculus, but a pioneering philosopher, logician, historian and diplomat. The universal tapestry he strove to weave would continue unfolding long after his solitary funeral. Long after Leibniz's quiet burial in Hanover, the intellectual world gradually rediscovered his legacy. Throughout the 18th century, the dominance of Newtonian physics eclipsed any hint of continental mathematics. But behind the scenes, mathematicians in Basel, Berlin, and Paris refined Leibnizian calculus. The Bernoullis, along with Leonhard Euler, integrated Leibniz's notation into an edifice that made advanced differential equations tractable. By the mid-1700s, a new generation scarcely questioned which style of calculus they used. Leibniz's notation had prevailed for its clarity. Still, the philosophical side of his work awaited fuller appreciation. His monadology circulated in limited circles, mystifying many. Enlightenment thinkers like Voltaire ridiculed the best of all possible worlds as naive optimism. In his satire Candide, Voltaire lampooned a thinly disguised Leibniz as Dr. Pangloss, forever rationalising horrors. Consequently, for decades, the Leibnizian worldview was misread as a Pollyannish refusal to face reality. Yet other thinkers sensed deeper currents. Immanuel Kant, though forging his path, engaged with Leibniz's rationalist ideas. The tension between empirical data and innate concepts found echoes in Leibniz's attempt to unify logic and experience. In Catholic theological circles, his quest to reconcile Protestant and Catholic doctrines sparked renewed interest, even if his grand ecumenical project never reached fruition. And in the realm of language philosophy, scattered references to his Characteristica Universalis kept haunting dreamers who yearned for a perfect symbolic system. By the 19th century, German scholarship turned back to Leibniz. Historians recognised he was a key figure bridging the Renaissance's classical scholarship and the Enlightenment's scientific rigour. Scholars published new editions of his letters, revealing the extent of his global correspondence, from Jesuits in China discussing mathematics to French philologists analysing word roots to British astronomers exchanging star charts. Each letter showcased the universal scope of his curiosity. In parallel, the modern field of symbolic logic, spearheaded by George Boole, Gottlob Frege and others, unearthed Leibniz's unheeded manuscripts. They found he had sketched the basics of a formal logic, anticipating the idea that reasoning could be reduced to symbolic manipulation. This realization cast him as a prophet of the digital age, centuries ahead in imagining a calculus of reason. Instead of a footnote to Newton, he began to be lauded as a forerunner of computer science, an irony that would have delighted the inventor of the mechanical stepped reckoner. Mathematicians, too, gave him a fresh nod. Euler, Lagrange, and Cauchy had built mainstream calculus using Leibnizian symbols, unconsciously vindicating his approach. Newton's fluxions faded from textbooks, replaced by dx and di. Over time, the bitterness of the priority dispute waned, replaced by a consensus that both men made seminal contributions. Yet the clarity and adaptability of Leibniz's notation triumphed, ensuring that every subsequent student of calculus inadvertently echoed his innovations. Philosophers of religion revisited his theodicy, finding a sophisticated attempt to defend divine providence against the problem of evil. While few modern theologians embraced it wholesale, They acknowledged its significance as an early attempt at rational theodicy. Others re-evaluated his monads, seeing them less as random speculation and more as a precursor to certain idealist philosophies in Germany. Hegel, for instance, referenced Leibniz's notion of the internal reflection. The French philosopher Gilles Deleuze praised Leibniz's folds, reimagining them for postmodern thought. In the 20th century, the digital revolution casts Leibniz in an even more prophetic light. The binary numeral system, which forms the basis of modern computing, had been explored by Leibniz centuries earlier when he studied the I Ching and envisioned representing all knowledge with ones and zeros. This revelation cemented his reputation as an intellectual who straddled multiple epochs, an aristocratic court advisor who also intuited the logic of future machines. Today, statues of Leibniz stand in Hanover and Leipzig. Institutions named after him foster interdisciplinary research, echoing his conviction that knowledge is one grand continuum. The genealogical history that vexed him remains unfinished, overshadowed by more seminal achievements. Historians marvel at his energy. He left an estimated 200,000 pages of manuscripts, many still unpublished. Each new trove underscores how one man tried to unify law. Leonardo da Vinci was born on April 15, 1452, or 1452 by the Florentine calendar, 1452 to 1453 by modern reckoning, in the Tuscan hamlet of Anciano, near the town of Vinci. He came into a world undergoing seismic changes. Florence was a republic brimming with artistic energy, and Europe was on the cusp of the Renaissance's full flowering. His father, Ser Piero da Vinci, was a notary of moderate renown, while his mother, Caterina, is believed to have been a local woman of humble background. The boy's illegitimacy meant he was never part of the upper echelons, yet it freed him from certain constraints that might have shackled a legitimate son to family business. Even as a child, Leonardo is said to have displayed an intense curiosity, wandering fields and streams, sketching plants, small creatures, or swirling eddies in the water. At this time, many children in Tuscany received minimal formal education, but Leonardo's father recognised the boy's precocious mind. Records suggest that around age 14, Leonardo began an apprenticeship in Florence with Andrea del Verrocchio, a master known for sculpture, metalwork, and painting. The workshop bustled with talented pupils and assistants, forging a collaborative environment. Apprentices learned to prepare pigments, craft details, and replicate the master's style. Leonardo's innate knack for observation set him apart. His notebooks from that era, though mostly lost, would have contained anatomical sketches, mechanical doodles, and fleeting notes on geometry. While other students memorized standard forms, Leonardo probed the underlying structures, dissecting how limbs attached or how light refracted on glossy surfaces. An early turning point arrived when Verrocchio assigned him to paint a small angel in the corner of the Baptism of Christ. Legend has it that upon seeing Leonardo's contribution, Verrocchio felt overshadowed and vowed never to paint again. Though that story might be apocryphal, it underscores how swiftly Leonardo's skill gained recognition. He brought a fresh approach to shading, employing what we now call chiaroscuro to infuse figures with tangible volume. While older masters often used linear outlines, Leonardo blended tones so that forms emerged gracefully from shadow. Despite his promise, Leonardo's early years in Florence carried frustrations. Some commissions fizzled due to political upheavals or patron shifts. Eager to expand his reach, Leonardo sought new vistas. Around 1482, he journeyed to Milan, offering his services to Ludovico Sforza, the ruling duke. He wrote a letter extolling his engineering prowess, listing designs for bridges, cannons, and war machines, only concluding with a mention that he could paint. This detail reveals how Leonardo viewed himself, not merely an artist, but a multifaceted engineer who happened to paint. Sforza, intrigued by such potential, welcomed him. In Milan, Leonardo thrived. The ducal court was a centre of intellectual pursuits, blending politics, the arts, and emerging sciences. He tackled a massive equestrian statue project for Ludovico, intending to cast a colossal bronze horse to honour the duke's father. For years, Leonardo studied horses' musculature, sketched them in various gaits, and designed elaborate foundry techniques. Ultimately, political strife disrupted the project. French armies invaded, and the raw bronze allocated for the statue was repurposed into cannons. The uncompleted clay model became a casualty of war, shattered as Milan fell. This fiasco, however, did not dampen Leonardo's thirst for grand challenges. During his Milanese phase, Leonardo also produced The Virgin of the Rocks, a painting that showcased his mastery of atmospheric perspective. He experimented with layered glazes and gentle transitions, making the rocky grotto and figures radiate an otherworldly hush. Simultaneously, he furthered his anatomical investigations, dissecting animals to refine his knowledge of muscle groups. He documented swirling water patterns in the city's canals, studied the flight of birds, and toyed with the idea of a flying machine. Milan's environment gave him the space to roam intellectually, bridging artistry with scientific speculation in a manner rarely seen before. Yet these pursuits coexisted with real-world demands. The Sforza court needed fortifications, festival designs, and mechanical contraptions. Leonardo obliged, penning treatises on geometry, building stage sets for pageants, and engineering ephemeral wonders. Some found him eccentric, especially as he scribbled notes in mirror writing. Others recognised him as an inexhaustible thinker who might at any moment produce the next stroke of genius. By the late 15th century, Leonardo had established himself as a leading figure of the Renaissance, though his restless mind kept him pushing forward, always hungry for the next frontier of knowledge. Leonardo's life in Milan was bustling, yet destiny had other turns in store. In 1499, French forces under King Louis XII conquered Milan. The once powerful Sforza dynasty collapsed, leaving Leonardo and his patrons scrambling. With the city's patron gone, Leonardo lost his secure base. He departed Milan, travelling to Venice, then briefly to Mantua, carrying an uneven portfolio of half-finished commissions and a head brimming with experiments. The aftermath was a tumultuous period, marked by shifting alliances across Italy's city-states. In Mantua, the Marchioness Isabella d'Este welcomed him, seeking a portrait. She was a formidable patron, but Leonardo's restlessness prevailed. He quickly moved on, possibly uninterested in the standard portrait tasks. By the mid-1500s, he found his way back to Florence after 2 decades away. The city had changed. It was now under the sway of the Republican government, briefly influenced by the fiery preacher Savonarola. Tensions simmered, and art commissions had a new flavour, patriotic or moralistic. Yet Florence remembered Leonardo's early promise. He was invited to paint a major altarpiece, though negotiations stalled. Instead, he seized on a more prestigious assignment, a mural in the Palazzo della Signoria, the seat of Florence's government. This mural project, known as the Battle of Anghiari, was meant to commemorate a 1440 Florentine victory. Across town, Michelangelo was commissioned to do a different battle scene in the same hall. The city braced for a competition between two towering geniuses. Leonardo approached the mural with an experimental technique. He planned to use a wax-based paint to speed drying. He built a giant scaffold and devised advanced heating systems to help the paint set, but the innovation backfired. Parts of the mural dripped or refused to adhere. Despite partial success in depicting dramatic cavalry charges, the painting never reached its final form. Over time, the incomplete mural decayed or was covered by later renovations. Still, the surviving sketches and copies hint that it was a dynamic, swirling composition of men and horses locked in ferocious combat. During this same stretch, Leonardo painted the Mona Lisa, commissioned by Francesco del Giocondo for his wife, Lisa. It was initially a private portrait, yet Leonardo spent years refining it, working and reworking subtle glazes. The face's elusive smile and luminous complexion resulted from layering translucent paint. Each layer diffused light. The painting's mysterious aura also came from Leonardo's habit of constantly altering details. While smaller than some grand frescoes, the piece represented a culmination of his sfumato technique. The background's hazy mountains and winding roads mirrored Leonardo's fascination with geology and fluid dynamics. Over time, he kept the painting with him, never delivering it to the patron. Possibly he saw it as a personal testament to portraiture's pinnacle. Parallel to these artistic feats, Leonardo advanced his scientific explorations. He dissected human cadavers in hospitals outside Florence, sketching cross-sections of muscles and bones. Though dissection was sensitive, certain hospitals allowed it for educational ends. His anatomical drawings, some discovered centuries later, revealed a near-modern understanding of the spine, the arrangement of internal organs, and the skeleton's mechanics. He planned an extensive treatise on anatomy, combining text with diagrammatic precision, anticipating the modern concept of illustrated medical textbooks. However, like many Leonardo projects, it was never formally published in his lifetime. Politics roiled again in 1503 to 1504 when Pisa threatened Florence. Leonardo contributed to engineering solutions, brainstorming ways to divert the Arno River to hamper Pisa's supply lines. He drafted canals, levees, and even considered flooding tactics. The plan was bold but faced practical obstacles in Tuscany's terrain. Although partially attempted, the scheme never fully materialised. The episodes highlight Leonardo's willingness to tackle large-scale engineering challenges, blending topographical studies with strategic insight. The lessons gleaned would echo in his future city planning sketches and water management designs. By 1506, French rule stabilised in Milan, opening the city once more. Long gone was Ludovico Sforza, but the new French governors beckoned Leonardo. Eager to revisit uncompleted ideas like the giant horse statue, he returned. Florence parted ways with him under a cloud of frustration, as the Battle of Anghiari lingered unfinished. Yet Leonardo's departure signalled that loyalty to a single city was never his style. He roamed, following whichever environment let him chase multiple intellectual pursuits. In returning to Milan, he sought continuity for the scientific and artistic projects left behind a decade prior. Thus, by the mid-1500s, Leonardo had become an artist-engineer bridging city-states, forging a pattern of partial achievements and unfinished marvels. Some critics found him unreliable, an eternal tinkerer, yet few denied his brilliance. He left Florence having revolutionised portraiture and capturing ephemeral visual mysteries in the Mona Lisa, while also nearly revolutionising mural painting. The stage was set for further meanderings in Milan and eventually beyond, as Europe recognised him as a truly singular figure, a testament to the Renaissance's union of art and science. Leonardo's second stint in Milan began around 1506 under the patronage of Charles d'Amboise, the French governor. This time the city was controlled by the French crown, not the Sforza family. The environment was different, less personal loyalty, more bureaucratic oversight. But Leonardo's fame had grown. He was recognised as a Renaissance man, whose counsel was prized for everything from architecture to geometry. Some records indicate he was granted a workshop near the Porta Vercellina district, where he resumed anatomical, mechanical, and artistic endeavours. One ongoing obsession was the equestrian monument he had once planned for Ludovico Sforza. Though the bronze had been lost to war, Leonardo still dreamed of building the largest horse statue known. He refined the design, adjusting how a rearing stallion might balance on hind legs. He sketched innovative casting methods, hoping to circumvent earlier meltdown issues. However, the politics had shifted. With Ludovico deposed, the impetus for a Sforza memorial dissipated. Leonardo might have pitched the idea to the French administration, but it never crystallised. He remained resolute in exploring equine anatomy, capturing every sinew and tendon in fresh sketches. During this period, Leonardo welcomed a youthful apprentice named Francesco Melzi, who would become his most devoted disciple and eventual executor of his estate. Melzi, from a noble Milanese family, offered loyalty, scribing capabilities, and stable finances. He accompanied Leonardo on trips, helped organise notes, and became the master's confidant. The presence of a still or respectful apprentice might have provided Leonardo the continuity he'd long sought, especially after dealing with earlier assistants who sometimes parted on mixed terms. Meanwhile, glimpses of his scientific mania multiplied. He dissected more cadavers, filling notebooks with nuanced drawings of hearts, muscles, the bronchial system. Observing that heart valves directed blood flow, he speculated about circulation decades before William Harvey's formal discovery. He studied the vitreous humour in an ox's eye, investigating how images formed. While the Catholic Church mostly tolerated such dissections for medical progress, certain clergy frowned on it, so Leonardo often performed them discreetly or at night. Had he published these findings, he might have revolutionised medicine centuries earlier, but perfectionism and continuous revision meant his data stayed personal, locked in cramped notebooks and penned in a mirror script. In parallel, Leonardo authored treatises on flight. Fascinated by birds' wing structures, he dissected wings to decode the interplay of feathers. He built mechanical prototypes, ornithopters, aiming to replicate flapping flight. Though never tested on a large scale, these contraptions presaged modern aviation concepts. He recognised that pure flapping wouldn't suffice for human flight. He studied gliding surfaces, suspecting that air currents could keep a craft aloft. Yet the technology of the era, no engines or suitable materials, curbed these ambitions. Even so, the sketches reveal an acute understanding of aerodynamics. Around 1510, Leonardo's patron Charles d'Amboise died, prompting another shift in Milan's political circle. Still, the French King Louis XII valued Leonardo. Another momentous figure emerged. The newly ascendant Giuliano de' Medici, brother of Pope Leo X, invited Leonardo to return to the Florentine orbit or possibly move to Rome, where the papacy was fueling grand building projects. Leonardo, now in his late 50s, weighed these overtures carefully. The lure of Rome's architectural expansions and advanced scientific resources might prove irresistible. Eventually, around 1513, Leonardo departed Milan for Rome, with an entourage that included Melzi and some assistants. In Rome, under Pope Leo X, the artistic scene soared. Michelangelo and Raphael dominated the city's commissions, Sistine Chapel expansions, grand papal apartments. Leonardo expected a role in major architectural or hydraulic projects. Instead, he found himself overshadowed by younger rivals. Michelangelo, known for moody brilliance, had little patience for Leonardo's diversions, while Raphael's rising star enthralled the papal court. Leonardo was offered small tasks. For instance, the Pope asked him to devise mechanical amusements or stage designs, but no major papal commission emerged. Despite the frustration, Leonardo utilised Rome's libraries, continuing anatomical dissections. He took advantage of more cadaver supply from local hospitals. Some rumours suggest friction with the Vatican Curia, especially after a cardinal supposedly saw dismembered bodies in Leonardo's quarters. The environment felt stifling. He wrote letters implying that the papal circle favoured spectacle over more profound research. With insufficient official support for his large-scale experiments, Leonardo grew restless again. Yet he found fleeting satisfaction exploring the Belvedere Gardens, measuring ruins of ancient Roman structures. He studied geometry with scholars, exchanging ideas about perspective and the Ptolemaic universe. Perhaps a quieter dream to unify art and mathematics kept him going. Still, the unstoppable politics of Italy soon overshadowed local tasks. The shifting alliances in 1516 catapulted France into dominance once more. Francis I became king, eyeing Italy hungrily. For Leonardo, the swirling intrigue spelled an opportunity to pivot yet again. The next invitation from the French crown would beckon him across the Alps for what would become the final chapter of his life's remarkable journey. In 1516, King Francis I of France, a young monarch intrigued by art and technology, extended an invitation to Leonardo da Vinci. Tired of Roman politics and seeing limited scope for big projects there, Leonardo accepted. He travelled north, crossing the Alps at an advanced age, bearing precious paintings and volumes of notes, among them the Mona Lisa and likely St. John the Baptist. Francis offered him the manor house of Clos-Lucé, near the royal Château d'Amboise in the Loire Valley. This arrangement put Leonardo under royal patronage, granting him comfort and a platform for his creative urges. At Clos-Lucé, Leonardo enjoyed relative calm, gone were the fierce rivalries of Florence and the ephemeral commissions of Milan. Francis I often strolled over, discussing fortifications, canal systems, or mechanical contraptions. The king revered Leonardo as a living legend, a reservoir of Renaissance brilliance. The older man reciprocated with sketches of improved weaponry or designs for a grand palace. However, age and ill health limited the impetus for new large-scale ventures. Some accounts claim Leonardo tried to outline an ideal city for Francis, merging symmetrical layouts with efficient waterways, but no direct implementation followed. Amid this peaceful setting, Leonardo's health issues worsened. He wrote fewer lines in his notebooks, and his once dexterous hand might have trembled from possible strokes or nerve troubles, yet his mind remained inquisitive. He refined old anatomical drawings, re-examining them in the quiet orchard near his manor. Melzi, ever faithful, organised the piles of manuscripts, ensuring references to geometry, geology, optics, and anatomy didn't vanish into chaos. The older assistant Salai, who had begun as a teenage model with a mischievous streak, also lived there, though rumoured tensions occasionally flared between him and Melzi. A highlight of this period was visits by French courtiers who marvelled at the Mona Lisa. They admired her half-smile, rumoured to be a representation of intangible grace. Francis I himself is said to have purchased the painting directly from Leonardo, or inherited it after the artist's death, eventually placing it in Fontainebleau. Then it travelled to the Louvre centuries later. Another puzzle, St. John the Baptist, a moody, half-lit figure, pointing heavenward, also accompanied him to France. Its swirling hair and ambiguous expression invited speculation that it was a deeply personal reflection on spiritual transformation. Though slowed physically, Leonardo sometimes produced ephemeral amusements for the court. Francis might request a mechanical lion that roared, or a winged contraption to amuse guests. These ephemeral wonders were reminiscent of his younger days planning festivals for the Milanese dukes. In letters, watchers described him as gracious but occasionally melancholic, lamenting the ephemeral nature of grand projects he never completed. The once unstoppable polymath was contending with the reality that time was finite. He also penned reflections on theology, bridging Catholic doctrines with his own scientific viewpoint. While devout in belief, he had long championed rational inquiry, sometimes rattling clergy with statements about Earth's position or the universal laws of nature. In France, the monarchy had a slightly more flexible attitude toward intellectual exploration, so long as loyalty to church dogma wasn't overtly challenged. This gave Leonardo space to fuse spiritual musings with scientific wonder. A few cryptic lines in his notebooks hint that he believed the study of anatomy and nature only deepened reverence for a divine creator. Socially, the small circle at Clos Lucé was cosy. Francis I occasionally dined with Leonardo, absorbing tall tales from Italy's golden cities. Melzi recorded these dialogues, though few transcripts remain. Meanwhile, rumours circulated about Leonardo's final unseen manuscripts. Some believed he was penning a definitive treatise on flight or a universal theory of water currents. In truth, he likely polished segments of older notes rather than forging a single cohesive magnum opus. The scattered nature of his archive meant the future would discover his brilliance piecemeal. During the winter of 1518 to the 1519, Leonardo's condition deteriorated. Chronic arm pains, possibly from a stroke, forced him to rely heavily on Melzi for everyday tasks. Francis, hearing of the decline, visited more often, hoping for final insights from the master. Legend has it that the king was at Leonardo's side as he passed on May 2nd, 1519. While romanticised accounts depict Leonardo dying in Francis's arms, the historical veracity is uncertain. Still, the bond between them was genuine, a deep mutual respect between an ageing Renaissance titan and a monarch hungry for cultural ascendancy. Thus ended Leonardo's mortal journey far from the Tuscan hills of his birth, in a French manor brightened by orchard blooms. This final French chapter was quieter, reflective, yet still brimming with sparks of creativity. From building ephemeral mechanical lions to preserving the greatest paintings humankind had known, Leonardo's culminating years embodied a spirit that refused to go dim. He might not have erected a final monument, but he left behind a personal realm of knowledge-bridging art, science, and imagination, a legacy that would endure for centuries to come. In the immediate aftermath of Leonardo da Vinci dying, the question arose, what would become of his manuscripts and personal effects? According to some accounts, Francesco Melzi emerged as the designated heir, entrusted with safeguarding the thousands of pages brimming with sketches, notes and drafts. Salai, an earlier companion, received certain paintings and minor possessions. Yet the sheer volume of Leonardo's papers posed a challenge. Melzi dedicated years trying to organise them, hoping to publish coherent treatises, but the scale was daunting. Over time, bits of the collection were dispersed, sold, or gifted by Melzi's heirs across Europe. This fracturing explains why Leonardo's notebooks eventually surfaced in places from Spain's royal libraries to British aristocratic collections, each chunk unveiled in irregular intervals. Europe of the 16th century recognised Leonardo's artistic brilliance. The Last Supper in Milan, though deteriorating due to his experimental fresco approach, was already hailed as an emotional masterpiece. The Mona Lisa, now in French royal possession, attracted courtly admiration for her haunting expression. Yet the fuller scope of his genius, engineering drawings, anatomical plates, or treatises on geometry remained largely hidden. The slow trickle of discovered manuscripts fueled centuries of fascination. In the 17th century, a few scientists glimpsed certain sketches, marvelling at advanced concepts of gear systems or diving apparatus, but it wasn't until the 19th century that broader scholarship systematically studied his codices, unveiling a mind centuries ahead of his era. Leonardo's immediate legacy in art was clearer. His painting style influenced a generation of mannerists who admired his smoky transitions, sfumato, and atmospheric depth. Milanese artists, though overshadowed by the city's shifting political fortunes, carried forward elements of his approach. In Florence, students who'd glimpsed the aborted Battle of Anghiari mural adapted some compositional ideas, but the direct lineage was complicated. Leonardo left no formal academy. He taught a few pupils thoroughly, except for Melzi and a handful of others. The intangible aura of Leonardesque painting permeated the late Renaissance with its softness of edges and subtle interplay of light. Over the next centuries, as Baroque flamboyance rose, certain of Leonardo's works fell out of style. Others recognized them as timeless. The Last Supper, for example, underwent multiple restorations, each attempt often introducing fresh problems, leading to controversies about how much of Leonardo's original brushstrokes survived. Meanwhile, in the 19th century, Romantic and Victorian scholars resurrected the cult of the Renaissance genius. Leonardo emerged as a symbol of the solitary visionary, an introspective figure bridging reason and art. Writers like Walter Pater penned rhapsodic essays on the Mona Lisa, describing her as an enigma embodying centuries of emotion. Such effusions etched the painting's fame deep into Western cultural consciousness. Only in the modern age did the scale of Leonardo's scientific legacy become widely recognized. As more codices were catalogued, like the Codex Atlanticus or the Codex Arundel, historians realized that he had conceptualized flying machines, armored vehicles, and tension-based mechanical devices. He had studied wave patterns, sketched gear differentials, and dissected the human body with an exactitude unmatched for centuries. Art historians marvelled at how the same man who painted the lady with an ermine had also measured the mathematical proportions of reflection angles. The synergy of aesthetics and logic rendered him the archetype of the Renaissance man. Modern architects gleaned from his city planning concepts, while robotic engineers found preludes to modern mechanical linkages in his swirling diagrams. For a time, many described Leonardo as a man out of time, but recent scholarship refines that narrative. He was indeed extraordinary, but also a product of a vibrant milieu. Italian city-states teemed with cross-pollination from Greek, Roman, and Islamic knowledge. Leonardo built on the achievements of earlier polymaths, from the classical treatises of Archimedes to the reintroduced works of Alhazen on optics. Recognizing that synergy doesn't lessen his brilliance, it situates him in the network that made such leaps feasible. Meanwhile, the mystique around Leonardo occasionally overshadowed more grounded truths. Tales of him finishing commissions in a single burst or conjuring bizarre contraptions for stage illusions became embroidered over time. The reality was that he left many tasks incomplete, struggled with perfectionism, and juggled ephemeral court demands. This tension between the unstoppable imagination and the practical burdens of day-to-day labour infuses his story with a human dimension. He wasn't some aloof superhuman, but an individual forging through the same complexities and distractions we all face, albeit with an incandescent spark few could rival. Thus, centuries after his passing, Leonardo's name resonates as the embodiment of creative ambition. Whether in art galleries, engineering labs, or philosophical debates, references to his fusion of imagination and observation abound. People see in him the ideal of curiosity unshackled, bridging the intangible rifts between art, science, beauty, and data. That intangible legacy, more than any single painting or device, might stand as the core reason we revere him. He left behind not just objects, but a testament that the quest for knowledge and mastery can, in the right hands, rewrite the boundaries of possibility. In contemporary times, Leonardo's legacy permeates cultural and scientific discourse in ways both lofty and mundane. The Mona Lisa has become a pop icon, reproduced endlessly on posters and novelty items, its wry smile fueling conspiracy theories about hidden identities or coded messages. Meanwhile, The Last Supper continues to captivate pilgrims and tourists in Milan, though advanced ticket reservations are required to see the heavily conserved mural. Documentaries dissect each brushstroke, offering competing theories about cryptic symbolism in the arrangement of bread loaves or apostolic gestures. Beyond these famous works, Leonardo's name adorns everything from children's educational kits about invention to NASA references to lunar craters named in his honour. Tech innovators sometimes cite him as a paragon of design thinking, bridging aesthetics and function. The phrase Leonardo-like mind denotes someone unbound by a single domain. Museums stage blockbuster exhibitions, assembling scattered folios of his codices under one roof. Visitors queue for hours to glimpse the delicate sketches of a fetus in utero, or a swirling aerial screw. In such gatherings, viewers witness the raw lines of a man who wrestled with nature's secrets on scraps of paper, unknowing they'd be revered centuries later. Yet the question arises, what would Leonardo have done with modern resources? Some imagine him thriving in an era of 3D printers and digital imaging, or leading biotech startups. Others caution that the intangible synergy of Renaissance Italy, a world open to invention, but also bound by craft traditions, shaped him. A modern environment might hamper that slow, observational approach. He thrived in a realm where forging your pigments and dissecting cadavers in candlelit corners built a holistic sense of wonder. Today's rapid data flow might overshadow the meticulous wonder that fueled his slow revelations. Scholars continue analysing Leonardo's notebooks for overlooked insights. One might find a newly deciphered margin note revealing how he planned water-lifting devices for farmland irrigation. Another might unearth a fragment referencing a missing treatise on mirror making. Each fresh revelation underscores how incomplete our knowledge remains. Because his notebooks were so scattered, lines vanish into private collections, sometimes re-emerging at auction houses with $1 million price tags. Bill Gates famously purchased the Codex Leicester in 1994, digitizing pages for public curiosity. This interplay of private ownership and public thirst for knowledge epitomizes Leonardo's enduring mystique. One dimension of modern interest focuses on Leonardo's personal life. The few references to intimate relationships or sexuality remain ambiguous. Some interpret his heavy focus on male assistants as indicative of hidden personal aspects. Others see no direct evidence of romance in his notes. He rarely wrote about personal feelings, preferring coded references or allegorical musings. The aura of secrecy around his private life parallels the guarded manner in which he protected his scientific methods, fueling endless speculation. At the same time, the notion of the incomplete genius resonates with modern anxieties about productivity. Leonardo's many half-finished paintings and ephemeral designs illustrate the challenge of reconciling curiosity with the finality of deadlines. In an age obsessed with completion and output, his story hints that the path of exploration, though meandering, can yield intangible but profound insights. That he never published his anatomical volumes didn't negate their brilliance. Their posthumous influence shaped fields from architecture to fluid dynamics. Many contemporary creatives draw solace in Leonardo's example. Creation can be iterative, perpetually in flux, and still crucial to progress. Even so, some critics note that praising Leonardo can overshadow other Renaissance figures, like Filippo Brunelleschi, who concretely built the Florence Dome, or Luca Pacioli, whose mathematics influenced him. They argue that the Leonardo legend occasionally romanticizes an era's synergy. While that synergy was real, credit goes to many. Leonardo's singular star shouldn't blind us to the collective genius of the period, but precisely because he integrated so many fields, art, science, engineering and anatomy, he became an enduring symbol for the entire Renaissance moment, capturing the fervour of bridging knowledge domains. Hence, in the 21st century, Leonardo da Vinci remains less a static historical figure than a living metaphor for potential. Each generation reinterprets him, plugging his name into the contexts as varied as STEAM education, cultural diplomacy, or brand marketing. The friction between the legend and the historical details keeps him relevant. People yearn for the secret of how a single mind could roam so broadly, producing both timeless artistic wonders and notebooks brimming with half-realised marvels. That tension between the completed and the fragmentary may well be Leonardo's final gift, spurring us to question how far our curiosity might take us if we refuse to erect barriers between the arts and sciences. The story of Leonardo da Vinci serves as a lens on lifelong reinvention. Born in a modest Tuscan setting, he navigated uneven patronage system, accepted partial successes, and found resilience in perpetual learning. Each city he lived in, Florence, Milan, Rome, and ultimately France, offered fresh vantage points, reminding us that mobility can spark renewal at any stage in life. Though he occasionally lamented incomplete tasks, he pressed forward, bridging discipline after discipline. It's worth extracting lessons from his approach. He cultivated an insatiable observational habit, scrutinizing swirling water, the geometry of a flower's petal, or the subtle shift of a face's muscles. Even in an era lacking cameras or modern labs, he gleaned universal patterns by focusing on the details. As midlife adults, we too can regain that sense of direct observation, whether it's noticing minor changes in a friend's demeanour or analysing complexities at work. A Leonardesque perspective encourages seeing anew, not coasting on assumptions. Another facet resonates with modern times, the synergy of creative expression and methodical research. Leonardo was no carefree dreamer. He systematically tested ideas, building prototypes, dissecting bodies, and refining pigments. He let imagination drive him, but insisted on verifying theories with experiments. For those in middle adulthood, managing teams, families, or personal projects, balancing vision with practicality is an art. Leonardo's notebooks bristle with micro-failures, a water-lifting device that jammed, a mural technique that peeled, yet each misstep taught him something. This iterative mindset fosters resilience and yields deeper expertise. Moreover, Leonardo's story underscores the role of collaboration. He soared highest not in isolation, but in synergy with patrons, mentors, and assistants. The Sforza and French courts gave him resources to dream big. Skilled workshop members helped realise or test concepts. Even his competition with Michelangelo and Raphael, albeit fraught with tension, catalysed fresh impetus. In present life, synergy across skill sets can amplify outcomes. We see parallels in cross-functional corporate teams or community coalitions that blend varied talents to achieve breakthroughs. However, we also need to address the negative aspect, the eerie feeling of unrealised potential. Many of Leonardo's grand designs, such as the Sforza horse or the treatise on flight, remained incomplete. Some might interpret him as a cautionary tale about perfectionism. Indeed, he sometimes spent years layering glazes on a single painting or rewriting the same mechanical design. For busy modern adults, it can be a nudge to find closure. Not every idea demands indefinite polishing. Finishing and sharing can unlock new phases of growth. Still, Leonardo's incomplete wonders also remind us that partial efforts can spark future revolutions, even if we ourselves never see them fully bloom. His final years in the French court also highlight that one can remain relevant even in advanced age. By building a lifelong reputation for innovation, he found fresh patrons who treasured his wisdom. He might not have executed large public works then, but he contributed to strategic discussions and shaped cultural enrichment at the French court. Similarly, for those transitioning out of intense early career phases, there's a reminder that mentorship, idea sharing, or specialised consultancy can be equally impactful. Leonardo's twilight wasn't about retirement in a quiet sense, but about integrating decades of experience into a culminating sphere. Another essential angle is how Leonardo balanced religious sentiments with rational inquiry, deeply respectful of Christian doctrine. He never let dogma quell his questions about nature's mechanisms. He believed understanding creation's intricacies honoured the Creator. In an era where faith and science sometimes clashed, he navigated a personal path, for a modern audience frequently contending with polarised debates. Leonardo's outlook offers a model. Rational exploration can coexist with spiritual depth, each fueling gratitude for existence's marvels. Ultimately, the life of Leonardo da Vinci stands as an emblem of boundless curiosity, bridging disciplines that many treat as separate. He embraced incremental knowledge, acknowledging that each discovery planted the seeds for further mysteries. His notebook, though scattered and partial, reveal a mind enthralled by the interplay of form, motion, and cosmic design. 5 centuries on, we still glean from him the power of wonder, the value of dogged experimentation, and the humility to accept that mastery is a continual journey. never fully complete. In a world that yearns for innovation and empathy, he remains a shining example of what a single human can accomplish when guided by the persistent awe at the world's complexities, and that, perhaps, is Leonardo's ultimate gift, to remind us that even the simplest observation, like a swirl of water in a basin, can unravel entire universes of insight if we only dare to look closely enough. The boy who would reshape continents took his first breath in the shadow of the Altai Mountains. Kublai Khan came into the world in 1215, not as the obvious heir to power, but as the fourth son of Tolui and Sorghaghtani Beki. While his grandfather Genghis Khan carved an empire with blood and thunder, young Kublai's education took a different path, one that would eventually redefine what it meant to rule the largest contiguous land empire in history. Unlike his brothers, who mastered horseback archery before they could properly speak, Kublai found his early calling in the quieter pursuits of the mind. Sorghaghtani, his Nestorian Christian mother, made a calculated decision that history would later vindicate. While ensuring her son possessed the riding and shooting skills expected of Mongol nobility, she also engaged Chinese scholars to tutor him in Confucian classics, Buddhist philosophy, and the sophisticated administrative techniques of sedentary civilizations. This unconventional upbringing wasn't merely academic indulgence, it was strategic foresight. Sorghaghtani recognized that conquering China, the wealthiest and most complex society on earth, would require more than military might. It would demand cultural understanding and administrative finesse that no Khan before had possessed. "The bow conquers the throne," went an old Mongol saying, "but ink preserves it." Kublai internalized this wisdom in ways his predecessors never had. While his grandfather and uncles ruled from horseback and felt most comfortable in the open steppe, Kublai developed a fascination with urban life and permanent structures. As a young man, he constructed an experimental Chinese-style palace in the Mongolian heartland, a move that scandalized traditionalists who saw dwelling in anything but felt tense as an affront to their nomadic identity. This cultural flexibility extended to religion as well. Though raised by a Christian mother, Kublai never fully embraced her faith. Instead, he developed an intellectual's appreciation for philosophical Buddhism while maintaining traditional Mongol shamanic practices for political expediency. This religious pragmatism would later become a cornerstone of his imperial policy. What's often overlooked is how Kublai's early governance in northern China served as a laboratory for his later imperial vision. Appointed as viceroy to Chinese territories in 1251 by his brother Mongke Khan, Kublai surrounded himself with advisors from diverse backgrounds. The Tibetan Lama Drogon Chogyal Phagpa became a spiritual mentor, while Chinese Confucian scholars like Liu Bingzhong helped him navigate the labyrinthine traditions of Chinese bureaucracy. In these formative years, Kublai's governance style emerged, where other Mongol princes treated conquered territories merely as sources of plunder and tax revenue. He attempted to integrate local elites into his administration and adapt governance to regional conditions. This approach provoked criticism from Mongol traditionalists who viewed such accommodation as weakness, yet it laid the groundwork for his later ability to maintain control over vastly different cultural regions. Perhaps most telling about Kublai's character was his relationship with Chabi, his principal wife. Unlike the purely political marriages common among Mongol nobility, their partnership evolved into a genuine intellectual collaboration. Historical records suggest Chabi's influence moderated some of Kublai's harsher tendencies and encouraged his interest in Chinese culture. She advocated for policies protecting Chinese civilians during military campaigns and influenced appointments of moderate officials in his early administration. The Mongol Empire faced a pivotal moment when Mongke unexpectedly passed away in 1259. Kublai's younger brother Arik Burka seized the opportunity to claim the Great Khanate, rallying traditionalists who resented Kublai's perceived cultural apostasy. What followed was not merely a succession dispute, but an ideological battle for the empire's soul. Would the Mongols remain conquerors who ruled from horseback or transform into administrators of a multi-ethnic empire? The ensuing civil war demonstrated Kublai's strategic patience. Rather than immediately marching on the Mongolian heartland, where Arik's traditionalist support was strongest, he consolidated power in northern China, securing agricultural resources and tax revenues that would eventually finance his campaign. This decision, prioritizing economic infrastructure over symbolic homelands, revealed the pragmatic ruler he was becoming. The boy who would reshape continents took his first breath in the shadow of the Altai Mountains. Kublai Khan came into the world in 1215, not as the obvious heir to power, but as the fourth son of Tolui and Sorghaghtani Beki. While his grandfather Genghis Khan carved an empire with blood and thunder, young Kublai's education took a different path, one that would eventually redefine what it meant to rule the largest contiguous land empire in history. Unlike his brothers, who mastered horseback archery before they could properly speak, Kublai found his early calling in the quieter pursuits of the mind. Sorghaghtani, his Nestorian Christian mother, made a calculated decision that history would later vindicate. While ensuring her son possessed the riding and shooting skills expected of Mongol nobility, she also engaged Chinese scholars to tutor him in Confucian classics, Buddhist philosophy, and the sophisticated administrative techniques of sedentary civilizations. This unconventional upbringing wasn't merely academic indulgence, it was strategic foresight. Sorghaghtani recognized that conquering China, the wealthiest and most complex society on earth, would require more than military might. It would demand cultural understanding and administrative finesse that no Khan before had possessed. "The bow conquers the throne," went an old Mongol saying, "but ink preserves it." Kublai internalized this wisdom in ways his predecessors never had. While his grandfather and uncles ruled from horseback and felt most comfortable in the open steppe, Kublai developed a fascination with urban life and permanent structures. As a young man, he constructed an experimental Chinese-style palace in the Mongolian heartland, a move that scandalized traditionalists who saw dwelling in anything but felt tense as an affront to their nomadic identity. This cultural flexibility extended to religion as well. Though raised by a Christian mother, Kublai never fully embraced her faith. Instead, he developed an intellectual's appreciation for philosophical Buddhism while maintaining traditional Mongol shamanic practices for political expediency. This religious pragmatism would later become a cornerstone of his imperial policy. What's often overlooked is how Kublai's early governance in northern China served as a laboratory for his later imperial vision. Appointed as viceroy to Chinese territories in 1251 by his brother Mongke Khan, Kublai surrounded himself with advisors from diverse backgrounds. The Tibetan Lama Drogon Chogyal Phagpa became a spiritual mentor, while Chinese Confucian scholars like Liu Bingzhong helped him navigate the labyrinthine traditions of Chinese bureaucracy. In these formative years, Kublai's governance style emerged, where other Mongol princes treated conquered territories merely as sources of plunder and tax revenue. He attempted to integrate local elites into his administration and adapt governance to regional conditions. This approach provoked criticism from Mongol traditionalists who viewed such accommodation as weakness, yet it laid the groundwork for his later ability to maintain control over vastly different cultural regions. Perhaps most telling about Kublai's character was his relationship with Chabi, his principal wife. Unlike the purely political marriages common among Mongol nobility, their partnership evolved into a genuine intellectual collaboration. Historical records suggest Chabi's influence moderated some of Kublai's harsher tendencies and encouraged his interest in Chinese culture. She advocated for policies protecting Chinese civilians during military campaigns and influenced appointments of moderate officials in his early administration. The Mongol Empire faced a pivotal moment when Mongke unexpectedly passed away in 1259. Kublai's younger brother Arik Böke seized the opportunity to claim the Great Khanate, rallying traditionalists who resented Kublai's perceived cultural apostasy. What followed was not merely a succession dispute, but an ideological battle for the empire's soul. Would the Mongols remain conquerors who ruled from horseback or transform into administrators of a multi-ethnic empire? The ensuing civil war demonstrated Kublai's strategic patience. Rather than immediately marching on the Mongolian heartland, where Arik's traditionalist support was strongest, he consolidated power in northern China, securing agricultural resources and tax revenues that would eventually finance his campaign. This decision, prioritizing economic infrastructure over symbolic homelands, revealed the pragmatic ruler he was becoming. The Toluid civil war that erupted after Mongke's death pitted not just brother against brother, but competing visions for the Mongol future. While most historical accounts frame this conflict through military campaigns, the deeper struggle occurred in the halls of governance and finance. Kublai's 4-year campaign against Arik Böke featured an innovation that distinguished it from previous Mongol succession disputes: the systematic use of economic warfare. Controlling the agricultural heartland of northern China, Kublai restricted grain shipments to the Mongolian steppe. where Arik's supporters struggled to feed their families and livestock. This approach minimised direct military confrontation while steadily eroding his opponent's base of support. Throughout this conflict, Kublai demonstrated unexpected restraint toward captured enemies. After his final victory in 1264, he spared Arik's life, a mercy uncommonly extended in Mongol politics, though Arik would die mysteriously just 2 years later while in Kublai's custody. This initial clemency was notable for a man whose grandfather had created mountains of skulls across Central Asia. The war's resolution left Kublai as Great Khan in name, but the empire's fracturing had begun. The Western Khanates, the Golden Horde in Russia, the Chagatai Khanate in Central Asia, and the Ilkhanate in Persia, acknowledged Kublai's position with decreasing sincerity. Each pursued increasingly independent policies, rendering the title of Great Khan more symbolic than practical beyond East Asia. This reality shaped Kublai's vision. Rather than exhausting resources trying to reimpose central authority across the sprawling Mongol domains, he focused eastward, turning his grandfather's conquest into something new, a Chinese-style dynasty with Mongol characteristics. In 1271, at the age of 56, Kublai made this transformation official by proclaiming the Yuan dynasty. The name itself, meaning origin or beginning in Chinese, signalled his intent to establish not just a continuation of Mongol rule, but a legitimate Chinese imperial regime. This declaration came with a comprehensive adoption of Chinese imperial institutions, from 6 administrative ministries to elaborate court rituals. Yet beneath the Chinese imperial facade, Kublai maintained distinctly Mongol power structures. He instituted what historians later called the four-class system, arranging his subjects in a strict hierarchy. Mongols at the top, followed by Central Asian Muslims and other non-Chinese peoples, the Semu, then Northern Chinese, and finally Southern Chinese at the bottom. This system ensured Mongol military and political dominance while incorporating useful talents from all groups. Kublai's administrative innovations were practical responses to governance challenges. Unable to read Chinese himself, he commissioned the creation of the Faegi's Pe script, a writing system that could transcribe multiple languages, including Mongolian and Chinese. This script appeared on official seals and currency, allowing communication across linguistic divides within his administration. His legal system represented a similar hybrid approach. Rather than imposing Mongol customary law universally, or adopting Chinese legal traditions wholesale, Kublai created a tiered system where different ethnic groups were judged according to different legal standards. Mongols answered to traditional Mongol law, Muslims to Islamic law, and Chinese to modified Tang dynasty codes. Perhaps most revealing of Kublai's intellectual character was his establishment of the Muslim Astronomical Observatory in Beijing. While previous rulers might have consulted astrologers before campaigns, Kublai assembled a multicultural scientific team, including Chinese, Muslim, and even European scholars, to improve calendar systems, develop navigational tools, and study celestial phenomena. This institution reflected his genuine intellectual curiosity and recognition that knowledge from diverse traditions could serve practical governance. The Khan's personal habits similarly blended traditions. While maintaining the Mongol custom of hunting expeditions, Kublai transformed these into elaborate affairs combining Chinese imperial pageantry with steppe traditions. His hunting park at Xanadu, made famous centuries later by Coleridge's poem, featured not only game reserves but also agricultural demonstrations and botanical collections, reflecting his interest in natural sciences. By the time he consolidated his position as Emperor of China, Kublai Khan had evolved from a Mongol prince with Chinese tutors into something history had not seen before. A ruler equally comfortable discussing Confucian ethics, Buddhist cosmology, and the practical logistics of cavalry warfare. Perhaps most revolutionary was Dadu's religious landscape. Previous Chinese capitals had hierarchically arranged temples reflecting imperial orthodoxy. Kublai instead created what might be considered the world's first deliberately multi-religious imperial capital. Buddhist temples stood alongside Taoist sanctuaries, Confucian academies, Muslim mosques, Nestorian Christian churches, and even a Jewish synagogue. This arrangement wasn't merely tolerant, it was strategically pluralistic, allowing the emperor to draw legitimacy from multiple religious traditions simultaneously. The city's demographic composition reflected equally revolutionary thinking. While traditional Chinese capitals segregated foreigners in designated quarters, Dadu integrated multiple ethnic neighbourhoods throughout its urban fabric. Specialised craft districts developed where artisans from across the empire, Uyghur papermakers, Persian astronomers, Tibetan Thangka painters, and Chinese porcelain masters lived and worked in proximity, creating unprecedented cultural exchange. Security considerations shaped the city in distinctive ways. Unlike previous Chinese capitals where the imperial precinct stood at the centre, Dadu's palace complex was positioned against the northern wall, allowing for an emergency escape route to the Mongol heartlands if rebellion threatened. The imperial hunting preserve adjacent to the city served dual purposes: recreation for the court and a buffer zone that could be rapidly militarised in crisis. What's rarely appreciated about Dadu is how its construction stimulated technological innovation. The massive demand for building materials accelerated the development of mass production techniques for standardised bricks and roof tiles. The need to transport these materials efficiently prompted improvements in canal boat design and lock systems. The imperial workshops established to furnish the palace complex became facilities for technical exchange, where Persian glass-blowing techniques merged with Chinese porcelain traditions. By the time foreign visitors like Marco Polo arrived at Kublai's court, Dadu had already transformed from a construction project to a functioning imperial capital. Its population surpassed 500,000, making it among the world's largest cities. Its markets offered goods from as far away as Madagascar and Scandinavia. Its libraries housed texts in dozens of languages, and at its centre sat a ruler whose very environment now reflected his unique position, neither fully Mongol nor Chinese, but something history had never witnessed before. While Kublai Khan's continental conquests earn prominent attention in most historical accounts, his maritime ambitions and their spectacular failures reveal perhaps more about the limitations of his imperial vision than his successes on land ever could. The Khan who conquered the Sung dynasty did not simply inherit China's existing naval capacity, he dramatically expanded it, creating the largest maritime force Asia had seen up to that point. By 1274, Kublai controlled over 5,000 ships, from river patrol vessels to massive ocean-going warships. His shipyards along the Yangtze and in Korea constructed vessels that dwarfed anything found in European waters during the same period. What drove this continental ruler toward maritime expansion? The answer lies partly in economic calculation. By the 1270s, maritime trade routes connected East Asia with Southeast Asia, India, and the Middle East in a network that transported more wealth than the traditional Silk Road ever had. Controlling these sea lanes promised greater revenue than taxing caravan trade. Additionally, Kublai recognised that naval power could outflank regional rivals who might block land routes. The expeditions against Japan in 1274 and 1281 represent more than failed conquests. They mark critical turning points in East Asian military history. The first invasion fleet comprised approximately 900 ships carrying an estimated 23,000 troops, including Mongol, Chinese, and Korean contingents. Contemporary Japanese accounts describe these vessels employing technologies unfamiliar to Japanese defenders, including early explosive weapons derived from Chinese gunpowder developments. What's seldom acknowledged is how these invasions accelerated military technology transfer across East Asia. The Korean shipwrights drafted into Kublai's service brought their distinctive hull designs and sailing techniques into Chinese shipyards. Mongol cavalry tactics were adapted for marine landings. Chinese siege engineers developed floating platforms for their trebuchets. This cross-cultural military synthesis created entirely new approaches to naval warfare. The infamous kamikaze or divine wind typhoons that scattered both invasion fleets have become central to the narrative of Kublai's Japanese campaigns. However, evidence suggests the second expedition in 1281 faced significant problems even before the storm struck. Coordination between the Korean and southern Chinese fleet components proved nearly impossible due to different maritime traditions and command structures. Ships designed for different waters, the relatively protected Korean coast versus the open East China Sea, found themselves inappropriately deployed. Archaeological excavations of the invasion fleet wrecks near Takashima Island have revealed fascinating details about Kublai's naval technology. The recovered vessels show a surprising standardization of construction techniques, suggesting mass production methods that anticipated European shipbuilding approaches by centuries. Recovered weapons include sophisticated composite bows designed specifically for marine combat and early grenades with ceramic casings. technologies that would not appear in European naval warfare until much later. Less known than the Japanese campaigns were Kublai's naval expeditions to Southeast Asia. Between 1278 and 1287, he dispatched multiple fleets to various parts of what are now Vietnam, Cambodia, Myanmar, and Indonesia. These expeditions faced challenges different from those in Japan. Tropical diseases decimated northern troops, and dense river systems negated the mobility advantages of Mongol cavalry once they landed. The campaign against Java in 1293 represented the furthest extension of Kublai's maritime reach, nearly 3,500 miles from his capital, and encountered unique difficulties. Local understanding of monsoon timing gave Javanese forces a decisive advantage. When Kublai's fleet arrived, they found harbours empty of trading vessels they had hoped to capture, and coastal areas already harvested of food supplies. The 1293 expedition ultimately returned with tribute but failed to establish lasting control, demonstrating the logistical limitations of projecting power across such distances. What truly distinguished Kublai's maritime ventures from previous Chinese naval operations was their hybrid nature. His fleets incorporated personnel and techniques from multiple traditions: Chinese navigational knowledge, Korean shipbuilding, Mongol command structures, and even Muslim navigators familiar with Indian Ocean conditions. Ships carried multiple types of provisions to accommodate diverse crews, including kumis, fermented mare's milk, for Mongol officers alongside rice for Chinese sailors. Perhaps most tellingly, these naval expeditions altered Kublai himself. Court records describe him becoming increasingly fascinated with maritime technologies. He personally interviewed returning captains, collected nautical maps, and commissioned treatises on Southern Ocean navigation. The Khan, who had begun his career as a steppe horseman, eventually developed such appreciation for maritime affairs that he established specialized schools for navigational astronomy and map-making in his capital. Yet despite these innovations, Kublai's maritime ambitions ultimately represented imperial overreach. The failed campaigns consumed enormous resources. The second Japanese expedition alone is estimated to have cost nearly 2 years' tax revenue from all of Korea. These expenses, combined with the massive costs of building and maintaining Dadu, placed strains on the imperial treasury that would have long-term consequences for Yuan dynasty stability. Among the overlooked dimensions of Kublai Khan's rule was his pioneering use of food as an instrument of statecraft. The imperial kitchen became a microcosm of his broader imperial project, a space where cultural synthesis wasn't merely symbolic but tangibly experienced through daily ritual and sustenance. The court's dining practices reflected Kublai's complex cultural positioning. Unlike previous Mongol rulers who maintained strict nomadic eating habits even after conquests, Kublai orchestrated elaborate culinary performances that strategically deployed traditions from across his domains. Court banquets featured carefully choreographed sequences of dishes representing different territories: steppe kumis followed by northern Chinese wheat buns, southern rice preparations, Central Asian pilaf, and Persian sweets. Archaeological excavations at the Yuan Palace complex have revealed specialized kitchen areas for different culinary traditions, each with distinct equipment and dedicated staff. The Imperial Food Service employed over 12,000 people, including hunters, farmers, butchers, cooks, servers, and food tasters, making it one of the largest court departments. This elaborate system served both practical and symbolic functions, ensuring the Khan's security through careful food preparation while demonstrating his dominion over diverse resources and traditions. Kublai maintained certain Mongol dietary customs that visibly distinguished him from Chinese emperors. He continued the steppe tradition of the White Feast, featuring dairy products, alongside the Red Feast, featuring meat. His preference for mare's milk, erag, and dried meat strips proclaimed his Mongol identity, even as he adopted Chinese administrative practices, yet he strategically incorporated Chinese imperial food customs when politically expedient, particularly during ceremonies attended by Chinese officials. What distinguished Kublai's approach from simple cultural accommodation was its systematic nature. Court records detail elaborate protocols for determining which culinary traditions would be featured at which events, with specific foods functioning as diplomatic signals. When receiving emissaries from Tibet, the court served butter tea prepared in the Tibetan style, despite the Khan's personal dislike for it. Muslim diplomats were presented with meals prepared according to halal requirements, overseen by Muslim cooks maintained specifically for such occasions. The Khan's personal dining regimen combined medical theories from multiple traditions. His physicians included practitioners of Chinese medicine, Islamic Unani medicine, and traditional Mongol shamanic healing. Each contributed dietary recommendations that were synthesized into the Khan's eating plan. Contemporary accounts describe medicinal soups combining Chinese herbs, Central Asian spices, and ingredients from as far as India, prepared according to schedules aligning with both Chinese cosmological calendars and Islamic medical timing. Kublai's famous hunting expeditions at his summer capital of Xanadu, Shangdu, featured elaborate outdoor feasting that merged Mongol traditions with imperial Chinese ritual. These events, which could involve thousands of participants, followed precisely choreographed sequences. The Khan would first honour his ancestors with traditional Mongol offerings, then participate in the hunt itself, culminating in a feast where animals killed during the hunt were prepared using techniques from multiple culinary traditions. The multicultural composition of Kublai's court created unprecedented culinary exchange. Chinese techniques for fermenting vegetables spread northward into Mongolia. Mongol methods for preserving meat influenced Chinese practices. Persian fruit cultivation techniques transformed gardens around Dadu. This cross-cultural exchange accelerated the development of what would later be recognized as distinct regional Chinese cuisines. Some of Kublai's most effective diplomatic deployments of food occurred during his interactions with foreign emissaries. According to Marco Polo's account, visitors were first served familiar foods from their homelands, prepared by cooks who specifically researched foreign techniques, before being gradually introduced to Mongol and Chinese delicacies. This culinary progression mirrored the broader diplomatic process of establishing comfort before negotiation. One of Kublai's most significant culinary innovations was the development of imperial food supply chains that connected distant ecological zones. Specialized imperial farms around Dadu cultivated fruits and vegetables from across Eurasia. Fast horse relay stations, primarily developed for military and administrative communication, were adapted to transport perishable delicacies. Court records note shipments of fresh seafood from the Yellow Sea, reaching the imperial table within days of harvest, and fruits from tropical southern provinces arriving in edible condition at the northern capital. Archaeological evidence from Yuan dynasty elite tombs reveals the material culture supporting this culinary cosmopolitanism. Burial goods include Persian-influenced metal serving vessels alongside Chinese porcelain and Mongol ceremonial cups. This material hybridization reflected the lived experience of dining at Kublai's court, where the vessels themselves communicated political messages about cultural synthesis and imperial reach. By the later years of his reign, Kublai's court cuisine had evolved into something distinctly different from both traditional Mongol fare and Chinese imperial dining. It represented a third tradition, a Yuan court cuisine that embodied in edible form the Khan's vision of universal rule transcending ethnic and cultural boundaries, a sensory embodiment of his new type of empire. Beyond his military campaigns and architectural ambitions, Kublai Khan's most enduring innovation may have been his transformation of how information moved through and shaped his vast domains. Under his direction, the Mongol Empire evolved from a conquest state into an information empire whose administrative sophistication would influence East Asian governance for centuries. The cornerstone of this transformation was Kublai's development of the world's most extensive postal relay system. Building upon the Mongol Yam network established by Genghis Khan, Kublai systematically expanded and formalized this communications infrastructure until it encompassed over 1,400 postal stations across East Asia. Unlike earlier iterations that primarily served military coordination, Kublai's postal system became a comprehensive information network supporting administrative governance. What made this system revolutionary was its unprecedented speed and reliability. Official communications could travel up to 250 miles per day, a pace unmatched anywhere else in the medieval world. This goal was achieved through a precisely organized relay system, where stations were positioned approximately 25 to 30 miles apart, the distance a horse could gallop at speed before requiring replacement. Special passport tablets, paisa, issued in silver, gold, or platinum indicated the bearer's authority level, and determined how many horses they could requisition and how quickly local stations needed to respond. The scale of this operation was staggering. Historical records indicate that at its peak, the system maintained approximately 300,000 horses, employed tens of thousands of riders and station personnel, and delivered not just messages, but also officials, tax shipments, and commercial goods deemed important to imperial interests. The entire system operated under the jurisdiction of a specialised ministry whose records documented every horse, rider, and parcel in motion across the empire. This communications infrastructure enabled another of Kublai's innovations: standardised administrative reporting. Local officials throughout the realm were required to submit regular reports on population, agricultural production, weather conditions, and local events according to standardised formats. These reports flowed upward through provincial centres to the capital, creating what historians now recognise as one of history's first systematic government information gathering operations. The bureaucracy Kublai established to process this information was equally innovative. Unable to staff the entire administration with Mongols, who lacked experience in managing sedentary populations, he created a multi-ethnic civil service that included Chinese scholar officials, Uyghur financial experts, Persian astronomers, and Tibetan religious administrators. Most notably, he established specialised training academies where officials from different backgrounds learned standardised administrative methods, creating institutional knowledge that transcended individual cultural traditions. Particularly significant was Kublai's approach to language within this bureaucracy. Rather than imposing a single imperial language, as most conquering regimes did, he developed a sophisticated translation system. Key documents were produced in multiple scripts, including Chinese, Mongolian Fagspa script, Uyghur, Persian, and Tibetan. The Imperial Secretariat included dedicated translation bureaus for each major language group within the empire, ensuring that directives from the centre could be accurately implemented across diverse regions. The wealth of data flowing into Dadu enabled novel approaches to governance. Kublai pioneered large-scale statistical compilation to monitor agricultural production, population trends, and tax collection efficiency. When unusual patterns appeared, such as unexpected population declines or harvest yields, specialised investigators would be dispatched via the postal system to assess conditions directly. This feedback loop created a more responsive imperial administration than previous Chinese dynasties had achieved. Perhaps most remarkable was Kublai's development of paper currency as an instrument of economic integration. While paper money had existed in China previously, Kublai expanded its use and standardized its implementation across his territories. The notes issued under his authority, backed by silver reserves and carrying stern warnings against counterfeiting, facilitated commerce across regions with different traditional currencies and commodity standards. These notes represented more than economic policy. They were information technology that allowed the centre to influence distant markets. By controlling the quantity of currency in circulation, the Khan's financial ministers could respond to regional economic conditions more quickly than physical commodity money would allow. When Marco Polo described these paper that passes for money to European audiences, he was documenting not just a curious foreign practice, but one of history's most advanced economic control systems. The information infrastructure extended beyond government administration into the realm of scientific knowledge. Kublai established specialised bureaus for astronomical observation, cartography, historical documentation, and medical research. Each was tasked with systematically collecting and synthesizing knowledge from across Eurasia. The Astronomical Bureau, for instance, combined Chinese calendrical traditions with Islamic mathematical techniques and Tibetan astrological concepts to create more accurate predictive systems. By the middle of Kublai's reign, this multifaceted information system had transformed governance across East Asia. Officials who might never travel to the capital nevertheless operated within standardized protocols established there. Regional variations in administration certainly persisted. The system was too vast for perfect uniformity, but the overall effect was a degree of integration previously unachievable across such diverse territories. As Kublai Khan entered his 7th decade, the contradictions inherent in his imperial project began to manifest more acutely. The years between 1280 and his death in 1294 reveal a ruler grappling with the limitations of his vision and the mounting costs of maintaining the world's largest empire. While historical accounts often attribute the challenges of Kublai's later years to personal decline, his increasing corpulence, episodes of gout, and deepening reliance on alcohol, closer examination reveals systemic pressures that would have challenged even a younger, more vigorous ruler. The very success of his Chinese-style administrative state created unsustainable financial burdens that the empire's economic base struggled to support. The construction and maintenance of Dadu alone consumed resources on an unprecedented scale. The imperial household, with its 40,000 servants, required vast sums simply for daily operation. The postal relay system, vital for administrative control, maintained hundreds of thousands of horses requiring constant fodder. The military garrisons positioned throughout the realm demanded regular payment. Archaeological evidence from late Yuan dynasty administrative centres shows increasing sophistication in financial record-keeping, likely a response to mounting fiscal pressures. These economic strains manifested in policies that gradually undermined popular support for Yuan rule. Tax collection became increasingly aggressive. The issuance of paper currency, initially a brilliant financial innovation, evolved into a problematic dependence as the government printed more notes than its silver reserves could credibly back. By the late 1280s, inflation had become a serious problem in core provinces, eroding the purchasing power of government stipends and merchant revenues alike. Environmental factors compounded these challenges. The 1280s witnessed a series of natural disasters across East Asia, floods along the Yellow River, droughts in the southern provinces, and unusually harsh winters in the northern regions. Contemporary Chinese records describe these as heaven's disapproval of Yuan governance, reflecting growing ideological resistance to Mongol rule. Modern climate research suggests these events coincided with a cooling period that affected agricultural productivity across Eurasia, creating systemic pressures no ruler could have fully addressed. Kublai's personal response to these mounting difficulties reveals much about his character in these final years. Rather than retreating from his multicultural governance model, he doubled down on it, recruiting additional foreign experts, particularly Muslim financial administrators with experience managing complex economies. This decision, while pragmatically sound, further alienated Chinese elites who resented being passed over for these positions. The Khan's later military campaigns reflect a similar doubling down on established patterns despite diminishing returns. The Burmese expeditions of 1283 to 1285, while ultimately extracting tribute, required disproportionate resources for limited strategic gain. The Java campaign of 1293 stretched imperial logistics beyond sustainable limits. These operations suggest a ruler attempting to maintain the momentum of expansion, even as the core empire's foundation showed signs of strain. What's seldom appreciated about Kublai's final years is his apparent awareness of the contradictions in his position. Court records document increasing periods of withdrawal to his hunting lodge at Xanadu, where he would surround himself with Mongol companions and engage in traditional steppe practices. These retreats seem less recreational than restorative, attempts to reconnect with his cultural roots amid the increasingly complex demands of ruling a predominantly Chinese empire. The Khan's relationship with his chosen successor, Temür, who would rule as Emperor Chengzong, offers further insight into his late-life thinking. Unlike earlier Mongol transitions where potential heirs competed militarily for succession, Kublai arranged an orderly transfer of power through bureaucratic channels. He engaged Chinese ritual specialists to formalize Temür's position, creating documentary legitimacy that would withstand challenges. This approach represented a final embrace of Chinese administrative traditions over Mongol customary practices. By 1292, with his health clearly failing, Kublai faced rebellion in the southern Chinese provinces and growing unrest in his Mongolian homeland, where many traditional nobles resented his Sinicization. His response to these dual pressures was characteristically balanced, dispatching Chinese-style bureaucratic investigators to the south, while sending Mongol military commanders to reassert authority in the north. When Kublai Khan died in February 1294, he left behind an empire fundamentally transformed from what he had inherited. The cosmopolitan administrative state he constructed had permanently altered East Asian governance traditions. The commercial networks he fostered had created new patterns of trade that would outlast Yuan dynastic control. The cultural synthesis he embodied had demonstrated possibilities for multiculturalism that challenged traditional assumptions about ethnic and cultural boundaries. What ultimately undermined Kublai's imperial project was not any single policy failure, but the inherent tension between Mongol military power and Chinese administrative complexity. His personal charisma and cultural flexibility had temporarily bridged this divide, but sustaining this balance proved impossible for his successors. Within 3 decades of his death, Natural disasters, economic mismanagement, and growing Chinese nationalism would combine to end Mongol rule in China. Yet Kublai's legacy extended far beyond the Yuan dynasty's relatively brief tenure. The administrative geography of modern China still reflects boundaries established under his rule. The concept of China as a multi-ethnic state rather than exclusively Han Chinese traces its roots to Yuan governance models. The integration of Central and East Asian cultural traditions that characterizes northern Chinese cuisine, architecture, and art finds many of its origins in the cultural policies of his reign. Perhaps most significantly, Kublai Khan's rule marked a pivotal moment in global history, when the world's largest land empire attempted to transform itself from a conquest state into a sustainable administrative system. The ultimate failure of this transformation in no way diminishes the ambition of the attempt or its lasting influence on subsequent political formations across Eurasia. As the winter winds swept across the steppes in 1294, they carried away a ruler unlike any before him, a man who had bridged worlds and reimagined what empire could mean. The great Khan was gone, but the world he had remade would never be the same. From his earliest days, young Marcus sensed expectations clinging to him like a heavy mantle. He was not yet the philosophical emperor history would revere, merely a curious boy from a prominent Roman family. Marble halls and hushed political debates formed the backdrop of his childhood, each conversation reinforcing the idea that he was fated for a grand role. Even while tinkering with wax tablets and toying with styluses, the weight of the future loomed in every corner of his home. Despite his tender years, Marcus felt drawn to the Roman Forum's colossal columns and venerable statues. Each marble figure whispered tales of victory and downfall, reminding him how power shimmered, then vanished. He marvelled at the thought that these silent sentinels once watched over leaders who, like him, had walked these streets, shoulder to shoulder with fate. More than politics or pageantry, Marcus discovered his keen interest in philosophy. His mother, gentle but incisive, recited lines from Stoic texts on rainy afternoons, speaking of moral fortitude as the shield against life's unpredictable storm. In these verses, Marcus found a reassuring promise that wisdom could transcend the clamour of ambition. This fascination grew when he met Junius Rusticus, a revered tutor uncompromising in truth. Instead of coddling Marcus, Rusticus challenged him, igniting the fire of a questioning mind. Their lessons were forging an inner sanctuary, one guided by reason rather than impulse. While many children dreamed of feasts and fleeting distractions, Marcus quietly gravitated toward calmer pursuits. Evening hours found him practicing letters by lamplight, his stylus carving words about duty and virtue into smooth wax. Even at a young age, he sensed that an empire was not just a playground of wealth and power, but an arena where moral strength was tested at every turn. Politics, however, remained an unrelenting reality. Allies and adversaries shifted like desert sands. Whispered rumours ignited disputes in the Senate before the boy even finished his morning meal. The sheer chaos unsettled Marcus, reinforcing his belief that the world desperately needed unwavering ethical principles. In the orchard behind his family's estate, where lemon trees cast comforting shadows, the boy pondered the gap between noble intentions and the labyrinthine struggles for control. Could a leader maintain honour in a realm that seemed to thrive on cunning? One evening, he overheard a conversation between two young senators, speculating on the emperor's successor. They spoke of cunning, lineage, and ties that could tip the scales of power. The gravity of those words thrilled and sobered him. Soon, the emperor's choice would reshape the lives of thousands. Perhaps they would someday look to Marcus for leadership. The thought both exhilarated and weighed him down. He was fully aware that the opulent facade of Rome concealed genuine struggles for numerous individuals. However, a glimmer of determination glowed within him. If he could combine his moral convictions with practical governance, perhaps he could leave a lasting legacy for Rome, surpassing the monuments adorning its skyline. Within the hush of the orchard, lulled by the scent of citrus, Marcus would close his eyes and imagine a city where leaders governed with compassion and clarity, where a child's lessons in virtue could shine light into the darkest corners of public life. This was more than daydreaming. It was the formation of an inner compass. Over time, that compass would guide him through personal trials and political storms alike. The seeds of the greatness, once planted, sprout in quiet moments of introspection, Marcus Aurelius was still a boy, but those daily lessons, stoic texts, moral debates, afternoons spent in wide-eyed awe at the forum's relics, were shaping him into something unexpected. He wanted to be more than a figurehead who wore the purple cloak of Rome. He aspired to be a leader who, through reason and resolve, could honour the empire's legacy while also moulding it into a place where virtue had not yet gone to die. Only time would reveal the magnitude of that promise. But in those early days, he nurtured it beneath the lemon trees, letting the steady Roman sun coax it into full bloom. Occasionally, he noticed the quiet fear in the eyes of servants, wondering if the next political shift would upend their lives. These silent observers became Marcus's secret teachers, revealing how the whims of the powerful sent ripples through every social stratum. Each nervous glance was a stark reminder that real lives rested on the emperor's decrees. For Marcus, the truest path forward lay in forging a principled heart, one that would not falter when confronted by the swirling winds of power. He did not yet know how he might achieve such steadiness, only that he must, lest he become the very thing he feared. The turning point came when Emperor Hadrian, aging and burdened by illness, cast his gaze upon the empire's future. In doing so, he settled upon Antoninus Pius as his immediate successor, but insisted that Antoninus adopt young Marcus alongside Lucius Verus. For Marcus, this was no mere ceremonial shift. Suddenly, every gesture was scrutinized, every uttered word weighed for hints of potential. However, while he felt destiny's grip tighten around him, he also discovered unexpected warmth in Antoninus, the man he would learn to call father. Antoninus Pius was neither a flamboyant conqueror nor a voracious politician. His nature leaned toward the steady and the dutiful. He managed affairs of state with consistent practicality, doing so in a manner that contrasted sharply with the tempestuous reigns Rome had witnessed before. Gradually, Marcus realized that the empire did not always hunger for breathtaking exploits. It sometimes needed the comforting hand of stability, and from Antoninus, he absorbed a set of quiet lessons, among them the value of patience, the virtue of measured decision-making, and the simple power of reliability. But not everyone supported this new arrangement. Some in the Senate murmured that Marcus was too young, too reflective, too predisposed toward philosophy to handle imperial responsibilities. They questioned whether the boy who spent hours with Stoic scrolls and moral treatises could ever become the commanding presence they believed Rome required. In response, Marcus met these doubts not with anger, but with a focused determination. If he was untested in governance, then he would devote himself even more deeply to studying its intricacies. He devoured treatises on law, pored over military histories, and conversed late into the night with advisors who had navigated the labyrinth of Roman politics. The more he learned, the more he recognized that governance was not a place for rash tempers or inflexible dogmas. Indeed, it demanded both compassion and detachment, an ability to stand firm for justice, while also understanding the fragility of human ambition. His bond with Lucius Verus added a twist to this evolving chapter. Lucius was his co-heir, a young man prone to revelry and spectacle, far less studious than Marcus but undeniably charismatic. The two could not have been more different. Yet they were tied together by destiny's decree. Even so, Marcus found that their differences enriched his perspective. Through Lucius, he glimpsed the appeal of festivity and lived experience, worlds that felt distant to his contemplative soul. He did not begrudge Lucius his extravagances, but he pledged to maintain a certain balance, steering clear of the pitfalls of mindless indulgence. Under Antoninus's watchful guidance, Marcus began attending meetings where Roman officials debated issues of provincial taxes and infrastructure. At first, he was a silent observer. He listened intently, noting how rhetorical skill could sway opinions, how alliances formed and dissolved. Gradually, Antoninus entrusted him with minor tasks, drafting letters to distant governors, reviewing small legal disputes, or overseeing the maintenance of an aqueduct. Despite the seemingly mundane details, each assignment revealed the hidden threads that held Rome together. An enlightening moment arrived when an official from a far-flung province complained about an unpaid legion. Though it seemed a trivial matter, an administrative oversight, it threatened the morale of hundreds of soldiers, men tasked with safeguarding Roman borders. Marcus tackled the crisis with empathy. ensuring funds were dispatched promptly and carefully, offering a few thoughtful words of gratitude for the troops' service. The gesture, though modest, resonated widely. Rumours spread of the young heir who was genuinely concerned for the well-being of people he had never met. For the first time, Marcus sensed that his inclination toward moral philosophy might, in fact, hold a practical value in the arena of power. Life under Antoninus's roof was both nurturing and demanding. The emperor expected discipline, but also allowed Marcus to cultivate intellectual pursuits. Debates with learned scholars and philosophers became as common as talk of grain shipments from Egypt. In these discussions, Marcus refined his belief that leadership was not about personal glory, it was about serving a greater whole. He saw in Antoninus a man who laboured daily for the good of Rome, not because it was glorious, but because it was right. Still, there were moments of doubt. The ghosts of the previous emperors, men such as Domitian and Nero, cast long shadows. Marcus knew well that absolute authority could corrupt a weak soul. Late at night, when Roman lamps flickered, he wrestled with questions that few dared to ask aloud. How could one wield power without compromising virtue? Was it possible to harmonise the Stoic ideals he revered with the demands of realpolitik? The path ahead was a precarious one, lined with expectations both from the Senate and the people. Yet each day, in small but significant ways, Marcus was learning that an emperor's duty was not just to conquer, but to care, not simply to command, but to comprehend. By internalising these truths, he began shaping the course of his future reign. More importantly, he was becoming the steward of an empire that, under his guiding hand, might just find the soul it had long been missing. Years passed quietly, each sunrise an opportunity for Marcus to refine his understanding of both philosophy and government. Antoninus Pius, hale and cautious, presided over Rome without the military spectacles or outlandish feasts that had characterized some of his predecessors. In this environment, Marcus matured into a man who merged introspection with practical discipline. The empire, under Antoninus's measured hand, was relatively calm, but that calmness was not guaranteed to last. Everyone sensed the inevitable storms gathering on the horizon. Marcus spent his days balancing official duties with philosophical exploration. When he was not poring over scrolls of legislation or meeting envoys from distant provinces, he would lose himself in the works of Epictetus and Seneca. Far from an abstract exercise, these writings felt like maps, guiding him through the moral intricacies of leadership. He scribbled notes in the margins, pondering how to remain true to himself even when thrust into decisions affecting thousands of lives. Although he now enjoyed a status second only to Antoninus, Marcus remained approachable. He developed a habit of conversing with those at the fringes of power. Interpreters who facilitated talks with foreign delegations, stewards who oversaw the daily distribution of grain, even the librarians who cared for Rome's repositories of knowledge. Listening to their small but urgent stories, he saw more clearly the magnitude of responsibility that would soon rest upon his shoulders. Each conversation reminded him that the empire's success was anchored in everyday diligence, not just in grand proclamations. His personal life, though mostly tranquil, had its challenges. Encouraged by Antoninus, he entered a thoughtful marriage with Faustina, the emperor's daughter. Their union was not just a political arrangement, there was genuine affection between them. Faustina brought a spirited energy that balanced Marcus's more reflective nature. Yet, the intricacies of raising a family within the palace tested his composure in ways philosophy books rarely addressed. Their children's laughter filled the marble halls, but so did the strains of potential succession debates. Marcus tried to be an engaged father, but he often found himself juggling the empire's needs with the demands of parenthood. Meanwhile, Lucius Verus, his adoptive brother, grew increasingly restless. The lull under Antoninus's rule left Lucius craving excitement. He frequented gatherings that were rumoured to be lavishly hedonistic, drawing the curiosity of Rome's elite and the concern of its moralists. Despite their occasional friction, Marcus still cared for Lucius, who was, after all, part of the family. To reconcile their worlds, Marcus invited Lucius to more official functions, hoping to blend Lucius's charm with the seriousness of leadership. Sometimes it worked, other times it sparked tension. It was around this period that disturbing news began to trickle in from the northern frontiers. Germanic tribes tested the boundaries of the empire, small incursions hinting at bigger clashes to come. Rome had grown accustomed to relative peace, and these events rattled the comfortable illusions of eternal stability. Marcus became acutely aware that Stoic ideals would soon be tested on the battlefield as much as in the Senate. Responding to these threats required not just philosophical calm but strategic understanding, a skill he was only beginning to hone. In the midst of these concerns, Antigonus's health began its slow decline. The once vigorous emperor found it harder to manage day-to-day affairs. His breath grew laboured, and he often complained of fatigue. Though he did his best to hide this weakness from the public, it was clear that the reins of power would soon pass to Marcus. The Senate, aware of Antoninus's frailty, started looking to Marcus for guidance. The time of apprenticeship was ending. A new chapter beckoned. As the final months of Antoninus's life slipped away, Rome braced for another transition. Advisors, supplicants, and petitioners flocked to Marcus, seeking to gauge how he would wield authority. Their probing questions highlighted the complexity of the imperial mantle. He would have to be judge, general, administrator, and guardian of moral order. While Marcus's Stoic studies had long taught him to just detach from anxiety, he found it increasingly hard to remain unaffected by these growing burdens. In private moments, he confided in Faustina, admitting fears about war, about the intrigues lurking beneath Rome's placid surface, and about the simple possibility of failing those who depended on him. She, in turn, reminded him of his capacity for empathy and reason. Though the role of emperor seemed impossibly grand, Marcus had spent his entire life preparing, in subtle ways, for the very challenges that now loomed ahead. Finally, Antoninus Pius passed, gently and without drama, surrounded by those he loved. The city let out a measured sigh of sorrow, acknowledging the passing of an era defined by stability. However, beneath that grief lay a cautious optimism that Marcus Aurelius, thoughtful, unassuming, and thoroughly steeped in the empire's workings, might guide Rome with both virtue and pragmatism. Many whispered that a new golden age could be on the horizon. Others, recalling the cycles of history, reserved judgment until the events proved the substance of Marcus's character. With the emperor's seat now vacant, all eyes turned to Marcus. The hush that settled over the city was brief but profound. A quiet vow formed in his mind. He would carry forth the Stoic torch, letting reason define his reign and compassion temper his decisions. Unknown trials awaited him, from barbarian incursions to political betrayals, but he would meet them as a man dedicated to something greater than personal gain. Rome was poised to discover if a philosopher king could truly exist, a leader who could blend moral wisdom with the realities of ruling an empire that, though splendid, was also vulnerable and flawed. In the wake of Antoninus's passing, Marcus Aurelius ascended to the throne with a mixture of solemnity and resolve. By tradition, he shared authority with Lucius Verus, fulfilling the adoption arrangements that Hadrian had set in motion years before. It was a decision that simultaneously solidified Rome's governance and tested Marcus's patience. Despite their differing temperaments, one philosophical and measured, the other spirited and convivial, they now united in leadership. Their first challenge appeared swiftly. The Parthian Empire seized upon the perceived vulnerability of a transitioning Rome, threatening key eastern provinces. Roman legions prepared for battle, and Lucius Verus rushed to oversee military operations. Marcus stayed behind in the capital to manage the rest of the empire. Letters from the front revealed victories peppered with Lucius's flamboyant account of triumphs. Yet Marcus also sensed the strain on the troops. In addition to the clashing of swords, war also presented logistical challenges such as supply lines, desert conditions, and the imminent threat of disease. As if on cue, a devastating plague emerged, travelling with the legions back from the eastern campaigns. Called the Antonine Plague by future historians, it spread like wildfire, leaving panic in its wake. Citizens fled the densely populated quarters while rumours circulated that the gods were punishing Rome for its arrogance. In the midst of this horror, Marcus clung to his Stoic roots, advocating calm, reason, and measured steps to contain the devastation. Hospitals were organised, rations allocated. Despite scepticism from some corners, the emperor led by example, supporting sanitation measures and funding the medical efforts of Galen, the famed physician of the time. Yet the costs were severe. Cities grew somnolent from the high death toll. Farmland lay untended. and the empire's morale dipped to a new low. The plague's merciless reach sharpened Marcus's sense of empathy. He realised that no matter one's station in life, suffering belonged to all. He worked tirelessly with local leaders to provide relief, draining personal funds to feed and heal those most affected. While some criticised these expenses as unsustainable, Marcus saw them as a moral imperative. An emperor, he believed, was beholden to the welfare of his subjects, not the other way around. Over time, the plague receded, though the scars it left on Rome, both physical and psychological, would linger for years. The war front also stabilised under Lucius's oversight, enabling the generals to secure treaties. Eventually, Lucius returned to the capital, bringing with him ornate spoils of victory. Yet Marcus noticed a new gravity in his brother's demeanour. The conflict and subsequent plague seemed to have tempered Lucius's thirst for diversions, at least for a while. For the time being, they presented a cohesive front, but the empire had little time for respite. Almost as soon as the eastern threat subsided, word arrived of renewed aggressions along the Danube. Germanic tribes, emboldened by Rome's vulnerabilities, pushed southward. This new confrontation demanded a robust military response. Rome prepared legions to defend its territory, and Marcus himself resolved to lead them. Though it was not typical for a philosopher to don military garb, he understood that a hands-on approach would galvanise soldiers and reassure a fearful populace. Packing up his scrolls and leaving behind the marble halls of the palace, Marcus journeyed north. Stationed in military camps, he observed firsthand the stark realities of war. There were no polite Senate debates here, only the raw tension of men preparing for battle. Surrounded by tents and the clang of metal, he composed sections of what would later be known as his Meditations, journaling thoughts on duty, mortality, and the interplay between fate and free will. This writing served as a kind of mental fortress, shielding him from the cynicism and despair that often accompanied the brutality of war. In these harsh environs, Marcus discovered a facet of leadership seldom addressed in philosophical texts, the delicate balance between mercy and force. When tribunes asked how to handle captured enemy combatants or how to deal with the defiant provinces, Marcus weighed each decision with painstaking care. He believed that any punishment must be morally justified, not simply enacted for vengeance or as a show of might. Yet he also knew Rome had to maintain its authority, or risk inviting further rebellions. Back in Rome, Faustina managed the household and represented the imperial family in public ceremonies. She wrote supportive letters to Marcus, sharing updates about domestic affairs. Their bond, forged in quieter times, proved resilient through these challenges. Despite the stress of separation, they found solace in one another's determination to keep Rome functioning and hopeful. Night after night, Marcus read letters from the capital, reflecting on how ephemeral life could be, how swiftly fortunes changed. He reminded himself that an emperor's responsibility was to act as a steward, not a despot, and that each decision would reverberate through the empire long after he was gone. And so he pressed on, consulting with generals, negotiating with tribal leaders, and continuing to record his private reflections about human nature. As war raged, the empire watched with a mixture of dread and admiration. Here was a ruler who seemed less concerned with personal glory and more intent on preserving Rome's values and stability. Veteran soldiers, once sceptical of a philosopher-emperor, fought with a renewed fervour, encouraged by his willingness to share their burdens. In those windswept camps along the Danube, Marcus Aurelius began shaping a legacy unlike any other, one rooted in the conviction that wisdom and compassion, far from being weaknesses, were the empire's strongest defence. The savage winters on the Danubian frontier tested Rome's legions in ways few had anticipated. Snow whipped through the encampments, layering tents in white drifts. Horses whinnied at the bitter chill, and the men huddled around makeshift fires. Marcus Aurelius, never one to shield himself from hardship, felt the sting of frozen air each morning. For all the stoic counsel he'd absorbed, he still found it an unrelenting challenge to rise at dawn and address the concerns of his commanders. Yet the deeper the cold bit into his bones, the more he recognised that resolve was forged through shared trials. Messages arrived from Rome, some filled with trivialities of court life, others warning that the imperial treasury was dwindling under the twin demands of plague recovery and war expenses. Food prices rose, merchants hoarded grain, and unrest simmered in urban districts. In response, Marcus intensified efforts to maintain supply lines, ensuring that shipments of grain and other essentials could reach both the front line and the capital. It was a delicate balance, requiring deals with regional governors and the occasional stern reminder of imperial authority. Amid the logistics and strategizing, he found an unlikely companion in Claudius Pompeianus, a seasoned general known for his sharp wit. While Pompeianus thrived on military prowess, he was also open to philosophical musings. Many evenings the two men would talk over steaming bowls of spelt porridge about the nature of fate and whether a just war could exist. These conversations, though brief, allowed Marcus moments of intellectual clarity. He saw in Pompeianus a fellow seeker, albeit one who channeled his convictions into martial discipline rather than written reflection. Though the war's burden weighed heavily, Marcus's popularity among the soldiers soared. In him, they saw not an aloof imperial figure but a leader who endured the same bitter chill, the same muddy camps, the same threat of sudden attack. During battle preparations, Marcus took care to visit injured soldiers, offering words of encouragement. His presence among them became a reassuring symbol that Rome's emperor understood sacrifice not from a gilded distance, but through personal experience. Yet the frontier's dangers were manifold. Rumours circulated of potential betrayal among allied tribes, an infiltration by spies working for the Germanic chieftains. Skirmishes erupted unexpectedly. Sometimes a wave of arrows would descend at night, leaving the camp reeling. Through it all, Marcus refused to let paranoia corrode his judgment. He tightened security, yes, but also dispatched diplomats to negotiate terms. If a measure of peace could be attained through reason rather than bloodshed, he was determined to find it. Back in Rome, Faustina managed the empire's public face as best she could. She visited temples, performed ritual offerings, and listened to the appeals of citizens who sought the emperor's ear. Though many admired her resilience, whispers of court intrigue continued to swirl. Some criticized Faustina for her independent demeanor, while others, eager for influence, tried to align themselves with her. She navigated these politics deftly, sending regular dispatches to Marcus so he was never uninformed. Letters also arrived from Lucius Verus, who split his time between the capital and lesser conflicts simmering in other territories. His initial flamboyance had softened, replaced by a pragmatic acceptance of imperial duty. Together, albeit from a distance, Marcus and Lucius worked to present a united front. They knew Rome's foes would seize upon any sign of discord. As the war stretched on, Marcus felt the strain in every facet of his life. He was the philosopher emperor, yet he frequently ordered troop movements that ended in bloodshed. At night, when the cold wind rattled the tent flaps, he wrestled with guilt. He reminded himself that stoicism was not about denying emotion, but understanding it. Power, he realized, did not give him the luxury of clean hands. Leaders often had to act in ways that chafed against their deeper ideals. Still, there were small mercies, brief truces brokered, a day of sunshine to melt the ice, a messenger bringing news that a troubled province had stabilized. In these fleeting moments, Marcus remembered why he had taken up this struggle in the first place, to safeguard a realm that, for all its imperfections, still held the potential for virtue. If Rome could remain strong yet morally grounded, the seeds of a more enlightened society might one day take root. Victory was not guaranteed, nor was an end to the constant trials. The barbarian tribes fought with desperation, determined to carve out territories in the empire's weakening landscape. But Marcus pressed on, forging alliances and marshalling legionary forces, always mindful that true victory would involve reconciliation as much as military success. His body bore the signs of fatigue, and a creeping illness sometimes left him feverish, but he maintained the outward composure expected of an emperor. As the harshest winter months receded, there glimmered the faint promise of progress. More tribes showed willingness to negotiate, to accept treaties that allowed them limited settlement in exchange for peace. Though some Roman senators were outraged by the concessions, Marcus stood firm. He believed that clinging to old illusions of absolute dominion would only compound the cycle of violence. Compassion, guided by chivalrous reason, was his guiding star even in the theatre of war. After countless skirmishes and negotiations, the tide slowly began to turn in Rome's favour. Marcus Aurelius, weathered and weary, found himself overseeing a series of settlements that cautiously stabilized the Danubian frontier. Tribes once considered mortal enemies now sought peaceful coexistence, albeit with complex agreements involving tribute, migration rights, and mutual defence pacts. Some senators bemoaned the dilution of Roman purity, but Marcus saw a different future, a broader, more interconnected empire that could adapt and thrive. His determination to incorporate foreign peoples instead of vanquishing them outraged traditionalists. However, the emperor deemed it imprudent to presume that the empire's initial borders were unchangeable. Like a living organism, Rome had to evolve or wither. He recalled his Stoic maxims: all things change, and one must move in harmony with the nature's flow. For Marcus, that included welcoming new voices into the Roman fold, even if it defied entrenched notions of superiority. Physically, the years of hardship had taken a toll. The relentless cold of the frontier, the stress of command, and the sporadic fevers that plagued him during extended campaigns left Marcus frailer than before. Long days spent riding between outposts led to frequent aches, and a persistent cough hinted at something more serious. Nonetheless, he pushed forward, guided by a sense of duty that burned hotter than any physical ailment. The war itself was winding down, yet a fresh tragedy shook him. Word reached the emperor of Lucius Verus's sudden death from illness while returning to Rome. Marcus grieved deeply for his adoptive brother. Though they had often been at odds, Lucius's presence had been a stabilizing factor, a reminder that rulership could have more than one face. In the aftermath, Marcus bore the weight of the empire alone. Sleepless nights ensued, haunted by questions about legacy, mortality, and the shape of Rome's future. Returning to the capital, he found a society wounded, but not broken. The plague's scars remained visible in empty shops and thinner crowds, but daily life had regained some vibrancy. Senators who once criticised him with veiled scorn now offered subdued respect. Many recognised that he had led Rome through one of its darkest chapters, whether or not they agreed with every decision. Outside the Senate, artisans and farmers alike spoke of the emperor's empathy, a trait seldom celebrated in men of power. However, no sooner did Marcus settle back into Roman affairs than fresh rumours emerged. Whispers accused Faustina of conspiring against him, suggesting she had grown too close to certain members of the court. Marcus, pained by this gossip, tried to separate baseless slander from legitimate concern. He had learned from his years of governance that rumours often sprang from envy or manipulation. Still, the seeds of doubt were difficult to eradicate entirely. Faustina dismissed the accusations, and Marcus, trusting her loyalty, did not pursue them further. In these uneasy times, he also grappled with fatherly worries. His son, Commodus, was approaching manhood, eager to mould him into a successor who could uphold Rome's evolving ideals. Marcus introduced him to generals, legal experts, and philosophers. Yet Commodus seemed indifferent to the stoic virtues that had guided his father. He exhibited flashes of arrogance, a taste for spectacle, and a hunger for the luxuries of court life. Marcus prayed that exposure to genuine responsibility would temper those impulses, but he could not silence the disquiet that churned within him. Amid political intrigues and paternal anxieties, Marcus returned to his writings, adding new pages to the philosophical journal he kept close at hand. These reflections, composed in the hush of dawn or by lamplight late at night, served as a compass when external chaos threatened to overwhelm him. Quietly, he reaffirmed that temperance, justice, courage, and wisdom remained the pillars upon which a life of purpose was built. If he could not enforce these virtues on an empire, let alone on his child, he could at least embody them. Determined to leave Rome stronger than he found it, Marcus embarked on a series of legal and social reforms. He wanted to streamline bureaucratic processes, ensure that provincial governors were held accountable, and provide stable infrastructure for a population still reeling from war and disease. Funding was scarce, but he allocated what resources he could to the projects he deemed essential. Aqueducts were repaired, roads improved, and schools granted modest stipends to educate the next generation. Critics warned that such benevolence bordered on naivete, yet Marcus viewed these steps as vital investments in a more resilient Rome. Even in the hush of progress, he was not blind to the undercurrent of discontent. Powerful families plotted behind closed doors, believing that an emperor preoccupied with moral philosophy could be outmaneuvered. Soldiers, once loyal, grew restless in peacetime. The empire's old ghosts never fully vanished. Marcus braced himself for the next upheaval, aware that stability was always an interlude, never a permanent state. And so he carried on, leaning on the very principles he had studied as a child, navigating betrayal and forging alliances, contending with the willful nature of his offspring. He tried to remain steadfast. Each day brought a new puzzle, a shortage of funds, a border skirmish, a senator's duplicity. Yet through it all, Marcus Aurelius refused to relinquish his core belief that reason and compassion might still illuminate the darkest corridors of power. Time was a patient sculptor, etching its lines deeper into Marcus's features. Though he still attended to official duties with unwavering diligence, his health faltered. That persistent cough worsened, and his nights grew more restless. The physicians advised rest, but an emperor's life rarely granted such luxuries. Fears lingered too, the sense that the empire was but one rumour, one betrayal, or one uprising away from fragmentation. Marcus stood at the centre, exerting every effort to maintain unity through the combined power of rational governance and moral conviction. In the final campaigns against resurgent Germanic tribes, Marcus once again took to the field. Age had not diminished his resolve. From camp to camp, he travelled with a small retinue, offering encouragement to battle-weary troops. Yet this time the war-worn emperor appeared more ghostly than regal. The men spoke of his stoic endurance, how his eyes shimmered with fever even as he spoke of duty and fortitude. For all he had done to keep Rome intact, the ravages of illness would not yield to rhetorical skill. Commodus, summoned to his father's side, witnessed firsthand the empire's fringes, a harsh land shaped by conflict. Marcus hoped the sight would steel his son's character, prompting a sense of responsibility. But Commodus wore impatience like a second toga. He complained about the cold, about the humble rations, about the lack of pomp he believed befitted but an imperial heir. Marcus inwardly grieved, knowing the path ahead might splinter beneath Commodus's restless feet. Yet he also recognised that no father could impose virtue on a reluctant child. In quieter moments, Marcus confided in Claudius Pompeianus, who had remained a steadfast advisor. The emperor spoke of the contradictions inherent in rulership, how an aspiring philosopher must enforce harsh discipline to maintain the empire's cohesion. Pompeianus offered practical wisdom, while Marcus responded with meditative reflections. Their conversations formed a final tapestry of friendship, weaving threads of pragmatism and introspection together in the twilight of Marcus's reign. Eventually, the news spread that the emperor had taken gravely ill. Camp physicians tried every remedy they knew, from herbal concoctions to prayers at makeshift altars, but the decline accelerated. Marcus retreated to his tent, his body weakening, yet his mind still alert, summoning Commodus for a last conference. He emphasized a single theme: the virtues that guide a leader must not be mere ornament. In the hush between father and son, he uttered words about compassion for subjects, fairness in judgment, and the necessity to curb excess. Commodus, shifting uneasily, nodded but offered little reassurance. As the hours slipped by, the emperor returned to his meditations. There, in the fading glow of a lantern, he penned a few final lines in a journal that had been his companion through wars, plagues, and political strife. He wrote not of victories or conquests, but of how fleeting each moment is, and how each individual's duty is to act in accordance with the good of the whole. Rumour would have it that these last notes carried more serenity than sorrow, as though Marcus were already stepping into the realm beyond mortal worries. When his eyes closed for the final time, the camp fell into a sombre hush. Soldiers who had long admired his calm presence gathered around the tent, quietly paying their respects. Courtiers murmured that the empire had lost its quell. Even those who once criticised Marcus found themselves longing for his steady hand. The commander of the guard ordered a gentle watch throughout the night, unwilling to break the solemn peace that followed his final breath. Yet life in the empire continued. The next day, Commodus assumed leadership, and Rome braced for another shift. Few doubted that change was inevitable. Marcus had known it himself, but he had also believed that his efforts, his stoic counsel and moral reforms, had planted seeds for a gentler, more reasoned empire. The question of whether those seeds would sprout or wither under Commodus's rule filled hearts with both anticipation and dread. In the days following his death, the body of Marcus Aurelius was prepared for a reverent return to Rome. Crowds lined the streets to catch a glimpse of the funeral procession. Rome did not always cherish its philosophers, but it seemed determined to honour this one. who had guided the empire through despair. Women wept openly, remembering how he had once funded relief in their neighbourhoods. Veterans stood in stoic salute, each recalling the winter nights he spent among them. Scholars carried small scraps of parchment filled with the emperor's wisdom, uncertain if the new era would appreciate such lessons. In the coming years, Rome's course would deviate sharply from the principles Marcus had championed. Commodus's reign brought spectacle over substance, extravagance over empathy. Yet long after the empire's fortunes rose and fell, the writings of Marcus Aurelius endured, quietly offering guidance to those who, like him, sought a life anchored by virtue and reason. He left behind no sweeping arcs of conquest, no grand self-aggrandizing monuments. His legacy was etched in the hearts and minds of those who witnessed how an emperor could sit by a soldier's bedside or grant clemency to a defeated foe. The marble might crumble, the gold might tarnish, but the ideals Marcus championed, integrity, humility, wisdom, would stand resilient. And so, in the annals of history, he would remain a guiding light, a testament that even within the highest seat of power, the human spirit could strive for something nobler than mere dominion. You know that feeling when you realise you've been completely oblivious to something that was right in front of your face the whole time? Like when you finally notice your neighbour's been waving at you for 3 years, and you thought they had some sort of nervous tic. Well, imagine that feeling, but multiply it by about 1,000, and you'll get close to what archaeologists felt when they stumbled upon one of history's most overlooked communication systems. It started, as these things often do, with someone having a perfectly ordinary day that was about to become extraordinary. Dr. Elena Vasquez was having her morning coffee in a dusty tent outside Cairo, squinting at pottery shards that looked about as exciting as yesterday's newspaper, when her graduate student Marcus burst in with the enthusiasm of a golden retriever who'd found the world's best stick. "Professor, you have to see this," he practically shouted, clutching a fragment of ancient painted plaster like it contained the secrets of the universe. Which, as it turned out, it kind of did. The fragment showed what appeared to be a typical Egyptian banquet scene. You know the type, where everyone's sitting around looking impossibly elegant while servants fan them with giant feathers. But Marcus had noticed something that generations of scholars had somehow missed. Every single person at this banquet had their hair arranged in a completely different style, and more importantly, these styles seemed to follow very specific patterns. You see, for centuries, historians had assumed that ancient hairstyles were just fashion statements, like how we might choose between a bob or layers based on what magazine we flipped through at the salon. But what if hair wasn't just about looking good? What if it was actually a sophisticated communication system, as complex and nuanced as any written language? The idea seemed ridiculous at first. After all, how could something as simple as how you wore your hair carry meaning beyond, "I'm having a good hair day," or "I clearly gave up on life this morning"? But the more Elena and Marcus examined the fragment, the more patterns they discovered. The woman with 3 braids wound with gold thread was positioned next to the man with the elaborate top knot, while the figure with loose hair adorned with lotus flowers sat across from someone whose hair was completely covered. It was like looking at a crossword puzzle, where you suddenly realise all the clues are connected. The positioning wasn't random, it was deliberate, meaningful, coded. These people weren't just sitting around eating grapes and looking fabulous. They were having a conversation, and their hair was doing all the talking. As Elena sipped her now-cold coffee, she felt that familiar tingle that archaeologists get when they're about to turn the academic world upside down. It's the same feeling you get when you're about to tell someone a secret that's going to blow their mind, except, in this case, the secret had been hiding in plain sight for thousands of years. The implications were staggering. If hair truly functioned as a secret language in ancient Egypt, what about other cultures? Had archaeologists been looking at countless artifacts, paintings and sculptures without realising they were essentially reading books with half the words missing? It would be like trying to understand a conversation by only listening to every other sentence. Technically possible, but you're definitely going to miss some crucial plot points. Eleanor set down her coffee cup with the decisive clink of someone who's just made a life-changing decision. She was going to prove that hair wasn't just about aesthetics in the ancient world. It was about communication, status, identity, and social navigation all rolled into one beautifully elaborate system. And if she was right, Every museum in the world had been displaying what amounted to ancient text messages, completely unaware that they were looking at some of humanity's earliest social media posts. Little did she know that this discovery would lead her down a rabbit hole so deep and winding that she'd emerge on the other side with a completely new understanding of how our ancestors communicated, loved, fought, and lived their daily lives, all through the simple yet profound act of arranging the hair on their heads. You might think that cracking an ancient hair code would be like solving a jigsaw puzzle where half the pieces are missing and the other half are covered in dust, and you'd be absolutely right. However, Eleanor had consistently embraced challenges when faced with chaos. Her realization that she had been approaching the problem incorrectly led to a breakthrough. Instead of trying to decode individual hairstyles like some sort of follicular Rosetta Stone, she needed to look at the relationships between different styles within the same cultural context. It was like realizing that you can't understand what thumbs up means by just staring at a thumb. You need to know when, where, and how people use it. Elena started with what she knew. Ancient Egyptian art was notorious for its precision. Every hieroglyph, every colour, and every positioning had meaning. If the Egyptians were that meticulous about drawing a bird to represent a sound, surely they weren't just randomly doodling hairstyles for the fun of it. She began cataloguing every depiction of hair she could find in Egyptian art, from tomb paintings to temple carvings to papyrus illustrations. At first, the catalogue appeared monotonous, with page after page of ancient updos, braids and headpieces that would leave a modern wedding planner in a state of envy. But slowly, patterns began to emerge. Women depicted in domestic scenes consistently wore their hair in simple, low arrangements, often with minimal decoration. But the same women, when shown in religious ceremonies, suddenly sprouted elaborate constructions that defied both gravity and reasonable styling time. It wasn't that they were getting dressed up for special occasions, it was that they were literally changing their message. The domestic hair seemed to communicate availability, approachability and fertility. Think of it as the ancient equivalent of wearing your comfiest jeans and a world's best mom t-shirt. However, this ceremonial hair represented a form of pure power communication. Those towering arrangements studded with gold ornaments weren't just showing off wealth, they were broadcasting authority, divine connection, and social status so loudly that they might as well have come with their ancient PA system. Eleanor's real epiphany occurred when she began examining the men's hairstyles. For years, scholars had largely ignored male grooming in ancient art, assuming it was less complex than women's styles. This, Elena realised, was like assuming that ties are just decorative strips of fabric instead of recognising their role as subtle indicators of profession, personality and occasion. Ancient Egyptian men, it turned out, had their own sophisticated hair vocabulary. Priests kept their heads completely shaved, a visual representation of purity and dedication to the gods. But they didn't just shave randomly. The timing of when they shaved, how often they shaved, and what they wore to cover their baldness all carried meaning. A priest with a perfectly smooth scalp was saying something very different from one with the faintest stubble, and both were distinct from the high priest, who wore an elaborate headdress that compensated for his lack of actual hair with symbolic power. Military men wore their hair in practical short styles that nonetheless managed to communicate rank through subtle variations in length and styling. A general's hair might look similar to a foot soldier's from a distance, but up close, the differences were as clear as military insignia. The general's hair would be precisely trimmed, perhaps with small braids that indicated his victories, while the soldier's simpler style communicated his readiness for battle and his place in the hierarchy. Elena found herself staying up late into the night, poring over images by lamplight like a detective solving a cold case. Each new piece of evidence added another layer to the picture. Hair wasn't just communication, it was a complete social operating system. It told you who they were, what they did, their social status, if they were single, what gods they worshipped, and maybe what they had for breakfast. The more she learned, the more she realised that modern people had completely lost touch with this ancient wisdom. We might spend fortunes on haircuts and products, but we use our hair primarily for personal expression, rather than social communication. Imagine if your hairstyle could tell everyone you met your job, your relationship status, your political affiliations, and your current mood, all without saying a word. It would be like carrying around a constantly updating personal billboard, and everyone around you would be fluent in reading it. As Elena's research progressed, she began to suspect that the Egyptians weren't unique in this practice. If hair could serve as a secret language in one ancient culture, surely others had developed their own follicular communication systems. The question was, how many civilizations had been having entire conversations over our heads for thousands of years, and we'd just been admiring their fashion sense? You know how sometimes you meet someone who completely shatters your assumptions about what they're going to be like? Elena felt that way about the Vikings when she started investigating their relationship with hair. She'd expected to find a bunch of rough-and-tumble warriors who maybe braided their beards when they remembered to, not a sophisticated culture with a hair communication system that made modern social media look primitive. The Vikings, it turned out, were absolutely obsessed with hair. However, it was not about vanity or fashion in the way you might expect. For them, hair held immense significance, influencing everything from social status to the likelihood of survival during a raid. Elena discovered these facts when she started examining Viking burial sites with a new perspective. Instead of just cataloguing the weapons and jewellery buried with the deceased, she began paying attention to how their hair had been arranged for their final journey. What she found was remarkable. Every single burial showed evidence of deliberate hairstyling, even when the body had been buried quickly or in difficult circumstances. Viking men, contrary to popular belief, didn't just let their hair grow wild and free like extras in a heavy metal music video. They maintained their hair with the same attention to detail that they applied to their weapons. A warrior's hair told the story of his life. Each braid might represent a successful raid, a defeated enemy, or a heroic deed. Long hair was a symbol of strength and virility, but one had to earn it. You couldn't just decide to grow your hair long. Your community had to recognise that you'd achieved something worthy of long hair privilege. The really fascinating part was how Viking hair customs differed based on your role in society. Jarls, the Viking equivalent of nobles, wore their hair in complex arrangements that took serious time and skill to achieve. The practice wasn't just showing off. It was a practical demonstration that they had enough wealth and status to spend hours on grooming instead of manual labour. Their hair was essentially a walking resume written in keratin, but the Vikings also used hair to communicate temporary states and intentions. A warrior preparing for battle might braid his hair in a specific pattern that announced his readiness to die gloriously, while someone seeking to negotiate a peaceful resolution would arrange their hair to signal non-threatening intentions. It was like having a universal mood ring that everyone in your culture could read from across a longhouse. Eleanor was particularly amused to discover that Viking women had their own elaborate hair hierarchy that made modern office politics look straightforward. Unmarried women wore their hair loose and flowing, advertising their availability with every strand. But the moment they married, that changed dramatically. Married women covered their hair almost completely, not out of modesty as scholars had long assumed, but as a form of social communication that said, "I'm taken, and my husband is powerful enough to afford a wife who doesn't need to advertise herself." The hair covering itself was a marvel of coded communication. The fabric, the way it was tied, the amount of hair that showed beneath it, every detail carried meaning. A woman whose covering slipped to show a bit of hair at her temples was communicating something very different from one whose hair was completely hidden. It was like having an entire conversation through strategic hat placement. But perhaps the most ingenious aspect of Viking hair communication was how they used it for deception and strategy. Viking raiders were masters of psychological warfare, and they quickly figured out that they could manipulate enemy perceptions through strategic hair choices. A raiding party might style their hair to appear larger and more numerous than they actually were, or conversely, they might tone down their hair displays to appear less threatening before a surprise attack. Eleanor found evidence of Vikings who had completely changed their hairstyling when travelling to foreign lands, essentially code-switching their appearance the way modern people might change their accent in different social situations. A Viking trader entering a Christian kingdom might adopt more conservative hair arrangements to blend in and avoid unwanted attention, while the same person might sport elaborate warrior braids when returning home to establish their continued Viking credibility. The complexity of the system was mind-boggling. Elena realised that Vikings had essentially created a visual language so sophisticated that they could communicate detailed information about personal history, current intentions, social status, and availability for various activities. all through hair arrangement. It was like wearing your entire LinkedIn profile in your follicles. As she explored the Viking hair culture, Eleanor began to understand that this wasn't just about communication. It was about identity itself. Your hair wasn't something you had, it was something you were. Changing your hairstyle wasn't a fashion choice, it was a declaration of personal transformation. No wonder the Vikings considered forced haircutting one of the worst possible punishments, equivalent to stealing someone's voice or erasing their identity. The more Elena learned about Viking hair practices, the more she realised that modern people had lost something profound when we abandoned these complex systems of visual communication. We'd gained individual freedom of expression, sure, but we'd lost a shared language that could convey incredibly nuanced social information at a glance. Elena discovered that ancient Asian cultures had developed communication systems so intricate that they made Viking hair codes resemble finger painting next to the Sistine Chapel. The deeper she dug into Chinese, Japanese and Korean historical records, the more she realised she'd stumbled into the equivalent of discovering that ancient people had been writing novels with their follicles. Ancient Chinese hair culture, Elena found, was basically a three-dimensional language, with grammar rules more complex than Latin. During the Han Dynasty, your hairstyle didn't just tell people who you were, it told them exactly where you fit in the cosmic order of the universe. There was no pressure there. The Chinese had developed what Elena came to think of as architectural hair, styles so precisely constructed that they required engineering skills alongside beauty knowledge. A proper court lady's hairstyle might take 3 hours to create and require multiple assistants, special tools, and enough hairpins to stock a small hardware store. But every single pin, every twist and every ornament placement followed strict rules that communicated everything from the woman's family background to her husband's political affiliations, to her personal virtues and accomplishments. Eleanor was particularly fascinated by the discovery that Chinese women could essentially update their status by changing small details in their hair arrangement. Moving a decorative comb from one side to the other might signal that they were ready to receive visitors, while adjusting the angle of a hairpin could indicate their mood or availability for conversation. It was like having a constantly editable social media profile that everyone around you could read in real time. But the real genius of the Chinese system was how it incorporated time and season into hair communication. Summer styles were different from winter styles, not just for practical reasons, but because they communicated different aspects of a person's character and social role. Spring hair arrangements might emphasize youth and renewal, while autumn styles could highlight wisdom and preparation for challenges ahead. Your hair was essentially a calendar that also happened to be a personality test. Japanese hair culture, Elena discovered, had taken the concept of coded communication and elevated it to an art form so refined that it made ballet look clumsy. The elaborate hairstyles of geishas weren't just beautiful, they were walking encyclopedias of information for anyone who knew how to read them. A geisha's hair could tell you not only her level of training and experience, but also what season it was, what district she worked in, whether she was entertaining a regular patron or meeting someone new, and dozens of other subtle social cues. The shape of her top knot, the number and placement of ornaments, the way her hair was sectioned and folded, every detail was deliberate and meaningful. Eleanor found records indicating that accomplished geishas could communicate complex messages to each other across a crowded room, simply by adjusting their hair ornaments. A slight shift in the angle of a decorative comb might warn a colleague about a difficult client, while touching a specific hairpin could signal that a patron was particularly generous that evening. They'd essentially developed their own secret professional network using nothing but strategic hair adjustment. Korean court culture, meanwhile, had developed what Eleanor privately called diplomatic hair, styles so loaded with political meaning that changing your hairstyle incorrectly could accidentally start a war. Court ladies during the Joseon dynasty wore elaborate arrangements that indicated not just their status, but their family's political alliances, their husband's government position, and their opinion on current policy debates. Elena discovered records of women who had gotten into serious political trouble simply because they'd worn the wrong hair ornament to a court function, accidentally signalling support for a rival political faction. It was like showing up to a modern political rally wearing the wrong campaign button, except the consequences could include exile or worse. Eleanor's mind reeled from the intricacy of these Asian hairstyles, not only due to the time it took to style them every morning. These cultures had created visual communication systems so complex that they required years of education to master. Young girls from wealthy families would spend hours learning not just how to create these elaborate styles, but how to read the subtle messages in other women's hair arrangements. It was social media before social media existed, except instead of posting updates, you wore them. Instead of scrolling through feeds, you read the room by observing everyone's hairstyles. And instead of getting notifications, you received information through subtle changes in other people's hair presentations. Eleanor began to realise that these ancient hair languages weren't just sophisticated, they were actually more nuanced than many modern communication systems. We might have emojis and status updates, but could you communicate your entire family history, current mood, political affiliations, professional status, and availability for social interaction all through a single photograph? These ancient cultures could do exactly that, and they carried their messages with them everywhere they went. As Elena's research progressed, she started to wonder, had we gained convenience in modern communication but lost something profound about human connection? When everyone around you can read detailed information about your life and current state simply by looking at your hair, perhaps you develop a different kind of social awareness and empathy. Maybe we'd traded deep, intuitive communication for broad but shallow connection. Just when Elena thought she'd mapped the outer boundaries of ancient hair communication, she discovered that the Celts had been weaving messages into their hair with the same intricate artistry they brought to their metalwork and manuscripts. If Asian cultures had turned hair into architecture, the Celts had transformed it into storytelling. Elena's introduction to Celtic hair culture came through an unlikely source, a medieval Irish monk's complaint letter. Brother Finnegan, writing in the 8th century, was apparently fed up with how long it took to decode the messages that Celtic women were literally wearing on their heads when they came to the monastery seeking sanctuary. His frustrated scribblings reveal that Celtic hair braiding wasn't just decorative, it was narrative. Each braid pattern told a story, and not just any story, but often the woman's entire family history going back generations. A Celtic woman's hair might contain the tale of her great-grandmother's heroic defence of the clan lands, her mother's tragic love affair, and her own recent adventures, all woven together in patterns that functioned like a portable library. Eleanor imagined these women walking around like living, breathing audiobooks, except instead of listening, you had to know how to read braid patterns. The complexity was staggering. Eleanor found evidence that master braid readers could determine not just what stories were being told, but how the woman felt about those stories based on subtle variations in tension, direction, and decorative elements woven into the patterns. A tightly woven section might indicate pride in a family achievement, while looser braiding could suggest sorrow or regret about a particular event. Celtic men, not to be outdone, had developed their own hair-based communication system that was equal parts practical and poetic. Warriors wore their hair in patterns that announced their battle achievements, but they also incorporated elements that told the stories of their fallen comrades. It was like wearing a memorial and a military record simultaneously, except infinitely more personal and meaningful. Elena was particularly moved to discover that Celtic hair patterns often included memory braids, sections specifically dedicated to keeping the stories of deceased family members alive. A mother might weave the pattern that represented her lost child into her hair, ensuring that the child's memory travelled with her wherever she went. It was a form of grief, processing and memorial that was both private and public, allowing the community to recognise and support someone's loss while giving the bereaved person a tangible way to carry their loved one's story forward. But perhaps the most ingenious aspect of Celtic hair communication was how they used it for matchmaking and courtship. Young people could communicate incredibly detailed information about their romantic availability, preferences, and family background through strategic hair arrangement. A woman might weave patterns that told potential suitors about her family's cattle holdings, her own domestic skills, and even her personality traits, all while appearing to simply wear her hair in an attractive style. Elena discovered records of elaborate courtship negotiations conducted entirely through hair pattern exchanges. A young man might ask his sister to visit a potential bride's family and read the girl's hair to gather information about her suitability, while the girl's relatives would be simultaneously analysing the messenger's hair patterns to assess the suitor's family background and prospects. It was like having detailed dating profiles that you wore on your head. Eleanor called the Celts travelling hair, patterns that showed where a person was from and how they got there. This practice was incredibly practical, In a world where knowing someone's origin and journey could be crucial for determining whether they were friend, foe, or trading partner, your hair essentially functioned as a passport and travel itinerary combined. Eleanor found evidence that Celtic druids had elevated hair communication to a spiritual level, using elaborate arrangements to commune with deities and channel otherworldly wisdom. The druid's hair pattern might incorporate symbols representing the phases of the moon, the changing seasons, and various natural forces, creating a living mandala that connected the wearer to the cosmic order. It was like wearing a direct line to the divine, except instead of a phone, you used intricate braiding techniques passed down through generations of spiritual practitioners. But what really impressed Elena was how the Celts had managed to make their hair communication system adaptable across different social situations. The same basic braid pattern might be worn loosely and casually for everyday activities, tightened and decorated for formal occasions, or modified with specific additions for ritual or ceremonial purposes. It was like having one incredibly versatile language that could shift registers depending on the context, from casual conversation to formal presentation to sacred ceremony. The more Elena studied Celtic hair culture, the more she realised that they'd solved one of the fundamental challenges of human communication: how to share complex personal information while maintaining privacy and dignity. A Celtic woman could tell her entire life story to those who needed to know it, while the same arrangement might appear to be simply attractive braiding to casual observers. It was selective broadcasting at its finest, intimate communication disguised as beautiful hairstyling. As Elena pieced together the complex mysteries of Celtic hair messaging, she began to understand that these ancient people had created something remarkable, a communication system that was simultaneously practical, beautiful, emotionally meaningful, and spiritually significant. They hadn't just figured out how to speak with their hair, they'd discovered how to turn their entire heads into living, breathing works of art that told the stories of their lives, their families, and their deepest beliefs. By this point in her research, Eleanor felt like she'd discovered that the entire ancient world had been having a massive ongoing conversation right over everyone's heads, literally. But the more cultures she investigated, the more she realised that hair communication wasn't just a collection of isolated cultural practices. It was something much more profound, a universal human impulse to turn our most visible feature into a language of identity, status, and connection. Eleanor's breakthrough came when she started mapping the common elements across all the hair communication systems she'd studied. Despite developing in complete isolation from each other, cultures around the world had independently arrived at remarkably similar solutions to the challenge of visual communication. It was like discovering that humans had an innate need to speak with their hair, regardless of their geographic location or historical period. Length, it turned out, was universal currency in hair communication. From Viking warriors to Chinese empresses to Celtic druids, longer hair consistently indicated higher status, greater power, or deeper spiritual connection. But the genius was in the details. How that length was managed, styled, and displayed varied dramatically between cultures, while maintaining the same basic meaning. This is similar to how a smile universally signifies friendliness, yet the specific ways in which people smile differ according to their cultural backgrounds. Covering and uncovering hair also appeared to be a universal communication strategy, though the specific meanings varied fascinatingly between cultures. What remained constant was the recognition that hair visibility was a powerful tool for social signalling. Whether you were a Roman matron covering your hair to indicate respectability, a Celtic warrior leaving his hair wild to demonstrate his dangerous nature, or a Japanese geisha revealing carefully styled locks to advertise her artistic refinement, you were all participating in the same basic human practice of using hair visibility as a form of communication. Elena discovered that braiding patterns seemed to emerge independently in every culture that developed sophisticated hair communication, but each society had found its own symbolic vocabulary within the medium of woven hair. Vikings braided stories of conquest, Celts braided family histories, and various African cultures, whose hair communication systems Elena was just beginning to investigate, had developed braiding patterns that could indicate everything from tribal affiliation to personal achievements to spiritual beliefs. But perhaps the most universal element Elena found was the use of hair communication for mate selection and relationship status. Every culture she studied had developed sophisticated ways to broadcast romantic availability, partnership status, and desirability through hair arrangement. It made perfect sense from an evolutionary perspective. Hair is visible from a distance, can be styled to enhance or disguise certain features, and changes over time in ways that can indicate health, age, and social status. The more Elena studied these patterns, the more she realized that modern humans had retained many of these ancient instincts without consciously recognizing them. We still make judgments about people based on their hairstyles, still use our hair to signal different aspects of our personality and social status, and still pay attention to hair changes as indicators of life transitions or emotional states. We just don't have the sophisticated, culturally agreed-upon vocabulary that our ancestors developed. Eleanor began to see that hair communication hadn't disappeared with ancient civilizations. It had just become less conscious and systematic. Modern people still use dramatic haircuts to mark major life changes, still spend enormous amounts of money and time on hairstyling to communicate aspects of their identity, and still notice and interpret other people's hair choices as social signals. We'd just lost the shared cultural knowledge that would let us read these signals with the precision and sophistication of our ancestors. This realization led Elena to what she considered her most important discovery. Hair communication systems seemed to emerge naturally in any society that valued complex social relationships and nuanced identity expression. The more sophisticated the social structure, the more elaborate the hair language became. It wasn't that ancient people were obsessed with hair for its own sake. They were using hair as a tool for navigating increasingly complex social environments. Elena started to understand that these ancient hair languages represented something that modern society might have lost, a shared vocabulary for expressing the subtle, complex aspects of human identity that don't fit neatly into simple categories. When your hairstyle could communicate not just your social status, but your family history, your personal achievements, your current emotional state, your spiritual beliefs, and your availability for various types of relationships, you had a communication tool of remarkable sophistication and nuance. The implications were staggering. Eleanor realized that ancient people might have been better at reading social cues, understanding complex social dynamics, and navigating interpersonal relationships precisely because they had these shared visual languages that provided immediate, detailed information about everyone around them. Modern people might have gained individual freedom of expression, but we've lost collective tools for social communication and understanding. As Elena synthesized her research across cultures and centuries, she began to see that hair communication wasn't just an intriguing historical curiosity. It was evidence of a fundamental human capacity for creating meaning, building community, and expressing identity through the most basic aspects of our physical appearance. We'd always been speaking with our hair. We'd just forgotten how to listen to what it was saying. As Elena sat in her study one evening, surrounded by photographs, sketches, and notes from cultures spanning thousands of years and every inhabited continent, she realized she'd uncovered something that went far beyond academic curiosity. She'd discovered a lost dimension of human communication that revealed profound truths about connection, identity, and the ways people create meaning in their lives. The evidence was overwhelming. For most of human history, hair had served as a sophisticated, nuanced language that allowed people to communicate complex information about themselves, while simultaneously reading equally complex information about everyone around them. Modern humans had retained the instinct to use hair for communication. We still make dramatic hair changes to mark life transitions, still judge others based on their styling choices, still use our hair to express personality and attract partners. But we'd lost the shared cultural knowledge that would make this communication truly effective. Eleanor began to imagine what it would have been like to live in a world where everyone around you was constantly broadcasting detailed information about their identity, status, history, and current emotional state through their hair choices. Instead of the awkward small talk that dominates modern social interactions, ancient people could gather enormous amounts of relevant information about new acquaintances simply by observing their hair arrangements. It would be like having everyone's biography, current mood, and availability status visible at a glance. But the more Elena thought about it, the more she realized that ancient hair communication offered something even more valuable than efficient information exchange. It provided a way for people to express the full complexity of their identity within a shared cultural framework. When your hairstyle could tell the story of your family, your achievements, your beliefs, and your dreams, you had a way to be seen and understood as a complete person rather than just a collection of demographic categories. Elena found herself wondering what we'd lost when we abandoned these sophisticated visual languages. Modern people often complain about feeling disconnected, misunderstood, or unable to express their authentic selves in social situations. What if part of the solution was learning to read and speak in the visual languages that humans had naturally developed over thousands of years? The implications extended beyond individual communication to community building and social cohesion. When everyone in a community shared a visual language that could communicate personal history, family connections, social status, and current circumstances, it created a web of understanding and mutual recognition that went far deeper than surface-level interactions. People could understand their place in the community, not just through verbal communication, but through constant visual reinforcement of social relationships and shared values. Eleanor realized that ancient hair communication systems had solved one of the persistent challenges of human society: how to balance individual expression with community cohesion. These systems allowed people to express their unique identity and personal story while simultaneously participating in a shared cultural language that strengthened community bonds. You could be completely yourself while still being clearly connected to your community. While Elena reflected on her research, she began seeing parallels between ancient hair communication and modern digital communication. Social media platforms, dating apps, and professional networking sites all attempt to help people broadcast information about their identity, status, and availability, essentially the same functions that hair served in ancient cultures. But where hair communication was immediate, nuanced, and integrated into daily life, digital communication often feels artificial, performative, and separated from authentic human connection. Perhaps most importantly, Eleanor realized that hair communication had been inherently democratic. Unlike written languages that required literacy and education, or complex social protocols that required training in etiquette, hair communication was accessible to everyone. Rich or poor, educated or illiterate, everyone had hair, and everyone could participate in the visual conversation that helped bind communities together. Elena's research had started with curiosity about ancient aesthetics, but it had evolved into something much larger: a recognition that humans have always had sophisticated ways of communicating identity, building community, and creating meaning through the most basic aspects of physical appearance. We hadn't lost the ability to communicate through hair. We just lost the shared cultural knowledge that would make that communication effective and meaningful. As she prepared to share her findings with the world, Elena felt both excitement and sadness. Elena was filled with excitement as she discovered evidence of human creativity, ingenuity, and connection that had been concealed for centuries. She felt sadness because she realized how much richness and depth of communication modern people had unknowingly sacrificed for the sake of individual freedom and simplicity. But perhaps, Elena thought as she finally turned off her desk lamp and headed to bed, understanding what we'd lost was the first step toward recovering some of what had made ancient communities so skilled at reading, understanding, and connecting with each other. Perhaps we haven't truly lost the secret language of hair, but it's simply waiting for us to reclaim its ability to communicate. Your hair, after all, has been trying to tell your story all along. The only question is whether anyone around you still remembers how to listen. Picture this. It's a crisp morning in May 16, and you're a respectable citizen of Salem, Massachusetts. Maybe you're a farmer, a merchant, or a craftsman, someone who's managed to stay out of trouble and earn a decent living in this Puritan community. You're probably thinking about the day ahead, perhaps wondering if your crops will survive the late spring frost when there's a knock at your door. Standing on your threshold is the town constable, looking unusually serious. He's not here about your neighbour's wandering pig or a dispute over property lines. No, today he's carrying a list of names, and unfortunately for you, yours is on it. You've been selected to serve on a special court jury to hear cases involving witchcraft. Congratulations, you've just won the colonial equivalent of the world's worst lottery. Now, you might think jury duty sounds like a civic honour, a chance to serve your community and uphold justice. After all, you're a God-fearing person who believes in doing what's right. But as the constable explains your duties, a knot begins forming in your stomach. This isn't going to be like deciding whether someone stole a chicken or failed to pay their debts. You're going to be determining whether your neighbours, people you've known for years, are in league with the devil himself. The weight of this responsibility settles on your shoulders like a heavy woolen cloak. In your Puritan world, witchcraft isn't just a crime, it's the ultimate sin, a betrayal of God that threatens the very fabric of your community. The Bible is clear. Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live. If you find someone guilty, you're essentially signing their death warrant. If you find them innocent when they're actually guilty, you might be allowing Satan's influence to spread through your town like a plague. As you stand there in your doorway, listening to the constable's words, you realise your peaceful life is about to become incredibly complicated. You can't exactly refuse. Jury service is mandatory, and besides, what would people think if you tried to get out of it? Would they wonder if you had something to hide? In Salem, suspicion spreads faster than gossip, and gossip spreads faster than fire. The constable hands you a notice with the date and time of the first trial. You'll be joining 8 other men of good standing to form the jury. The trials will be held at the Salem townhouse, and you're expected to be there bright and early. As he walks away, you can't help but notice how his shoulders seem tense, how he avoids making eye contact with the neighbours who peek out from behind their curtains. You close the door and lean against it, trying to process what just happened. Your wife looks at you with concern, and you have to break the news that your summer is about to become very, very interesting. She doesn't say much, but you can see the worry in her eyes. Everyone in Salem knows that strange things have been happening. Young girls having fits, accusations flying, arrests being made. What started as whispers has grown into a full-blown crisis. The irony isn't lost on you. Here you are, chosen to help determine the truth about witchcraft, and you're not even entirely sure what witchcraft looks like. Sure, you've heard the stories. People flying through the air, turning into animals, making pacts with the devil. But you've never actually seen any of this yourself. Most of what you know comes from sermons, gossip, and the occasional pamphlet that makes its way to Salem from Boston or Europe. As you prepare for bed that night, you can't shake the feeling that your life has just taken a turn into uncharted territory. Tomorrow, you'll begin a journey that will test not just your judgment, but your courage, your faith, and your ability to sleep soundly at night. Because once you've looked into the eyes of an accused witch and decided their fate, there's no going back to the simple certainties of your old life. The morning of your first trial arrives with an unseasonable chill that seems to seep into your bones. You've barely slept, tossing and turning as you wondered what the day would bring. As you walk toward the Salem townhouse, you notice other jury members making their way through the streets. Some walk with purpose, others seem to drag their feet. Everyone looks a bit pale, and you wonder if you look as nervous as they do. The townhouse is buzzing with activity when you arrive. People have gathered from all over Salem and the surrounding areas, drawn by a mixture of curiosity, fear, and that peculiar human fascination with witnessing someone else's potential downfall. The atmosphere is electric in the worst possible way, like the air before a thunderstorm, heavy with anticipation and dread. You take your place in the jury box, and that's when you first notice just how many eyes are on you. It's not just the spectators, it's the judges, the ministers, the town officials, and most unnerving of all, the accusers themselves. These are the young women and girls whose strange afflictions started this whole mess, and they're watching you with an intensity that makes your skin crawl. The first case is called, and you're shocked to see it's someone you know. Sarah Good, a woman you've seen around town for years. She's never been popular, admittedly. She's poor, she begs for food, and she has a sharp tongue when people refuse her. But a witch. The accusation seems almost surreal as you watch her being led into the courtroom in chains. What strikes you immediately is how the whole process feels like theatre, but theatre where the audience participation might get you killed. The accusers begin their performance, and it really does feel like a performance. They writhe, they scream, and they claim to see Good Spectre tormenting them right there in the courtroom. The judges nod gravely, the ministers quote scripture, and the crowd murmurs with a mixture of horror and fascination. You find yourself in an impossible position. On one hand, you're supposed to be an impartial juror, weighing evidence and seeking truth. On the other hand, everyone in that courtroom seems to have already decided that witchcraft is real, that these accusers are legitimate victims, and that your job is simply to confirm what everyone already believes. The pressure is suffocating. The worst part is the way the accusers react to your very presence. When you shift in your seat or lean forward to hear testimony better, they sometimes cry out that you're affecting them somehow. Are you in league with the accused? Are you a witch yourself? The paranoia in the room is so thick you could cut it with a knife, and you realise that even as a juror, you're not safe from suspicion. As the day wears on, you begin to understand that this isn't really about evidence in any conventional sense. The main proof being offered is spectral evidence, testimony that the accused person's spirit or spectre was seen committing malicious acts. But here's the problem. Only the accusers can see these spectres. You're being asked to convict someone based on testimony about invisible actions that only certain people claim to witness. The judges seem convinced that spectral evidence is valid, citing learned treatises and theological arguments. But you can't shake the feeling that something is fundamentally wrong with this logic. If only the accusers can see the evidence, how can you verify it? How can you cross-examine a ghost? How can you determine if what they're seeing is real or imagined? Making matters worse, you're beginning to notice patterns in the accusations that trouble you. The accused tend to be people who don't fit in well: the poor, the argumentative, the eccentric. Meanwhile, the accusers are mostly young women from prominent families, and their accusations carry enormous weight. You start to wonder if there might be social and economic factors at play here that have nothing to do with the supernatural. But expressing these doubts would be incredibly dangerous. The judges, ministers, and community leaders all seem united in their belief that Salem is under attack by Satan himself. To question the proceedings might be seen as questioning God's will, or worse, as evidence that you yourself are influenced by dark forces. You're trapped between your growing skepticism and your need to appear as a faithful, orthodox member of the community. As the first day ends, and you walk home through the twilight, you realise that being on this jury isn't just about determining guilt or innocence. It's about navigating a social and political minefield where one wrong step could make you the next target. The comfortable certainties of your old life feel like a distant memory, replaced by the constant stress of trying to do the right thing when you're not even sure what the right thing is anymore. By your third day in the jury box, you've developed what you privately call the Salem stare, that hollow-eyed look of someone who's seen too much and slept too little. The accusers have elevated to the status of stars in this sombre theatre, allowing you to witness their increasingly dramatic performances up close. Today's main accuser is Abigail Williams, Reverend Parris's 11-year-old niece. She's small for her age, with sharp features and eyes that seem to take in everything. When Abigail points at the accused and screams that she can see their spectre pinching and choking her, the entire courtroom becomes silent. You find yourself studying her face, trying to determine if her terror is genuine or performed, and the fact that you can't tell makes your stomach churn. What's particularly unsettling is how the accusers seem to feed off each other's energy. When one girl starts having fits, the others quickly follow suit as if supernatural affliction were contagious. They convulse, they shriek, and they claim to see yellow birds perched on the accused's fingers, or black dogs lurking in the corners of the courtroom. The judges treat each outburst as crucial evidence, scribbling notes furiously and asking probing questions about the exact nature of what the girls are experiencing. You notice that the accusers never seem to be afflicted when they're outside the courtroom. They walk in looking perfectly normal, chat quietly with their families, and even smile occasionally. But the moment the proceedings begin, they transform into tortured victims of supernatural assault. It's like watching someone flip a switch, and you can't help but wonder if that's exactly what's happening. The social dynamics in the courtroom are becoming clearer to you with each passing day. The accusers come from families with influence and standing in the community. When they speak, important men listen. When they cry out in pain, those same men spring into action. You're watching young women wield a kind of power that would normally be unthinkable in Puritan society, and they seem to understand exactly how to use it. Meanwhile, the accused are almost always marginalised individuals, the impoverished, the argumentative, and the unconventional. Often after spending weeks in the miserable conditions of Salem jail, they arrive looking haggard and frightened. They're given little opportunity to defend themselves effectively, and when they do speak, their words are often twisted and used against them. If they maintain their innocence, they're accused of lying. If they confess, authorities ask them to identify their accomplices. You're starting to realise that confession might actually be the safest route for the accused, even if they're innocent. Those who confess are often spared execution, while those who maintain their innocence are more likely to face the gallows. It's a perverse system that seems to reward false confessions while punishing truthful declarations of innocence. The pressure on you as a juror is intensifying. After each day's testimony, you're expected to discuss the case with your fellow jurors, but these conversations feel more like exercises in group conformity than genuine deliberation. Anyone who expresses too much skepticism is met with sharp looks and pointed questions about their own spiritual state. The message is clear. Honest Christians believe in the reality of witchcraft and the credibility of the accusers. What's making you lose sleep is the growing realization that you're part of a system that seems designed to produce guilty verdicts regardless of actual guilt or innocence. The rules of evidence favour the accusers, the judges are clearly biased, and the community pressure is enormous. You're supposed to be seeking truth and justice, but it feels more like you're participating in a ritual that's already predetermined its outcome. The worst part is when you catch yourself getting caught up in the hysteria. During particularly dramatic testimony, you sometimes find yourself believing, or at least wanting to believe, that what you're witnessing is real supernatural activity. The alternative, that this is all elaborate deception or mass delusion, is almost too disturbing to contemplate. It would mean that your community has lost its collective mind, and that you're complicit in a series of terrible injustices. As you walk home after another day of accusations and supernatural claims, you can't help but notice how the town has changed. People view each other with suspicion, conversations halt when strangers approach, and everyone appears to be cautious. The sense of community that once held Salem together is dissolving, replaced by fear and mistrust. And you, as a member of the jury, are right in the middle of it all, trying to maintain your sanity and your conscience in a world that seems to have lost both. 3 weeks into your jury service, you've learned to recognise the sound of accusations before they are even spoken. There's a particular rustling in the courtroom, a collective intake of breath, and then the pointed finger that could seal someone's fate. Today, that finger is pointing at someone who makes your blood run cold. Martha Corey, a woman you've known for over a decade. Martha has always been a bit outspoken, questioning certain aspects of the witch trials from the beginning. She's made the mistake of suggesting that the accusers might not be entirely reliable, that perhaps the community was getting carried away with supernatural explanations for what might have natural causes. Now she's standing in the dock, accused of the very witchcraft she questioned, and you can see the cruel irony isn't lost on her. The accusers are in fine form today, writhing and screaming as they claim Martha's spectre is attacking them. But you remember Martha from church, from community gatherings, and from the time she's helped neighbours during illness or hardship. She's sharp-tongued, yes, and not always diplomatic, but evil, a servant of Satan. The disconnect between the woman you know and the monster being described in court is so jarring it makes you dizzy. What's particularly disturbing is how the accusers seem to know exactly which buttons to push. They claim Martha's spectre appeared to them in clothing that matches what she's wearing in court, details they couldn't possibly have known unless they'd seen her that morning. They describe her house, her habits, and her relationships with neighbours. You're also noticing how the accusations seem to follow patterns of social tension. Martha Corey had disagreements with some of the accusers' families over church matters. She'd been critical of Reverend Parris, questioning his salary and his methods. She'd spoken out against the witch trials themselves. Now she's being accused by the very people she criticised. The coincidence is too convenient to ignore, but pointing it out would be incredibly dangerous. The evidence against Martha is the same spectral testimony you've been hearing for weeks, but today it feels different. Maybe it's because you know her personally, or maybe it's because you've been watching this process long enough to see the patterns. But the whole thing feels like an elaborate performance designed to eliminate someone who's become inconvenient. During the lunch break, you overhear conversations among the spectators that chill you to the bone. People are discussing Martha's guilt as if it's already been proven, debating whether she should be hanged or pressed to death. Some are even wondering aloud about her family members, suggesting that witchcraft might run in bloodlines. The presumption of innocence, a cornerstone of justice, seems to have been completely abandoned. When court resumes, you watch Martha attempt to defend herself, and it's heartbreaking. Every word she says is twisted against her. When she maintains her innocence, she's accused of lying. When she questions the accuser's credibility, she's accused of trying to undermine God's work. When she grows frustrated with the proceedings, her anger is cited as evidence of her evil nature. It's like watching someone drown while being told their struggles are proof they can't swim. The other jurors are watching you as much as they're watching the proceedings. You can feel their eyes on you during the most dramatic moments, gauging your reactions, checking to see if you're displaying the proper level of horror and conviction. The social pressure is enormous, not just to find defendants guilty, but to be seen as someone who finds them guilty for the right reasons, with the right level of religious fervour. You're beginning to understand that the witch trials aren't really about witchcraft at all. They're about power, social control, and the settling of old scores. The accusers have stumbled onto a method of wielding enormous influence, and the community leaders are using the crisis to reinforce their authority and eliminate troublemakers. The supernatural elements provide perfect cover for what's essentially a political purge. As Martha is led away to await sentencing, you catch her eye for just a moment. There's no evil there, no malice, just confusion and sadness. She looks like what she is, a middle-aged woman who spoke her mind once too often and now faces death for it. The weight of your responsibility as a juror feels crushing. You hold this woman's life in your hands, and you're beginning to realise that the system you're part of is designed to take that life, regardless of her actual guilt or innocence. Walking home that evening, you can't shake the feeling that Salem has become a place where being different, being outspoken, or simply being unlucky can be a death sentence, and you, whether you like it or not, are one of the people making those sentences possible. Fast forward 5 weeks in, you've now developed a nervous habit of checking your own behaviour for anything that might be construed as suspicious. Do you react appropriately when the accusers have their fits? Are you asking the wrong questions? Have you engaged in any questionable conversations? Salem's paranoia is beginning to consume you, a realisation nearly as terrifying as the trials themselves. Today's case involves a man named John Proctor, and his situation perfectly illustrates the impossible logic that's taken over your community. Proctor made the mistake of publicly criticising the accusers, calling them frauds, and suggesting that they should be whipped for their lies. His wife, Elizabeth, has already been accused and arrested. Now John himself is in the dock, and the accusers are claiming he's been tormenting them for months. The evidence against Proctor is particularly absurd, even by Salem standards. The accusers claim his spectre has been visiting them, forcing them to sign the devil's book and torturing them when they refuse. But here's the thing that makes your head spin. Proctor has been in jail for weeks. If the accusers are still being tormented by his spectre, and he's locked in a cell, what exactly is preventing this alleged supernatural activity? The judges seem untroubled by this logical inconsistency, but it's keeping you awake at night. What's worse is watching how Proctor's attempts to defend himself are twisted into evidence of his guilt. When he points out the contradictions in the accuser's testimony, he's accused of trying to confuse the court with Satan's logic. When he maintains his innocence, he's accused of prideful stubbornness. When he shows anger at the injustice of the proceedings, his anger is cited as evidence of his evil nature. It's like watching someone try to prove they're not wet while being pushed deeper underwater. The accusers have refined their performance to an art form. They've learned exactly how to time their outburst for maximum effect, how to coordinate their afflictions to support each other's claims, and how to direct their accusations toward the most vulnerable targets. Today, they're putting on a particularly elaborate show, claiming to see Proctor's spectre right there in the courtroom, mimicking their movements and mocking their pain. You find yourself studying the faces of the other jurors, trying to read their thoughts. Some seem genuinely convinced by what they're seeing, others look troubled but stay silent. A few appear to be going through the motions, saying what they think they're supposed to say while keeping their real thoughts hidden. The atmosphere of fear and suspicion has made honest communication almost impossible. The judges continue to treat spectral evidence as if it were as reliable as fingerprints or DNA. They ask detailed questions about the appearance and behaviour of spectres that only the accusers can see, recording their answers as if they were documenting observable facts. You keep wanting to ask the obvious question: if the devil can create false spectres to deceive people, how do we know these visions are real? But asking that question would be tantamount to confessing your own lack of faith. During a particularly intense moment of testimony, one of the accusers suddenly points directly at you and screams that she can see your spectre, whispering to the accused. The courtroom falls silent, and you feel every eye in the room focusing on you. Your heart pounds so hard you're sure everyone can hear it. For a terrifying moment you realise you could be next, that your position as a juror provides no protection against the machinery of accusation. The judge quickly intervenes, suggesting that the accuser must be mistaken, that the devil is trying to confuse her by creating false visions. But the moment has shaken you to your core. If you, a member of the jury, can be accused, then literally no one is safe. The realization that you're sitting in judgment of others while being potentially one accusation away from the dock yourself is almost too much to bear. The worst part is that you're starting to understand why some people confess to witchcraft, even when they're innocent. The pressure is so intense, the logic so twisted, and the alternatives so terrible that false confession begins to seem like the only rational choice. If maintaining your innocence means facing death, while confessing means survival, what would you choose? The question haunts you because you don't know the answer. You glimpse Elizabeth in the gallery as they lead Proctor away to await his verdict. She's pregnant, which has temporarily saved her from execution, but you can see the desperation in her eyes. Her husband is probably going to die for the crime of speaking truth to power, and there's nothing she can do to save him. You're part of the system that's destroying this family, and that knowledge sits in your stomach like a stone. 2 months into your service, you've stopped counting the number of people you've helped condemn. The exact number feels less important than the weight of their collective presence, which seems to follow you everywhere. You see their faces when you close your eyes, hear their final words when the house is quiet, feel their absence in the spaces they used to occupy around town. Today brings a particularly difficult case. Rebecca Nurse, a woman so universally respected that her accusation has sent shockwaves through the community. She's 71 years old, deeply religious, and known for her charitable works and gentle nature. If Rebecca Nurse can be a witch, the logic goes, then anyone can be. The accusation has forced Salem to confront the possibility that evil can hide behind the most innocent faces, which somehow makes everyone seem more dangerous. The accusers seem to understand the significance of this case, and they're pulling out all the stops. Their performances are more dramatic than usual, their claims more outrageous. They're saying Rebecca's spectre has been tormenting them for months, appearing in their bedrooms at night, pinching and choking them, trying to force them to sign the devil's book. Watching this frail, elderly woman being accused of such energetic, supernatural terrorism would be almost comical if the consequences weren't so deadly serious. What's particularly disturbing is how the community is split over Rebecca's case. Her family and close friends maintain her innocence passionately, while others seem relieved to finally have an explanation for various misfortunes they've attributed to supernatural causes. Old grudges and property disputes are being reframed as evidence of malevolent witchcraft. You're watching Salem's social fabric tear itself apart, one accusation at a time. The evidence against Rebecca is the same spectral testimony you've been hearing for weeks, but her case highlights the fundamental absurdity of the entire system. If this woman, who has spent her entire life serving God and helping others, can be credibly accused of serving Satan, then the accusations have become meaningless. Either the accusers are lying, or the entire concept of judging people by their character and actions is worthless. During deliberations, you find yourself in the uncomfortable position of being one of the few jurors who seems troubled by the case. The others seem convinced that the accusers wouldn't lie about something so serious, that the consistency of their testimony proves its truth, and that Rebecca's very respectability might be a cunning disguise for her evil nature. The logic is so twisted that it makes your head spin, but questioning it too openly would be dangerous. You're also dealing with the personal cost of your jury service. Your family is suffering from your constant stress and distraction. Your wife looks at you with increasing concern. Your children seem afraid of your dark moods, and your work is suffering from your inability to concentrate. The witch trials aren't just destroying the accused, they're taking a toll on everyone involved in the process. The worst part is that you're beginning to see how the trials have become self-perpetuating. Each conviction validates the accuser's credibility, making the next accusation more likely to be believed. Each execution demonstrates the community's commitment to fighting Satan, making it harder to admit that mistakes might have been made. The system has gained a momentum of its own, and you're not sure anyone has the power to stop it anymore. When the jury finally reaches its verdict in Rebecca's case, you feel something inside you break. You've just helped condemn a woman whose only crime was being vulnerable to accusation in a community that has lost its moral compass. The weight of that decision will stay with you for the rest of your life, and you know it. You've crossed a line that can never be uncrossed and participated in an injustice that can never be undone. As you watch Rebecca receive her sentence, you see something in her eyes that will haunt you forever. Not anger or fear, but pity. She gazes at you and the other jurors with the same compassion she might show to lost children, and you realise she knows something you're just starting to grasp. The witch trials haven't just claimed innocent victims, they've corrupted everyone involved in them. You came into this believing you were serving justice, but you've become complicit in its opposite. Walking home through the Salem streets, you notice how empty they've become. People hurry past each other without making eye contact, afraid that any interaction might be misinterpreted, any conversation might provide ammunition for future accusations. The community that once held you together has dissolved into a collection of frightened individuals, each trying to avoid becoming the next target, and you've helped create this atmosphere of terror, one verdict at a time. 3 months have passed since you first took your seat in the jury box, and Salem barely resembles the town you once knew. The witch trials have transformed into a mechanism that consumes individuals, relationships, and sanity with equal efficiency. You've lost count of how many verdicts you've delivered, but your body keeps score in sleepless nights, stress-induced headaches, and a persistent knot in your stomach that never seems to loosen. The most recent case concerns Mary Eastie, the sister of Rebecca Nurse, whose circumstances encapsulate all the negative aspects of the trials. Mary has maintained her innocence throughout the proceedings, but she's also done something that shows remarkable courage and wisdom. She's written a petition to the court not asking for her life, but pleading for the trials to be conducted more carefully to prevent future injustices. Her petition haunts you because it's so reasonable, measured, and obviously correct. Mary acknowledges that witchcraft exists but questions whether the current methods of detecting it are reliable. She points out the inconsistencies in spectral evidence, the dangers of mass hysteria, and the possibility that innocent people are dying for crimes they didn't commit. It's everything you've been thinking but haven't dared to say aloud. Reading her petition, you realise you've been witnessing the destruction of everything you once believed about justice, community, and truth. The trials haven't shielded Salem from evil. Instead, they've unleashed a distinct form of evil, one that divides neighbours and uses accusations as a weapon of mass devastation. The very people who are supposed to be fighting Satan have become instruments of a different kind of darkness. You're not the only one who's beginning to see the truth. Some of the other jurors are showing signs of doubt, though they're careful not to express it openly. There are whispered conversations about the growing implausibility of the accusations, quiet concerns about the accuser's motivations, and troubled questions about the reliability of spectral evidence. But by now, you're all so deep in the system that backing out seems impossible. The social cost of changing course would be enormous. Admitting the trials are wrong would mean acknowledging that innocent people have died, that the community has been deceived, and that everyone involved in the proceedings has been complicit in a massive injustice. It's easier to keep moving forward, to maintain the fiction that what you're doing is necessary and right, than to confront the alternative. But Mary Eastie's petition has forced you to confront that alternative. She's going to die. You can see it in the judges' faces, hear it in the accuser's testimony, and feel it in the courtroom's atmosphere. But she's using her final moments to try to prevent others from suffering the same fate. Her courage makes your complicity feel even more shameful. As you deliberate Mary's case, you're struck by the realization that you've become part of a system that values conformity over truth, fear over justice, and accusation over evidence. You came into this believing you were serving God and community, but you've instead served the darker impulses of human nature, the desire to blame others for our problems, to find simple explanations for complex issues, and to maintain social order through fear rather than justice. The verdict in Mary's case is predetermined, just like all the others. The jury's role has become purely ceremonial, a way of legitimizing decisions that have already been made by judges who believe in the accuser's infallibility and the reality of spectral evidence. You're not engaging in a deliberative process. Instead, you are merely validating a system that is completely disconnected from actual justice. When Mary Eastie is finally executed, something in Salem's collective consciousness seems to shift. Her dignity and death, her reasoned petition, and the growing implausibility of the accusations begin to create cracks in the certainty that has driven the trials. People start asking questions they should have asked months ago, noticing inconsistencies they should have seen from the beginning. However, you come to this realization too late. You've already been part of condemning at least 20 people to death, and no amount of later wisdom can undo that fact. You'll spend the rest of your life knowing that when your community lost its mind, you went along with the madness. When justice needed defenders, you were too frightened to speak up. When innocent people needed your courage, you chose your safety instead. The witch trials will eventually end, discredited and abandoned by the same people who once supported them enthusiastically. The accusers will recant or be forgotten. The judges will quietly distance themselves from the proceedings, and the community will try to move on as if nothing happened. But for you, there will be no moving on. You'll carry the weight of those verdicts forever, a reminder of how easily ordinary people can become complicit in extraordinary evil. Years later, when historians study the Salem witch trials, they'll focus on the accusers, the judges, and the victims. But you know the real story includes people like you, ordinary citizens who are swept up in events beyond their control and forced to make impossible choices. You were just trying to do your civic duty, to serve your community and uphold justice. Instead, you found yourself embroiled in one of the most tumultuous periods in American history, serving as a stark reminder that good intentions can lead to dire consequences. The trials taught you that courage isn't just about facing physical danger, it's about standing up for truth when everyone around you has abandoned it. Justice isn't just about following procedures, it's about questioning those procedures when they produce unjust results. Community is about protecting the vulnerable, even when it's inconvenient or dangerous. You failed those tests, and Salem failed them too. The witch trials succeeded in their stated goal of rooting out evil, but the evil they found was in the hearts of the accusers and the complicity of people like you. That's a lesson worth remembering, even if it's one you learned too late to do any good. Picture yourself settling into your favourite chair, maybe with a warm cup of tea, as we travel back to a time when America was a very different place. It's the late 1800s, and if you wanted to get somewhere, you'd better have a good pair of shoes, a reliable horse, or access to a train. The idea of every family owning their own personal transportation device, well, that was about as likely as having a computer in your pocket that could connect you to anyone in the world. Oh, wait. Our story begins with a young man named Henry Ford, born in 1863 on a farm in what's now Dearborn, Michigan. Now, Henry wasn't your typical farm boy. While other kids were content to milk cows and plant corn, Henry was the kind of kid who'd take apart the family's pocket watch just to see how it worked. His father probably wasn't thrilled about this habit, much like how you might feel if your teenager decided to fix your smartphone. Henry had what we'd call today a classic case of mechanical curiosity. He couldn't see a machine without wondering how it ticked, literally and figuratively. When Henry first laid eyes on a steam engine at the age of 13, it was an instant connection. Not the romantic kind of love, mind you, but the kind of obsession that makes you forget to eat dinner because you're too busy sketching gear ratios. By 16, Henry had left the farm for Detroit, which was already becoming a hub of American industry. He found work as a machinist's apprentice, earning $2.50 a week. To put that in perspective, that's about what you might spend on a fancy coffee drink today, except Henry had to live on it for 7 days. But he was learning, absorbing everything about how things worked, from steam engines to the newfangled electricity that was just beginning to light up cities. What made Henry different from other tinkerers of his time wasn't just his mechanical aptitude, it was his vision. While others saw machines as individual marvels, Henry began to see them as part of something bigger. He understood that the real magic wasn't just in making something work, but in making it work for everyone. The project wasn't just about building a better mousetrap, this was about reimagining how society itself could function. During these early years in Detroit, Henry worked for the Edison Illuminating Company, eventually becoming their chief engineer. Yes, that Edison, Thomas Edison himself. Working for the man who brought us the light bulb gave Henry front row seats to the biggest technological revolution of his time. He watched how Edison didn't just invent things, but created entire systems around them. The light bulb was useless without power plants, wiring and switches. Henry was taking notes, but Henry's real passion project was happening in his spare time in a little brick shed behind his house. He was building what he called a horseless carriage, basically a carriage without the horse, powered by a gasoline engine. The carriage wasn't a completely original idea. Other inventors were working on similar projects, but Henry had something different in mind. While others were creating expensive toys for the wealthy, Henry was already dreaming of something that ordinary people could afford. In 1896, at 2 a.m. on a June morning, Henry fired up his first successful automobile. There was just one problem. The car was wider than the door of his workshop, so what did he do? He took an axe to the brick wall. His wife Clara, watching from the doorway in her nightgown, probably wondered if she'd married a genius or a madman. Time would reveal that it was a combination of both genius and madness. That first car, the quadricycle as he called it, could reach the blazing speed of 20 miles per hour. To put that in perspective, that's slower than most people jog today, but it was fast enough to scare horses and create quite a stir in the neighbourhood. Henry had achieved a significant milestone. He'd proven that his vision wasn't just a dream, it was possible. As you drift off tonight, imagine that moment when Henry first drove his quadricycle down Detroit's dirt roads. The neighbours peered out their windows, wondering what that strange contraption was. Henry himself probably grinning from ear to ear, knowing that he'd just taken the first step toward changing not just how people got around, but how they lived, worked and thought about the future. Now you might think that after building his first car, Henry Ford would have immediately started mass-producing them. But here's where our story gets interesting and where Henry shows he was more than just a good mechanic. He was a dreamer with a practical streak, and he understood something that many inventors miss. Building something once is engineering, but building it affordably for millions of people, that's revolution. Henry's early attempts at starting a car company were, to put it gently, learning experiences. His first company, the Detroit Automobile Company, folded faster than a cheap lawn chair. The cars were too expensive, too unreliable, and frankly too much like the luxury playthings that other manufacturers were making. Henry wanted something different, but he wasn't quite sure how to get there yet. This is where Henry's story becomes relatable to anyone who's ever had a big idea that seemed impossible. You know that feeling when you can see exactly what you want to accomplish, but every practical step seems to lead to another obstacle. That was Henry in the early 1900s. He could envision millions of Americans driving affordable cars, but the math just didn't add up. Cars were assembled by skilled craftsmen, one at a time, like handmade furniture. The result was beautiful but expensive, about $3,000 for a basic model, which was more than most people made in 2 years. But Henry was stubborn in the best possible way. Instead of giving up or settling for the luxury market, he became obsessed with a single question. How do you make something both good and cheap? It's the same question that would later drive entrepreneurs to create everything from affordable computers to budget airlines. Henry was researching cars at a time when most people considered them a fleeting trend. The breakthrough came when Henry started studying other industries. He spent time in slaughterhouses, not the most pleasant research locations, but bear with me here. He watched how they processed cattle, with each worker performing one specific task as the carcass moved along overhead rails. He visited flour mills and watched grain being processed in stages. He was seeing the power of breaking down complex tasks into simple, repeatable steps. The process wasn't just about efficiency, it was about democratization. You can only make a few of them and they'll be expensive, but if you can teach someone to do one task well, you can make a lot of them and they can be cheap. It's the same principle that makes your smartphone possible. Instead of one person handcrafting each phone, thousands of people each do one small part of the process. Henry's breakthrough occurred when he realised that instead of workers circling a stationary car, the car could move past these workers. Each person would install one component, then the car would move to the next station. It sounds simple now, but it was revolutionary then. It was like rearranging the entire world of manufacturing. But here's what made Henry different from other industrialists of his time. He didn't just want to make cars efficiently, he wanted to make them so efficiently that his own workers could afford to buy them. This wasn't just good business, it was visionary. He understood that the people who made the cars should also be able to enjoy them. It's a lesson that some modern companies are still learning. In 1903, Henry founded the Ford Motor Company with $28,000 in capital. That's roughly $850,000 in today's money. Significant, but not the billions we associate with major companies today. From the beginning, he was clear about his mission: I will build a car for the great multitude. He was not building a car for the wealthy or the elite, but for everyone. The first Ford Model A sold for $850, which was still expensive but considerably less than the competition. More importantly, Henry was already planning for the future. He knew that the present was just the beginning, that the real goal was to make cars as common as bicycles. His partners thought he was crazy. They wanted to focus on more expensive cars with higher profit margins per unit. But Henry had a different vision of profit. Instead of making a lot of money on a few cars, why not make a little money on many cars? As you settle in for the night, picture Henry in his office, sketching and calculating, surrounded by the noise and smoke of early Detroit industry. He's not just designing a car, he's designing a new way of life. He's imagining families taking Sunday drives, workers commuting to better jobs, and young people exploring the world beyond their neighborhoods. He's dreaming of an America where mobility isn't a privilege but a possibility for everyone. Let's talk about what might be the most important car ever built. A car so revolutionary that it changed not just transportation, but the entire fabric of American society. In 1908, Henry Ford introduced the Model T, and if you've ever heard someone jokingly say, "You can have any colour you want as long as it's black," you're hearing an echo of this moment in history. But here's the thing about that famous quote. It wasn't about Henry being stubborn or lacking imagination. It was about something much more profound. The power of standardization. By offering the Model T in just one colour, and it was actually dark green initially, but black dried faster, Henry could streamline production and keep costs down. It's the same principle that makes modern fast food possible. Limited options, but consistent quality and low prices. The Model T wasn't just affordable, it was practically indestructible. Henry understood that if you're going to sell cars to farmers, factory workers, and middle-class families, those cars better be able to handle whatever life throws at them. The Model T could drive through mud that would stop a modern SUV, and it was so simple that just about anyone could learn to repair it. It was the era's smartphone, not due to its complexity, but because it was easy to use. Now, imagine you're living in 1908. Your world is still largely organised around walking distance. You live near where you work, you shop at the stores in your neighbourhood, and if you want to visit family in the next town over, that's a major expedition requiring careful planning. The Model T changed all of that. Suddenly, distance became less important than time. You could live in one place and work in another. You could shop where prices were better, not just where things were closest. But here's where Henry's real genius shows. He didn't just build a car, he built a system. He understood that selling cars was useless if people couldn't get parts, fuel or repairs. So Ford created a network of dealerships across the country, trained mechanics, and standardized parts. When your Model T broke down in rural Kansas, you could fix it with Detroit parts and procedures. It's the same thinking that makes your phone work the same way whether you're in New York or Nebraska. The production innovations were just as revolutionary as the car itself. Henry's assembly line didn't just make cars faster, it made them consistently better. When each worker becomes an expert at one specific task, quality actually improves. It's like the difference between a home cook making one elaborate meal and a specialist making one perfect dish hundreds of times. In 1908, the Model T sold for $825. By 1925, the price had dropped to $290, even though the car had gotten better. That's the opposite of what usually happens with products. They typically get more expensive over time, not cheaper. Henry found the learning curve. The more you make something, the better you get at it, and the cheaper it is. But the real revolution was social. The Model T democratized mobility in a way that changed everything about how Americans lived. Young people could court someone from the next town over. Families could live in suburbs and commute to city jobs. Farmers could get their products to market faster and cheaper. It's hard to overstate how fundamentally these innovations changed daily life. The Model T also created something we take for granted today, the weekend road trip. Before cars, leisure travel was something only the wealthy could afford. But with a Model T, a middle-class family could pack up on the Saturday morning and explore places they had only heard about. This marked the start of America's passion for the open road. Extending from Route 66 to the interstate highway system, Henry's workers were among the first to benefit. In 1914, he made a decision that shocked the business world. He doubled his workers' wages to $5 a day. Other industrialists believed he had gone insane, but Henry understood something they didn't. If his workers could afford to buy the cars they were making, he'd have a whole new market. It wasn't just generosity, it was brilliant business strategy. The $5 day did more than boost sales. It created a new kind of middle class. Ford workers could afford not just cars, but homes, appliances, and education for their children. They became consumers, not just producers. This era was the beginning of the consumer economy that would define 20th century America. As you drift towards sleep, imagine the sound of a Model T puttering down a dirt road in 1915, perhaps carrying a family on their first real vacation, or a young entrepreneur heading to the city to start a business. That simple black car wasn't just transportation, it was possibility itself, rolling down American roads and into the future. Now we come to the most important part of our story, when Henry Ford changed how everything was made. The assembly line wasn't just a manufacturing technique, it was a complete rethinking of how work itself could be organised. Like many revolutionary ideas, it began with a simple observation and a willingness to challenge traditional methods. Picture the world of manufacturing before Henry's innovation. If you desired a car, a skilled craftsman would construct it from beginning to end. He'd be part mechanic, part artist, and part engineer. Each car was unique, like a handmade piece of furniture. It was beautiful in its way, but it was also slow, expensive, and required workers with years of training. It's like the difference between having a master chef prepare your meal from scratch versus having a kitchen staff where each person specialises in one aspect of the meal. Henry's breakthrough came from watching that slaughterhouse we mentioned earlier, but also from studying his workers. He noticed that when someone did the same task repeatedly, they got remarkably quick at it. They became not just slightly faster, but significantly faster. A worker who could install a dashboard in 20 minutes could do it in 5 minutes after doing it 100 times. The steep learning curve led to substantial improvements, but the real innovation was moving the work to the worker, instead of the worker to the work. Instead of craftsmen walking around a stationary car with their tools, the car would move along a line while workers stayed in one spot with their tools organised exactly how they needed them. It sounds obvious now, but it was revolutionary then. It's akin to the difference between a chef frantically gathering ingredients in a kitchen and having everything they need within easy reach. The first assembly line at Ford's Highland Park plant was almost comically simple. They used a rope and pulley system to drag car frames past workers onto a wooden floor. But it worked. The time to build a car dropped from 12 hours to 2.5 hours almost immediately. And this improvement was just the beginning. As they refined the process, adding conveyors and optimizing the workflow, the time kept dropping. But here's what made Henry's approach different from other industrialists. He obsessed over the details that made workers' lives better, not just more productive. He studied how high the conveyor belt should be, so workers didn't have to bend over or reach up. He figured out the optimal speed, fast enough to maintain efficiency, but not so fast that workers felt rushed or made mistakes. He was essentially inventing ergonomics, though that word wouldn't be coined for decades. The results were staggering. By 1914, Ford's Highland Park plant could produce more cars in a day than most manufacturers could make in a month. The Model T, which had taken 728 minutes to assemble in 1930, was taking just 93 minutes by 1914. That's not just improvement, that's transformation. But with this efficiency came new challenges. Repetitive work could be mind-numbing. Worker turnover was initially high as people found the work boring compared to the variety of traditional craftsmanship. Henry's solution was typically direct. He paid workers well enough that they wanted to stay. The famous $5 a day wasn't just about buying cars, it was about creating jobs that people actually wanted to keep. This is where Henry's philosophy really shines through. He understood that efficiency without humanity was ultimately self-defeating. Happy workers were productive workers. Well-paid workers were loyal workers. Workers who could afford the products they made were also customers. It was a virtuous cycle that benefited everyone. The assembly line also democratized skill. Previously, making cars required master craftsmen with years of training, but Henry's system could take someone with no experience and make them productive in days. The initiative wasn't about replacing skilled workers, it was about creating a new kind of skilled work. Workers became experts in their specific tasks, often innovating better ways to do their jobs. Other industries took notice. The assembly line principle spread to everything from appliances to electronics to food processing. Even today, when you unwrap a smartphone or open a packaged meal, you're benefiting from principles Henry Ford pioneered. The modern world of abundant, affordable goods traces back to that first rope and pulley system dragging car frames across a factory floor in Detroit. But perhaps the most important thing to understand is that Henry didn't just speed up production, he made it more predictable. Before the assembly line, you never knew exactly when a car would be finished. With the assembly line, you could plan production weeks in advance. This predictability made everything else possible. supply chains, dealer networks, even consumer financing. As you rest tonight, think about how many things in your daily life exist because of Henry's innovations. The device you're listening to this on, the car in your driveway, even the grocery store where you shop, they all owe something to that moment when Henry decided to move the work to the worker instead of the worker to the work. He didn't just change how cars were made, he changed how everything was made. January 5th, 1914 was a day that changed not just Ford Motor Company, but the entire relationship between workers and employers in America. On that day, Henry Ford announced something so radical that newspapers across the country struggled to believe it was real. He was going to pay his workers $5 a day. To understand why the news was so shocking, you need to know that the average industrial wage at the time was about $2.50 a day. Henry wasn't just raising wages, he was more than doubling them. Other business leaders believed Henry was insane. The Wall Street Journal called it an economic crime and predicted it would ruin Ford Motor Company. Competitors were furious, worried that they'd have to raise their wages to compete for workers. But Henry had done his math, and his reasoning was both simple and brilliant. If we pay our workers well, they'll be able to buy our cars. The immediate effect was chaos, but the good kind of chaos. The next morning, thousands of men lined up outside Ford's Highland Park plant, hoping for jobs. Police had to use fire hoses to control the crowds. Word spread that Ford was paying wages that could actually support a family, and workers came from across the country. It was like the gold rush, except instead of searching for gold, people were searching for good jobs. However, Henry's $5 day was not without its limitations. Workers had to meet certain standards, not just at work but in their personal lives. Ford created a sociological department that would visit workers' homes to ensure they were living properly. This meant no drinking, no gambling, keeping a clean house, and sending children to school. By modern standards, the arrangement seems intrusive and paternalistic, but in the context of 1914, many workers saw it as a fair trade, a middle-class wage in exchange for middle-class behaviour. The programme worked better than even Henry expected. Worker turnover dropped to under 20%, down from over 300% annually, meaning they had to hire 3 people for every job just to keep positions filled. Quality improved dramatically. Productivity soared. The workers who stayed were invested in their jobs in a way that had never been seen before in industrial America. But the real revolution was what happened after work. For the first time in American history, you had industrial workers who could afford more than just survival. They could buy homes, not just rent them. They could purchase appliances, furniture, and yes, cars. They could send their children to high school instead of putting them to work at age 14. They could plan for the future instead of just surviving the present day. Henry had essentially created a new social class, the industrial middle class. These weren't farmers or shopkeepers or professionals, they were factory workers who lived like middle-class people. The idea was revolutionary. Throughout history, people who worked with their hands had always been poor. Henry changed that equation. The ripple effects were enormous. When Ford workers could afford to buy homes, the construction industry boomed. When they could afford appliances, the appliance industry grew. When they could afford cars, the entire automotive industry expanded. Henry had discovered something that economists would later call the multiplier effect. When you put money in workers' pockets, they spend it, which creates more jobs, which creates more spending. Other companies slowly began to follow Ford's lead, not out of generosity, but out of necessity. They discovered what Henry had already figured out. Well-paid workers were more productive, more loyal, and more innovative. The idea that paying workers well could build a better business challenged the notion that paying them as little as possible would work. But the $5 day was about more than wages. It was about dignity. For the first time, industrial workers experienced a sense of partnership in the business, rather than being mere components. They had a stake in the company's success because that success directly affected their lives. When the Model T sold well, Ford workers benefited. When the company grew, their job security increased. Henry also understood something that many modern companies have forgotten. Training workers is an investment, not an impulse. The sociological department didn't just monitor workers' behaviour, it provided education and support. Workers could learn English, take classes in personal finance, and get help navigating the bureaucracy of home ownership. Ford was creating not just employees, but citizens. The program wasn't perfect. The intrusion into workers' private lives was problematic, and the standards were sometimes arbitrary and culturally biased. But the fundamental principle, that workers should share in the prosperity they help create, was revolutionary and remains relevant today. By 1915, Ford workers were buying Model Ts with their own paychecks. Henry's forecast had materialised. His employees had transformed into his clients. More than that, they had become tangible evidence that the American dream was achievable for individuals who employed their hands, not just their minds. As you settle into sleep, imagine what it must have felt like to be a Ford worker in 1915, driving home in a car you built and paid for with wages that seemed impossible just a few years earlier. You weren't just going home from work, you were driving toward a future that previous generations of workers could never have imagined. By the 1920s, something remarkable had happened in America. The country had become mobile in a way that no society in human history had ever been before. Thanks to Henry Ford's vision and the Model T's success, cars were no longer luxury items for the wealthy. They were becoming as common as telephones and electric lights. And this transformation was changing everything about how Americans lived, worked, and thought about themselves. The numbers tell an incredible story. In 1910, approximately 500,000 cars were present throughout the United States. By 1920, there were 9 million. By 1930, there were 26 million. That's not just growth, that's a complete transformation of society. It's like the adoption of smartphones, but even more fundamental because cars changed where people could live, work, and play. Think about what this development meant for a typical American family. In 1910, your job options were limited to what you could reach on foot or by streetcar. Neighbourhood stores were the only places you could shop. Your social life was limited to people who lived nearby. Your children's education was limited to the local school. By 1925, all of those limitations had been swept away. The car had given ordinary people a kind of freedom that had previously been available only to the wealthy. The transformation was especially dramatic in rural areas. Farmers had been among the most isolated people in America, sometimes going weeks without seeing anyone outside their immediate family. The Model T changed that overnight. Farmers could drive to town for supplies, attend church regularly, and send their children to better schools. They could get their crops to market faster and cheaper. They could access medical care that had been unreachable before. The car didn't just change rural life, it saved it. But perhaps the most profound change was in how young people lived. Before cars, courtship was a highly supervised affair. Young men would visit young women in their family's parlour, under the watchful eye of parents. The car changed all that. Suddenly young people could go out together, alone, and explore their feelings without constant supervision. It's hard to overstate how revolutionary the invention was. The car didn't just change transportation, it changed romance, marriage, and family formation. Cities began to reshape themselves around the automobile. New suburbs sprang up, connected to downtown areas by roads rather than streetcar lines. Shopping centres moved from downtown to the outskirts, where land was cheaper and parking was abundant. The mall, that quintessentially American institution, was born from the marriage of cars and commerce. People could live in quiet residential areas and commute to work, shop at convenient locations, and still have access to urban amenities. The car also democratized leisure in ways that are difficult to imagine today. Before cars, vacation travel was something only the wealthy could afford. Working families might take a day trip to a nearby lake or park, but real travel required trains and hotels that were beyond most people's budgets. The car changed that. Families could pack up and drive to national parks, beaches, or mountains. They could camp along the way, making vacation travel affordable for the first time. This phenomenon gave birth to an entirely new industry, roadside America. Gas stations, motor courts, the predecessors of motels, diners, and tourist attractions sprang up along major highways. Route 66, the famous highway from Chicago to Los Angeles, became a symbol of American freedom and adventure. Railroads had bypassed small towns, but if they happened to be along a major highway, they suddenly found themselves back on the map. But the car revolution wasn't just about leisure, it was about opportunity. Workers could live in one place and work in another, which meant they could choose jobs based on quality rather than just proximity. Businesses could locate where land was cheaper and still attract workers. The entire economic geography of America was being redrawn by the automobile. Henry Ford had predicted this transformation, but even he was probably surprised by how quickly and completely it happened. The Model T had become more than just a product. It was the catalyst for a new way of life. Americans were becoming a mobile people, always ready to move toward better opportunities, new experiences, and different ways of living. The psychological impact was just as important as the practical one. Owning a car gave people a sense of control over their lives that they'd never had before. They weren't dependent on streetcar schedules or limited to walking distance. They could make decisions about where and when to go there. It was a kind of personal freedom that was entirely new in human experience. Of course, this transformation brought challenges too. Traffic jams, parking problems, and air pollution were the price of mobility. Traditional communities began to break down as people became more mobile and less tied to specific neighbourhoods. The car enabled suburbanization, which had both positive and negative effects on American society. But for most Americans in the 1920s, the car represented pure possibility. It was the physical embodiment of the American dream, the idea that with hard work and determination you could go anywhere and become anything. Henry Ford had built more than just an affordable car, he had built a machine that made dreams feel achievable. Imagine the excitement of a family in 1925, packing their Model T for their first real vacation, heading out on roads that led to places they'd only read about in books. They weren't just driving, they were exploring a new kind of freedom that their parents could never have imagined. As we reach the end of our story, it's worth reflecting on just how completely Henry Ford changed not just America, but the world. By the time he died in 1947, the boy who took apart pocket watches on a Michigan farm fundamentally altered how people lived, worked, and thought about the future. But his legacy goes far beyond the millions of cars that rolled off his assembly lines. Henry's greatest achievement wasn't technical, it was philosophical. He proved that mass production and high wages could work together, that efficiency and humanity weren't opposites, and that the people who made things should also be able to afford them. His approach wasn't just a business strategy, it was a new way of thinking about the relationship between work and prosperity. The principles Henry pioneered, standardization, continuous improvement, and treating workers as partners rather than just labour, became the foundation of modern manufacturing. When you buy something today that's both high quality and affordable, you're benefiting from ideas that Henry Ford developed in his Detroit factories. From smartphones to furniture to food, the modern world of abundant consumer goods traces back to those early assembly lines. But perhaps Henry's most important contribution was proving that innovation could be democratic. Before Ford, most new technologies were luxury items that gradually became more affordable. Henry reversed that process. He started with the goal of making cars affordable for everyone, then figured out how to make them efficiently. He began with the customer, not the technology, and that customer-first approach revolutionized how businesses think about innovation. The social changes Henry set in motion were even more profound than the economic ones. The automobile culture he created, the freedom to live where you want, work where you want, and travel where you want, became central to the American identity. The suburbs, the shopping mall, the family road trip, the drive-in restaurant, even the drive-through bank, all of these trace back to Henry's decision to make cars affordable for ordinary families. Henry also demonstrated something that many modern companies struggle with: the power of long-term thinking. While his competitors focused on quarterly profits, Henry was thinking in decades. He understood that building a sustainable business meant creating a sustainable society where workers could afford to be customers, where efficiency served humanity rather than replacing it, and where innovation made life better for everyone, not just the wealthy. The influence of Henry's ideas extended far beyond the automotive industry. The assembly line principle transformed manufacturing across every sector. The concept of paying workers well enough to be customers influenced labour policy for generations. The idea that mass production could create prosperity rather than just profit became a cornerstone of American economic policy. But Henry's story also teaches us about the complexity of change. The same innovations that created suburban prosperity also contributed to urban decay. The freedom of the automobile came with costs: pollution, traffic, and the decline of public transportation. The efficiency of mass production sometimes came at the expense of craftsmanship and individual creativity. Every revolution brings both benefits and challenges, and Henry's was no exception. What made Henry special wasn't that he was perfect, he certainly wasn't. He could be stubborn, sometimes to the point of damaging his own company. His paternalistic approach to worker welfare would be unacceptable today. His later embrace of automation over employment showed the limits of his vision. But what made him remarkable was his ability to see beyond the immediate problem to the larger possibilities. Today, as we face new revolutions in technology and work, Henry's example remains relevant. His approach, starting with human needs rather than technical capabilities, thinking about workers as partners rather than costs, and believing that innovation should serve everyone, not just the few, offers lessons for our digital age. When you drive your car tomorrow, remember that you're not just using a machine, you're participating in a revolution that began with a young man who couldn't resist taking things apart to see how they worked. When you buy something that's both high quality and affordable, you're benefiting from principles that Henry Ford pioneered over a century ago. Henry proved that work can provide not just survival but prosperity. The boy who left his father's farm to work in Detroit factories became the man who showed the world that technology could serve humanity, that efficiency could coexist with fairness, and that innovation could create opportunities for everyone. He didn't just change how cars were made, he changed how we think about work, prosperity, and the possibilities of American life. As you settle into sleep tonight, remember that you're living in the world that Henry Ford helped create, a world where ordinary people can afford extraordinary things, where innovation serves humanity, and where the next great breakthrough might come from someone who simply refuses to accept that things have to be done the way they've always been done. Remember, every revolution begins with someone brave enough to imagine that things could be different. The Battle of Gettysburg began on the morning of July 1st, 1863. It was a warm summer day, the kind where the golden light of dawn touched the fields and forests with a serene glow. But the tranquility of the Pennsylvania countryside would soon be shattered by the thunder of battle. This clash was not merely another skirmish in the long and bloody conflict of the Civil War. It was a turning point, a moment where the fate of the Union and the Confederacy hung precariously in the balance. General Robert E. Lee, commanding the Confederate Army of Northern Virginia, had set his sights on a bold invasion of the North. His army, emboldened by a string of victories, marched into Pennsylvania with the hope of striking a decisive blow that would force the Union to sue for peace. Lee's strategy was not just about military conquest. It was about shaking the Northern resolve, bringing the war to Union soil, and perhaps swaying foreign powers to recognize the Confederacy. On the Union side, General George G. Meade had recently taken command of the Army of the Potomac. His task was daunting: to stop Lee's advance and protect the Union's heartland. The soldiers under his command were weary from years of conflict, but their resolve to defend their homeland and preserve the Union burned brightly. The two armies converged near the small town of Gettysburg, a place of rolling hills, fertile farmland, and winding roads. It was an unlikely setting for one of the most significant battles in American history. On the first day, the fighting began west of the town, as Confederate forces encountered Union cavalry. The clash was fierce and chaotic, with both sides scrambling to gain the upper hand. By day's end, the Confederates had pushed Union forces back through the town and onto the high ground to the south, securing an early advantage. The second day of the battle dawned with tension thick in the air. The Union Army had established a strong defensive position along a series of hills and ridges known as Cemetery Hill, Culp's Hill, and Little Round Top. Lee, confident in his army's strength, launched a series of attacks to break the Union lines. The fighting on July 2nd was intense and bloody. At Little Round Top, Union Colonel Joshua Lawrence Chamberlain and the 20th Maine Regiment made a heroic stand to defend the hill's southern flank. Outnumbered and nearly out of ammunition, Chamberlain ordered a desperate bayonet charge that drove the Confederates back and secured the Union's position. It was a moment of extraordinary courage, one that would later be remembered as a turning point in the battle. Elsewhere, the fields of wheat and peach orchards became killing grounds, their beauty scarred by the carnage of war. The air was thick with smoke and the cries of the wounded. Soldiers on both sides fought with ferocious determination, knowing that the stakes were higher than ever. By the end of the day, the Union lines had held, but at a terrible cost. The third and final day of the battle, July 3rd, brought the infamous assault known as Pickett's Charge. Lee, believing that a concentrated attack on the Union center could break their lines, ordered 12,500 Confederate soldiers to march across open fields under heavy Union artillery fire. The sight of that charge was both awe-inspiring and harrowing. The Confederate soldiers advanced in tight ranks, their banners waving, their determination unyielding. But the Union defenders, entrenched on Cemetery Ridge, unleashed a devastating barrage of cannon and musket fire. The fields became a scene of chaos as men fell by the hundreds. Despite their bravery, the Confederate soldiers could not overcome the Union's defences. The charge was repelled, and the fields were littered with the fallen. As the sun set on July 3rd, the Battle of Gettysburg came to an end. Lee, realizing that his army could not sustain another assault, began the long retreat back to Virginia. The Union Army, though battered and exhausted, had won a decisive victory. It was a moment of relief and triumph for the North, a turning point that shifted the momentum of the war. The cost of the battle was staggering. Over 50,000 soldiers were killed, wounded, or missing. The fields of Gettysburg, once peaceful and lush, were now marked by the scars of war. Families in both the North and the South mourned the loss of loved ones, their lives forever changed by the conflict. In the months that followed, Gettysburg became a symbol of sacrifice and resilience. On November 19th, 1863, President Abraham Lincoln delivered the Gettysburg Address at the dedication of the Soldiers' National Cemetery. His words, though brief, captured the essence of what the battle had come to represent. He spoke of a nation conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. He reminded the audience that the soldiers who had fought and died at Gettysburg had done so to ensure that freedom and democracy would endure. The Battle of Gettysburg remains one of the most studied and remembered events in American history. It was a moment of profound struggle and sacrifice, a reminder of the costs of war and the resilience of the human spirit. The bravery of the soldiers on both sides, their dedication to their causes, and the impact of their actions continue to echo through time. As you drift into sleep, let the story of Gettysburg fill your mind with a sense of reverence and reflection. Imagine the stillness of the fields after the battle, the quiet wind carrying the memory of those who fought and fell. Feel the weight of their sacrifice, but also the hope that their struggle helped to shape a better future. The aftermath of the Battle of Gettysburg left an indelible mark, not only on the landscape of Pennsylvania, but also on the hearts and minds of the American people. The quiet town that had seen a horrific convergence of armies now bore the weight of countless graves, hastily dug for the fallen soldiers. The once lush fields, orchards, and rolling hills were now etched with scars of war, trenches, shattered fences, and abandoned artillery. In the days immediately following the battle, the townspeople of Gettysburg rose to meet the grim reality of what had unfolded. Civilians who had sought shelter during the 3 days of fighting now ventured out to help the wounded and dying. Homes, barns, and churches were transformed into makeshift hospitals. Women, men, and even children worked tirelessly to bring comfort to soldiers, regardless of the uniforms they wore. The lines of battle blurred in the face of shared humanity. Doctors and nurses were overwhelmed by the sheer number of wounded. Medical supplies were scarce, and the knowledge of sanitation was rudimentary at best. Despite the primitive conditions, countless acts of compassion unfolded as townspeople did what they could to save lives or bring solace to those whose time was short. As the Confederate army retreated southward, General Lee bore the burden of his army's defeat. The invasion of the North had failed, and the high hopes of a quick victory and a potential peace agreement were dashed. For Lee, Gettysburg marked a turning point, a moment when the tide of the war began to turn decisively against the Confederacy. The loss of so many men and the inability to break Union resolve were blows from which his forces would never fully recover. For the Union, the victory at Gettysburg was a critical morale boost. General Meade, despite some criticism for not pursuing Lee's retreating army more aggressively, had achieved what many thought impossible. The Army of the Potomac had stood firm against Lee's forces, proving that the Union could hold its ground and turn the tide of the war. The significance of Gettysburg reached far beyond the battlefield. It became a symbol of the broader struggle, the fight to preserve the Union and the principles upon which it was founded. In the months following the battle, efforts began to ensure that the sacrifices made there would not be forgotten. One of the most poignant moments came on November 19, 1863, with the dedication of the Soldiers' National Cemetery at Gettysburg. President Abraham Lincoln was invited to deliver a few remarks, following a lengthy oration by Edward Everett, a renowned speaker of the time. Lincoln's address, though brief, would become one of the most enduring speeches in American history. Standing on the blood-soaked fields of Gettysburg, Lincoln spoke not only to honour the dead, but to remind the living of the greater cause for which they had fought. His words, beginning with the now iconic phrase, 7 years ago, framed the battle within the context of the nation's founding ideals. He reminded the audience that the soldiers had given their lives so that government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth. Lincoln's Gettysburg Address was met with a mixed reception at the time. with some viewing it as too brief and simplistic. However, history would elevate his words to the status of a national treasure. The address encapsulated the purpose of the war and the vision of a nation united not by force, but by shared values and ideals. The legacy of the Battle of Gettysburg continued to shape the course of the Civil War. While the conflict raged on for nearly 2 more years, Gettysburg marked a critical turning point. It showed that the Union could resist the might of the Confederacy, and that the resolve of its people would not be broken. The war's conclusion in 1865 brought an end to the fighting, but left the nation grappling with the wounds it had inflicted upon itself. The fields of Gettysburg became a place of reflection and remembrance, a site where the cost of division was laid bare. Over the years, Gettysburg transformed from a battlefield to a place of education and pilgrimage. Monuments and markers were erected to honour the soldiers who had fought and died there, preserving their memory for future generations. Visitors from across the country and around the world came to walk the hallowed ground, to reflect on the sacrifices made, and to ponder the lessons of history. Today, Gettysburg stands as a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the enduring struggle for freedom and equality. It reminds us of the fragility of unity and the strength required to preserve it. The lessons of Gettysburg echo through time, challenging us to remember that the cost of division is far greater than the effort required to come together. As you rest tonight, let the story of Gettysburg remind you of the courage and sacrifice of those who came before us. Imagine the quiet fields at dawn, the soft rustle of the wind, and the stillness that now blankets a place once filled with chaos. Let the strength of their resolve bring you a sense of peace, and may their legacy inspire hope and understanding in your heart. The legacy of Gettysburg extends far beyond the battlefield itself. It remains a cornerstone of American history, not only as the site of a pivotal clash during the Civil War, but also as a symbol of the nation's enduring struggle to reconcile its ideals with its realities. The battlefields and memorials at Gettysburg now stand as a reminder of the courage, sacrifice, and humanity displayed by those who fought there, as well as the immense costs of division and conflict. In the years following the Civil War, Gettysburg became a focus for national healing. Veterans from both the Union and the Confederacy returned to the site to honour their comrades and reflect on the events that had shaped their lives. These reunions, particularly those held on significant anniversaries of the battle, fostered a sense of reconciliation and shared purpose. Despite the lingering wounds of war, these gatherings underscored a shared humanity that transcended the divisions of the past. One of the most moving examples of this came during the 50th anniversary of the battle in 1913. Veterans from both sides, now old men, came together to remember their shared history. The event culminated in a symbolic handshake across the stone wall at the site of Pickett's charge, a powerful gesture that reflected the desire for unity and peace. These reunions were not without their complexities, but they marked an important step in the nation's journey toward healing and understanding. Over time, Gettysburg evolved into a place of education and reflection. The Gettysburg National Military Park, established in the late 19th century and further developed in the 20th, preserves the battlefield and its many monuments, ensuring that future generations can walk the same paths and learn the same lessons. The park's museum and visitor centre provide context and insight into the events of the battle, offering a deeper understanding of its significance and the people who shaped it. The Gettysburg Address, too, continues to resonate as a defining moment in American history. Lincoln's words, spoken with such clarity and purpose, serve as a reminder of the ideals upon which the United States was founded. They challenge us to honour the sacrifices of those who fought by striving to create a more just and equitable society. Today, Gettysburg stands as a living testament to the enduring importance of history. It draws visitors from across the globe who come to honour the past, reflect on the present, and consider the future. The battlefield, with its rolling hills, stone walls, and quiet woods, invites contemplation. Walking its paths, one cannot help but feel a connection to the stories of those who stood there, to the bravery and determination that defined them, and to the lessons they left behind. The Battle of Gettysburg teaches us that even in the darkest times, there is hope for redemption, for reconciliation, and for a brighter tomorrow. It reminds us of the costs of division and the strength required to build unity. It challenges us to live up to the ideals of liberty and equality, to honour the sacrifices of those who came before us by working to create a better world. As you settle into rest tonight, let the story of Gettysburg fill your heart with a sense of reflection and gratitude. Picture the fields bathed in the soft light of the setting sun, the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze, and the quiet peace that now blankets the land. Let the echoes of courage and sacrifice guide your thoughts, and may their legacy inspire hope and understanding in your dreams. The story of Gettysburg is not only about the battle itself, but also about the enduring lessons it offers. It is a story of courage under fire, of ordinary people facing extraordinary challenges, and of a nation striving to find its way through the darkness of conflict. Gettysburg reminds us that history is not just a series of dates and events, but a tapestry of human experience, woven with threads of sacrifice, resilience, and hope. As we reflect on Gettysburg, we are reminded of the power of unity and the dangers of division. The Civil War, of which Gettysburg was a turning point, was born out of deep-seated disagreements and unresolved tensions. The soldiers who fought at Gettysburg came from different walks of life, different regions and different perspectives, but they shared a common humanity. Their bravery and sacrifice speak to the strength of the human spirit, even in the face of unimaginable hardship. In the years following the battle, the memory of Gettysburg became a source of inspiration for those working to rebuild and reconcile a fractured nation. The scars of war ran deep, but so too did the determination to heal. Gettysburg became a symbol of what could be achieved when people came together to confront their shared challenges and embrace their common humanity. The stories of the individuals who fought at Gettysburg add depth and texture to the history of the battle. From generals like Robert E. Lee and George Meade, whose decisions shaped the course of the conflict, to the rank-and-file soldiers who carried out those orders with bravery and resolve, each story adds a layer of understanding to the larger narrative. These men, from both the Union and Confederate armies, faced unimaginable adversity with courage and dignity. One of the most enduring legacies of Gettysburg is its role in shaping the collective memory of the Civil War. The battlefield, now a serene and solemn place, serves as a reminder of the costs of war and the value of peace. Monuments and markers dot the landscape, each telling a story of the men who fought and the sacrifices they made. Visitors to Gettysburg are often struck by the quiet beauty of the place, a stark contrast to the violence that once engulfed it. The Gettysburg Address, delivered by President Lincoln just months after the battle, continues to resonate as a call to action and a statement of purpose. Lincoln's words remind us of the importance of dedication, of recommitting ourselves to the principles of freedom and equality. His speech, though brief, captures the essence of what Gettysburg represents, not just a battle, but a turning point in the ongoing struggle to create a more perfect union. Today, Gettysburg remains a place of pilgrimage for those seeking to understand the complexities of the past and draw inspiration for the future. The stories of those who fought there, the lessons of unity and perseverance, and the enduring call to honour their sacrifices continue to guide us. Gettysburg is not just a place on a map, it is a symbol of resilience, a reminder of what we can achieve when we come together to face our challenges. As you drift off to sleep tonight, let the story of Gettysburg wrap around you like a warm blanket of reflection and peace. Imagine the stillness of the battlefield at dawn, the quiet hum of nature reclaiming a place once filled with chaos. Let the courage and sacrifice of those who stood there inspire you, reminding you that even in the darkest times there is light to be found. Thank you for spending this time with us on History and Sleep. May the story of Gettysburg bring you a sense of calm, perspective and hope. Sleep well, and may your dreams be filled with peace, understanding, and the enduring strength of the human spirit. Sweet dreams.